Check 1, 2. All right. Welcome, everybody. It is December 6th. I hope you guys had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Mine was full of World Cup soccer. And it continues. With that being said, I'm going to ask Supervisor Goldenberg to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, if you are online or you're calling in, there are instructions also on the back here at the table as far as how to participate in today's meeting. We have Zoom and online. It gives you all the instructions as well as how to participate. So we're going to now move on to our oral communications portion of the meeting. So meetings, we usually set aside about 15 minutes. I'm going to try and keep it to 15 minutes today. It gives you guys an opportunity to come up, address the board. I know there's a lot of hot items on the agenda today. So if it's like Visitors Bureau, this is not the time to come up and speak to that. You got to wait until we get to that portion of the meeting. So if you want to address the board on something that is not on the agenda, now's your opportunity to come up. You get 3 minutes. Yeah, come on up. You get 3 minutes, and after 2 minutes, you will hear a beep. And then at the 3rd minute, I will have to cut you off so that we stay fair for everybody. Maybe before we get to the items. Yeah, when we get to the hot items, I'll remind people. And we have the podium in front of us now. Yes. One second. Yes, I will be doing the mics. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning to all the Board of Supervisors and the people behind me there. I am here as a board member of GSAC, which is give someone a chance. I also belong to the board of the Lighthouse Ministries. Together, we are inviting those who are down and out with no roof over their head to join us to celebrate Christ's birthday together. Christmas dinner will be served at the Red Church at 3 p.m. on December 20th. Tell all your buddies we can't wait to see you.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Leanna McMillan, and I am an adult with developmental disabilities that requires the assistance of a service dog. I'm coming today to ask for help with a big problem of fake service dogs in Tuolumne County. I would like help with educating local businesses on their rights and the rights of service dogs. I would like animal control and the health department to do their job at the problems that are happening. From what I have seen, these dogs are untrained and pose a public threat and health problems. I've had experiences at the 99 Cent store with a lady with a chihuahua in the cart, and the dog started throwing Spotty against the cart and barking and growling at my dog. And that dog should not have been out in public and should not have been in the shopping cart. I have also had an incident recently at a restaurant where my husband had to ask the lady multiple times to move the dog from the walkway. And when I walked past, the dog was tucked underneath the bar table, but it came running out and nipped my dog in the face. Walmart is the biggest problem that I have. They allow every dog in, and I've seen dogs in shopping carts. I have seen dogs urinating and defecating on the floor and other products in the store. I have had dogs try to jump out of carts on top of my dog. I have had a dog almost pull its owner over to get at my dog. My dog is an alert dog to my anxiety, and he is constantly, when I'm in Walmart, bumping me because I am afraid of what is going to happen when I turn the corner. Am I going to be attacked? Is my dog going to be attacked? So I would like help with this problem so that myself and other people with trained service dogs can shop safely in Tuolumne County.
Okay, I'm going to have ask staff to get with you to put you in touch with animal control. So are you gonna be around for a minute? Okay, I'll have staff reach out to you this morning and get you in touch with animal control and see if we can't help you out. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Ron Springer, and I am a service dog advocate and a film producer. I'm here to address the issue of legitimate service dogs versus dogs posing as service dogs and treatment by businesses. Specifically, the incidents that had happened with Leanna McMillan and who just spoke and encountered recently. Dogs posing as service dogs present problems in the following areas: potential problems in businesses, sanitation problems, dogs in carts, and soiling of surfaces in which food may be come in contact with, dogs defecating and urinating in buildings, safety to public, including children, potential of being bitten, potential to cause fear or reinforcing of fear of dogs, including service dogs. Safety to legitimate service dogs disrupts ability of the service dog to do the job which it is trained to do or perform for its handler. The mental health of a service dog and the need for more training if a service dog is attacked. And we're reaching out to the County Board of Supervisors for help with, one, educating businesses of their rights and the rights of service dogs according to the ADA, Health Department collaboration, animal control assistance, problem solving to prevent incidents between legitimate service dogs and dogs posing as service dogs. The goal is to prevent incidents so that the service dog and the handlers can continue to shop in stores without fear. For reference here, I've included a handout that will be passed out to you, including a link to the ADA website. And we'd like to work with the county to implement a service dog education campaign. With the county's support, I'd have a sample flyer that is what's been handed out to use in the campaign. It's just a example, of course. And I'm hoping to participate in the campaign as well. So we are available, Leanne and I, to meet with interview at your convenience. And as a closing thought, I'd like to say that someone with a dog posing as a service dog is no different than someone who is faking a disability in order to receive special treatment. And also with the flyer I've handed out here, it has a note about my film. I'm making a film on service dogs to help address this issue. And so I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. John 3:16, for God so loved the world. Thank you, God, for these words, the most recognized words in the Bible. You would think that these words alone would be enough to cause us to be united in following him. Unfortunately, the devil steps in and sows doubt in our faith, and he tempts us with the false promises of self-enrichment, self-gratification, and self-glorification. This results in anything but unity. Instead, we find ourselves lost in cultural relativism, where rather than focusing on the truth as given to us by God, we fabricate our own truths in a desperate attempt to fulfill the lies promised by the devil, lies which he cannot deliver. We cannot be united when we are constantly battling with each other in an attempt to fulfill these false promises. So I need to apologize for disrespecting you. At the last meeting, I held up my phone in stopwatch mode during your time for comments on the climate action plan. That was a very disrespectful thing to do, and I'm sure you felt very disrespected, as we do every time you turn that clock on. It's also showed how we are divided, as you all spoke from 5.5 minutes to almost 9 minutes on the exact same topic. This obvious discrepancy illustrates your disdain for us and your false assumption that somehow your comments are of higher importance than all of ours. And yet you are us. You are residents of this county. You are elected by us, and you are supposed to represent us. So why do you elevate yourselves above us? We are clearly not playing on the same field. Don't get me wrong, I fully understand the need for meetings to be productive and orderly. I am also fully aware that most counties do the same thing, but that doesn't mean that we need to. We can be better and we can be more unified. I've been involved in hundreds of meetings over my life, many times with dozens of people. Most times there is just a meeting facilitator of some sort They often begin the meeting by requesting that speakers stay on point and keep their comments as short as possible. It's a respectful way to operate, and 99% of the time it works just fine. You want us to respect you, and we want you to respect us. And that will not happen until the playing field is leveled. So I'm asking you, either remove the clock and manage the meeting like adults, or if you think that that just won't work, then turn the clock on yourselves as well. Only then can we make strides towards unity. Thank you.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Claudia Puccinelli. I'm the president of Tuolumne County Arts, and I have good news. Good news. We, Tuolumne County Arts, has gotten a grant for over $400,000 to distribute to artists in our community. And we are ready to help people as soon as we get a little more information from the entity that is going to be giving us the money through the state. Anyway, just wanted to share the good news.
Morning.
Morning. Set my 3 minutes. Thank you. My name is Aaron Rasmussen. Thank you for your service to our community. I have two things that I want to bring up that's not on the agenda. One, I would want to say thank you for the expression on Veterans Day for all the flags at Standard. Appreciate that as a county to honor our veterans. But I also want to bring up a couple issues at the Tuolumne Veterans Hall. I know we have a veterans meeting tomorrow, Wednesday. And we go over the same problems at the Veterans Hall, the things that we need to keep the hall running and upkept. I'm requesting that we really look into replacing the stove at the Tuolumne Hall and making sure our internet is installed as soon as possible. We've been requesting this for over 2 years now. This was, we keep getting the runaround and it keeps on getting kicked down the road. And it's not just for the veterans. The Vets Helping Vets is running a food program that serves free food once a month on a Sunday morning, the third Sunday of every month, to anyone in Tuolumne and in the county. And we also serve free food on Thursdays, every Thursdays in the park. And the stove and the commodities of that hall are very important to the community. So please help us serve the community by making sure those things get taken care of along with the internet. Appreciate that. The second thing I'd like to bring up is I know two of you sit on the LAFCO board, and I also sit on the Tuolumne Park and Recreation District board for Tuolumne. And the next meeting, December 14th at 6 o'clock, I request the two board members that sit on LAFCO to attend that meeting, please. We will be discussing the consolidation of the Community Service District of Tuolumne. It'll be one of the rare opportunities for the public to speak on that. And I feel it's going to be very big. It's going to be very contentious. And so with your presence there, I think would at least draw the tension out of the room a little bit. I'm just asking you for your support and your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron, can you repeat the date and time again real quick?
December 14th at 6 o'clock. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the Tuolumne Veterans Hall yet or in our regular meeting room because we're expecting a big crowd. But they're right next to each other.
Thank you. And when you find that out, if you want to just email us. Great. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. My name's Elena Linehan. I'm a volunteer with the Aronis Research Club. Our club is a service club that's been helping the community since 1915. I wasn't around then, but I was there in spirit. And we attained the Aronis Hall in 1936. We're stewards of that building and taking very good care of that historic building. Today, I wanted to let you know that we've combined forces with the Master Gardeners, and they have helped us create a landscaping design for the club. And to raise funds for that, we're having an Adopt a Plant program, brought flyers for each of you. And we've listed the plants that are going to be planted with the help of the Master Gardeners and any other volunteers that might be available for us. And you can adopt a plant, and you'll be honored at our location with your name. I brought that for everyone.
The other thing I wanted to let you know is annually, the Aronas Club gives a gift to the community, and that's a soup luncheon with the Jazz at 8 choir performing. And that is coming up on December 13th. We'll meet at noon, and it's at the club. We'd love to have RSVPs so we know how much soup and goodies to have. But it's a wonderful event where you can come and enjoy some community, enjoy the hall, and hear the choir sing. And we'd appreciate it if everyone could make an effort to come. They can call Dixie at 209-288-2045. That's 209-288-2045 to let her know that you're coming so she can get a head count. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, welcome.
Hello, so today in this 3 minutes of time, I was going to be talking about something that is pretty important, and I think that Tuolumne County should change. And one thing that we see with Tuolumne County is we're a very big county. We're one of the biggest counties in California, and a lot of funds that are collected in a certain area go to a different area, say funds that are collected in Tuolumne City that you get revenues from, they go to the city of Sonora or vice versa. So I think a good way to correct this problem so the funds stay in areas where they're collected is there should be different areas like Tuolumne City. If you're collecting revenues from Tuolumne City, you should spend the money that you collect for the benefit of people in Tuolumne City. And same thing goes for other communities. And that way it'll be a more fair system rather than taking money, say, from Tuolumne City to give to some other different community like Jamestown. And I think this would solve a lot of the problems that this county has been facing throughout the years. And I think it's something that will need to happen because one problem we see with our state government right now is that there's different counties that give a lot more money to the state coffers, but they're not necessarily getting that money back. So we can't solve that problem on the state level, but hopefully we can solve it on the county level so it's more fair because there's always, arguments where to move the money. Do you want to move it to give it to a certain place in Columbia, or do you want to give it to a certain place in Tuolumne? And there's always a fight about that because you guys want to represent your districts and your own people. So a way to make it simpler is just to spend the money in where it's collected already. And then that'll solve a lot of our problems like the roads in Tuolumne, which haven't been repaved in probably 50 years, a large part of Tuolumne City, and in other areas in this county that have not been getting the attention that they should get. So just wanted to make that point really quick. It'd be a simple fix if you're willing to do it. Thank you.
And John, good morning.
Well, good morning, board. My name is John Flynn. I'm your political watchdog. I'm a bit under the weather, but trying to recover. And I'm humbly asking you to postpone your approval of December 6th, that you're going to approve the climate action vote and approve all the minutes. And I would like you to postpone that to next week of December 13th or maybe next month for all I care. Next month would be better. And I would like, and then I don't really have my act here, but act together. But anyway, I was going to have you legally served yesterday, but according to the radio station, it was going to be a big snowstorm, rainstorm, whatever, Sunday, Monday, and it didn't happen. So I'm going to do it later in the week or next week. And the new left-hand corner will, it's going to say County of Tuolumne Corporation. And I'm going to have your corporate ID number there. And I'm writing to the corporation of this county. Not the county government, corporation county. That's who I'm going to be writing to. And let's get on 34. Now, with that, I have some new words that I want everybody to focus on. It's homework assignment for the folks who can hear me. The word is establish. I want you to look up the word establish on Google and look up the preamble of the U.S. Constitution. How many times is established in the preamble of the U.S. Constitution? 1787. The next word I want you to look up is also look up the California Constitution, 1849, established. And then look up the 1879 Constitution of, look up the word perpetuate. They changed the wording around. The state legislatures did in 1879. And then I also want you to look up the word ignore. The word ignored. I ignored the governor during the mask mandates because I ignored him. Look that up on Google. And the other word is to look up irrelevant. The governor, Gavin Newsom, is irrelevant. And write up a sentence, give it to your kids or whatever. And that's it. And how much time? I can't see that far.
3 seconds.
All right, thank you very much. God bless, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any other public comment in the room? CNA, do we have any on Zoom? For this portion of the meeting? 2, okay. Everybody, welcome Tanya. She's our new lady. Thank you. So we'll have some grace periods with Tanya today. Good. All right.
Hello.
Maria, you're on with the board.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I just wanted to talk about what I think is the big elephant in the room, and that's something that's kind of been under the radar for a while. Everyone's been focused on the climate action plan, but on July 5th this year, every one of you voted in favor of establishing a collective partnership with SURF. And in previous meetings, a couple of you have stated that we can go to you and ask questions because apparently we didn't really understand how government works. And I do have lots of questions. I know this is not the time to ask questions, but I did submit a couple of emails with questions, and I still haven't heard from any one of you. My concern on this partnership, and before anyone establishes a partnership, usually the person will look into what the partnership is about and what the cost-benefit analysis is on establishing that partnership. That wasn't the case with this partnership that you guys approved with SURF as developed by the Sierra Business Council. One of the comments that I heard on the video, which by the way, this happened at the end of your meeting, and I have a feeling that probably you didn't really think it through before you voted for it, was that we needed to first establish the partnership before all the details were worked out. And there are some very important details having to do with the fact that this is a transition to a new governance system where there will be a council member with 5 committees, and Tuolumne County will be part of a region, the Eastern Sierra region, along with 6 other counties. And there is going to be basically all these counties are going to be regionalized into areas. And so that goes right in line with the UN Sustainable Goals. I thought you guys were already familiar with that, but you really need to start researching more. The information is overwhelming, and this is also applying to the 60-unit low-income housing project in Peaceful Valley Road. I heard a lot of the same verbiage used for SURF, explaining SURF about the holistic approach, engaging multiple stakeholders on these project that you guys are trying to pass. More focus needs to be placed on lowering regulations for development of housing than imposing all these public-private partnerships, which is essentially a fascist system of government, and you guys have a duty to uphold the Constitution. So I want you guys to please think about this and research more And please answer the questions. If you guys are asking for us to ask questions, then at least answer them.
All right, thank you, Maria. And we have one more on Zoom.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ty, you're on with the board.
Thank you. Look, I'm on Zoom this morning and I noticed the camera angle catching the audience. So that's better than it was before. You get the reaction from the audience rather than the wall. Anyways, I want to move on to John Flynn. I did file a cure and correct on the open meeting violation. As an observer, I did watch Mr. Flynn, and it's in the minutes. He basically threatened a lawsuit over the climate action plan, and he said that he served the county council, and he did. And there was a obligation by Sarah Carrillo to inform the board and have a closed meeting that there's a threat of litigation on the climate action plan. So if it is passed, it would be null and void, just like the waste management contract when that was violated with the serial meetings between Ryan Campbell and other board meetings. Okay, so that's on YouTube. That was the committee meeting for solid waste. Okay, so I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about, especially Mr. Campbell. And the point is that you need to address Mr. Flynn's concerns. He served the committee and informed the council, and nothing was done there. So that needs to be corrected by, I believe, the 9th. Otherwise, 30 days goes up. So moving on to waste management, the waste management scandal update. I've sent out emails to everybody. I was going to try and get there today. I made a big poster of a guy named Nils Gravelis holding a 12 gauge shotgun pointed in my direction. So I want to get this on the record, and I do request that the minutes reflect this part of my public comment. But I'm in fear for my life after reporting the scandal at Waste Management. I had put in emails that I was being stalked by people in white cars, not black helicopters. And people think I'm crazy, but it turns out that I was being stalked by a private investigator named Nils Gravelis out of Los Angeles. And he was hired by Chad Chan, who's a lawyer out of Los Angeles, and he represents Waste Management, Cal Sierra, and 2 managers that have filed bogus protective orders against me for harassment, when in fact they were the ones stalking me and harassing me, starting fights with. I mean, the whole thing is listed. And the fact that they're using this guy who claims that he served.
All right,
with the
Ty,
James.
I'm sorry, sir, your 3 minutes have come. Do we have anybody else on Zoom? Okay. All right, thank you guys. That concludes our oral communications portion of the meeting. We are going to open it up real quick to staff report. So if there's any staff in the room you have to report out, please come on up. I see. Are you? All right. Morning.
What, I got first in line?
Yep.
That's good. I got a shortcut on the backside. Good morning, board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I've got 2 quick updates. As your board knows, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services and Tuolumne County was a recipient of a Listos California grant. The purpose of the Listos California CERT Support Grant was to fund 2 new and existing CERT programs throughout the state that help prepare vulnerable and underserved populations. Tuolumne County has a countywide CERT program that will assist in the event of an emergency, and under the grant, we will conduct 2 basic CERT classes that is open and free to the public. The weekend of November 18th through the 20th, Tuolumne County OAS conducted the first of those 2 CERT classes right here in Sonora. The basic CERT training covers basic skills that are important to know in a disaster when emergency services are not available. With training and practice and by working as a team, those members will be able to protect themselves, their families, maximizing the capability to help for the greatest number of people after a disaster. Before, during, and after disasters, CERT volunteer teams perform basic response activities, including checking in on neighbors, distributing information to the public, supporting emergency operations centers, and helping to manage traffic and crowds. Local CERT programs train and organize teams of volunteers to assist their families, their neighbors, their coworkers, and other community members. This particular class was led by 2 nationally known CERT instructors who came to assist us, Jake Heflin from Long Beach Fire and Chad Fitzgerald from Clovis Fire, as well as some of our local fire chiefs, including Chief Ferrer from Columbia, Chief New from Sonora City, and of course myself that helped with the instruction. There were 21 participants who graduated with a certificate and are now eligible to join either our Tuolumne County CERT program or other CERT programs established such as the Groveland Area CERT, Twain Harte Area CERT, or the Columbia CERT. There were many supporting agencies including Tuolumne County OAS, Tuolumne County Fire, Station 51, Station 76, CAL FIRE TCU, Columbia Fire District, Tuolumne Miwok Tribal Fire, Columbia College Fire Academy, and many others who volunteered and came to assist during the weekend. At the end of the training, every participant participated in a disaster scenario exercise that allowed them to use their skills and knowledge of CERT organization and operations in a simulated disaster exercise. We even incorporated members of other CERT programs in the final exercise. The training ended with a ceremony and an oath given by Supervisor Goldenberg. The 21 graduates are, and I'm going to list them because I'm very proud of them, Tracy McKnight, Sean Hembry, Beth Rose, Dan Rose, Anna Fagioli, Janice Call, Lakita or Koya Andrews, Amber Hemphill, Molly Junkin, Brittany Gose, Sherry Newman, Roseanne Plentyhoops, Robert Wagner, Misty Wagner, Ed Proctor, Walter Moneski, Delia or Dee Richina, Michael Ajax, and Emily Kilgore, Lori Chambers, and Karen Lytle. We are very excited about the 21 new graduates and the potential to create a robust roster of volunteers who can aid us during disasters or emergencies. Tuolumne County OAS will be conducting a spring class, and for anyone interested, please contact us via our email, oas@co.tuolumne.ca.us, or you can call us at 209-533-6395. And you would like information about the CERT program, you can go to our county OAS webpage. There's a nice article on the front page of Union Democrat today too about it with the photos. The second announcement I have is that we'd like to invite the public and anyone to join us in reviewing evacuation, congestion improvement, and communication strategies. We are partnering, of course, with Tuolumne County Transportation Council to understand wildfire risks across the county and what those opportunities to increase evacuation traffic capacity and enhance communication strategies. There will be 3 public meetings. Tonight is the first, 5:30 to 7 at the Sonora Opera House or Opera Hall. December 7th, tomorrow, we will be up at Groveland Community Hall from 5:30 to 7. And then also on Thursday from 5:30 to 7, we will have a virtual option for folks. This is available. We have posted it on our Facebook and social media. It's also on Tuolumne County Transportation Council's webpage. And for the public today, I have copied these off for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Thank you to everybody who volunteered there for CERT. That's awesome. Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Schroeder, your Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director. I'd just like to make an announcement that the Ag and Air Pollution Office will be closed from December 23rd through January 2nd for the holiday season. You can reach our USDA trapper still, though. He will be available during this time, and that phone number is 209-533-5691 and extension 1. Thank you.
Morning, Chairman Kirk, board members, CEO Riggs. I'm Mike Mazook, Tuolumne County Animal Control Manager, and I'm gonna just give you a year-end update of what's going on right now with animal control. First, I'll start off with some training. Myself and the supervising animal control officer attended a firearms, chemical, and mobilization training through San Diego Zoo and Wildlife Center. We got retrained on how to dart dogs, basically, so that's a good idea. We haven't been doing that in a while here, but we're gonna start practicing that. The ACOs all attended an annual fire training with Colorado State University and Code 3 Associates for animal evacuations and wildland fires. Our shelter count through today, from January till right now, has been 1,209 animals so far. That will get bigger. 421 went to rescues, 156 were returned to owners, and out of that 1,209, 169 were surrendered by their owners for various reasons. So that is due to the social economic problems going on right now. Evictions are picking up, so we're getting a lot of abandoned dogs and surrendered animals to us. All shelters in California are the same, so it's not like we're being singled out. So our current shelter count, we have 27 dogs and 33 cats. So that's not appropriate for this time or our staffing levels. So I have 2 positions that we have been short all year. So the entire 22 year, we have been running under minimum staffing requirements. And I just got a text at this meeting, I may have a 3rd. So may have 3 open positions when I get out of here. The additional 120 days that I have to account for now through the OE3 MOU contract, for the additional 12 days off, is gonna affect our staffing. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that, okay? And who was the person that had the question about animal control service dogs? He left? Okay, I was gonna try. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Len Groot, Project Manager for Broadband. I'm here today to provide an update and to ask for the community's help in expanding our broadband access in the county. The FCC released a map on November 18th, and that shows the availability of high-speed internet for every address in the county. Excuse me. This data will be used to allocate more than $40 billion towards broadband infrastructure. And to the states, and in turn, that will be allocated through grants to rural areas like ours. The FCC is aware of errors in the data and is asking for help to fix it. So for the first time ever, anyone can easily challenge the availability data on the website. If a resident or if a business has been recently declined service, has been charged extra for service, has found that only slow speeds were available to them, they can file a challenge to the FCC, or the county can file one for them. It's been estimated that every unserved location that is successfully challenged could result in as much as $4,200 in grant funding. So do the math, if we find 100, just 100 locations, that's $400,000 in funding. So I encourage everyone to check their service by going to the county's broadband portal at tcgov.org/broadband for details. That's tcgov.org/broadband. We have a short time in which to accomplish this. We have to have all of our information collected by January 11th so that we can submit it for the January 13th deadline. Corrections made after that date are just less likely to affect funding. Excuse me. I also ask that everyone help spread the word. We have outreach plan, including a social media plan, email campaigns, etc. So anything you can do to help spread the word would be greatly appreciated.
Hey, Len.
Yes.
Can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you put together a how-to, like how, you can copy pictures of how-to. So if I'm a homeowner, I go to my computer, I'm going to follow the link. I'm going to do the how-to process to record this, both on laptop and also on a phone.
That has already been done.
That's already been done.
It's
Okay.
already- And you can go to tc.gov/org/check-service.
Okay, so
Checks-service.
can you like in a half a page paragraph form, put together a pitch
Sure.
that I can use for my social media, but then also I'll get together with the UD and my load, see if we can't
Yes,
blast
happy
this out
to.
there. Okay.
I have a question too. If you said you're gonna have a social media plan, if you could provide the supervisors and anybody else who wants one with a GIF, something, JPEG, something we can post and put out on social media that points people to these websites that you're talking about. And I'm hoping that our media is also listening, our newspaper and our motherload.com, because they should do an article on this. This will mean thousands of dollars. And we had somebody come up and talk about the Tuolumne internet. One of the reasons that we don't have it at Memorial Hall is because there is no service or really good service out there. So this is extremely important to every nook and cranny of our community, and I just want to make sure that everybody hears that they can be a part of the solution.
Yes, absolutely. I expect to have the social media plan done today, and I'll be happy to share that as soon as I have it.
And just one follow-up on that too, and normally I'd be asking social media questions. I completely agree with the comments. I wanted to ask for the people who have, let's say, substandard internet service who might not be spending a lot of time on social media.
Yeah.
Do we have a paper outreach option to try and help them be able to submit that, say they may be in an area that says it's covered, they really can't get internet, so that they're able to let us know?
We are looking into direct mail options and trying to see if we can find funding for that, but we haven't found the funding yet, so we're looking into it.
I'm all on board with that.
Okay.
It's a good investment.
Okay. Thank you.
It's an erroneous.
Good morning, Kim Freeman, your health officer. I'm here with an infectious disease update. As you may know, we've had increased COVID cases, and for that reason, our community level, which you can find on the CDC website, has moved from low into medium. What that means is that we recommend increased masking in public places, but it's also now required in jail and shelter settings until we move back into low. COVID hospitalizations have increased in line with the increase in cases. More impactful right now actually is flu, more cases and more hospitalizations due to flu. We do encourage people to get flu vaccinations. It seems that this year's flu vaccination is a good match for the flu that's circulating. RSV cases have also continued to impact the healthcare system and are pretty high right now. They also are impacting older adults over 65, and we have a few hospitalized locally in that sector. We're coordinating with the hospital and with the MOAC program, the health officer program, to ensure resources and so that patients can get transferred when needed. Reminder that the OptumServe website, or the OptumServe site is open at the fairgrounds 10 to 6, Sunday through Thursday, and they're now offering flu swabs in addition to COVID swabs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kim. Dr. Kim. No, I said thank you, Dr. Kim. I am always horrible with titles. All right, is there any other staff reports? Not seeing any on Zoom? Not seeing any on Zoom, okay. We are gonna go on to consent, but before we do, I just want to let our board know and anybody in the audience who might be waiting. We are going to do our number 20 item exactly at 12 o'clock because we'll have folks waiting. So at 12, we will break for lunch. We'll go from 12 to 12:30. We'll do item number 20. And then at 12:30, we will break for lunch and return at 1. So if there's anybody in the audience or anybody listening, 12 o'clock, we will jump right into item 20. Okay, with that being said, we are going to do our consent calendar. So clerk of the board, would you please read consent?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the November 01, 2022, November 07, 2022, November 08, 2022, and November 09, 2022 meetings, and the amended minutes of the September 2022 meeting due to a clerical error. Item number 2, adopting Universal Resolution 122-22, designating the county administrator, assistant county administrator as authorized agents for grants received through the California Office of Emergency Services, Cal-OES, specifically for FY23, FY24, and FY25 Homeland Security Grants, HSGP, and Emergency Management Performance Grants, EMPG. Item number 3, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding buildings and construction, and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3. Item number 4, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.14 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding hazardous vegetation management, and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Sections 15301, 15304, 15307, 15308, and 15269B and C. Item number 5, adopting resolution 123-22, authorizing the sheriff to apply for and the county administrator to accept an award of up to $418,287 from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways for the Boating Safety and Enforcement Financial Aid Program for fiscal year 2023 through 24, authorizing the county administrator to have signature authority on all program-related documents. Item number 6, adopting resolution 124-22, authorizing the execution of the grant agreement between the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways for a new boat patrol and trailer, and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $147,975 in the boat patrol state other account, and increase appropriations in the boat patrol vehicles account in the same amount, authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This requires 4/5 vote. Number 7, approving a license agreement with WellPath to provide dental services at the Dombacher Detention Center to inmates not in the custody of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office ending January 31st, 2024. Item number 8, recognize $49,477 in unanticipated revenue from the Fingerprint Trust and increase revenue and expense in the same amount. This requires a 4/5 vote. Item number 9, adopting resolution 125-22 to approve an agreement and accept $215,496 in grant funding from the California Department of Aging for access to technology, program services for seniors and persons with disabilities from October 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2024. Recognize unanticipated revenue and increase appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2022-23 Department of Social Services budget, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Requires 4/5 vote. Item number 10, adopting subsequent resolution 126-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 11, adopting resolution 127-22, authorizing the tax collector to use the Easy Smart Pay program, allowing taxpayers to pay secured property taxes in monthly installments. Item number 12, approving agreement for professional services for Tuolumne County Broadband Environmental Assessment Services with Helix Environmental Planning, Inc., and authorization of the board chair to sign the agreement. Requires 4/5 vote. Item number 13, approve Tuolumne County Department of Social Services to enter into grant agreements with the California Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, for the County Victim Services XC21 program in the amount of $137,437 for January 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, and County Victim Services XC22 program in the amount of $138,878 for January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Requires 4/5 vote. Item number 14, approving the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the County of Tuolumne and the Calaveras County Jail for housing of inmates remanded to the custody of the Tuolumne County Sheriff, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Number 15, acceptance of the certification results for the November 8, 2022 gubernatorial general election. Item number 16, as the Air Pollution Control Board, consideration of setting a hearing date of January 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. to review and receive comment on the Air Pollution Control District 2022/2023 budget. And that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
You should record this before the meeting, and then we could, make it replay it on speed play.
But then I wouldn't potentially misread something and have a fun moment for you.
Yeah. All right, so would any board member like to pull an item on the consent calendar? Look to my right, to my left. All right, I will be pulling item number 4. And would anybody like to make a comment on any item? I know Supervisor Campbell would.
Yeah, just one comment. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on item 11. It's the Easy Smart Pay Plan. I really wanted to thank our tax assessor, Justin Birtwhistle, for bringing this to us, and also the State Association of Counties Finance Corp. Basically what this is they developed a way to allow taxpayers, people on fixed incomes, low-income people, to pay their taxes in installments rather than all at once. And so it kind of softens that blow for people that are on fixed incomes to be able to pay their property taxes. And this was kind of done in a partnership with the Finance Corp and our tax assessor's office. So I just wanted to highlight the work that they did to bring this to us today.
Ditto. Yeah, and I have to pay all my lump sum taxes in January, so it's right after Christmas and it sucks. So thank you for doing this so I can make installments.
So I have a couple of comments
Sure, go ahead.
as well. Definitely want to, tag into, Supervisor Campbell. This is a good program, to allow people some flexibility, on how they move. Would also like to speak briefly to consent item number 9. And this is really good because it allows being able to educate and assist our elderly population in technologies to address, as they say in here in the memo, digital divide. So I was glad to see that. And finally, item 14, not real pleased that we ended up in this situation. It's part of the budgetary concerns with the sheriff's office. I do feel that it's a reasonable cost, that we're paying Calaveras County, but hopefully we'll get beyond this and take care of our own inmates ourselves in-house here. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there are any other comments, I will go to public comment for all the consent calendar excluding number 4. So is there any public comment? Good morning.
Okay, so I'm going to give a little comment on some of this stuff in this consent calendar. And as usual, there's a lot of stuff in this one consent calendar. So one of the things that I saw is that you're approving the hazardous vegetation management, basically
That's
whole.
Alexander, I'm going to do that one. I pulled that one so you can speak
Oh,
to that
you
one
did pull
separately.
that
Yeah,
one?
you
Oh,
can come
okay.
back and speak that one separately.
Let me just go a little further on another thing that I saw. There was something that I don't like as well is that adopting subsequent resolution for remote meetings during a declared emergency. So that's number 10. I think that you all should meet in person. I don't think you should have the option of Zoom meetings for a governmental body so that people can actually see their government officials. I don't think that's right, so I don't think you should approve that. And unfortunately, you've been approving that every other meeting and continue to do so, and I don't think that is a very good thing. And another thing that I also wanted to discuss as well was the Air Pollution Control Board. So consideration of setting a hearing date for January 3rd to review and receive comment on the Air Pollution Control District budget. So, we do have some air pollution in Tuolumne County, but we don't have very much. I think money spent for whatever their budget is would be a lot better spent on our failing infrastructure, especially in Tuolumne City and other areas where the roads haven't been repaved in a long time. And also, as we continue heading into this recession or depression that we're entering into with these rising interest rates, wasteful expenditures like this is going to be more of a problem for our county. So I think you should look more deeper into this before you keep funding the Air Pollution Control Board. I don't think it's a necessary thing for this county. I really think you guys need to be focusing on your roads, your protecting us from fires and water and basically necessary services instead of an air pollution control board. So just wanted to make a quick note of that, and I'll talk about the other thing when that comes up.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? All right. And we do have Zoom.
Hi again. I wanted to find out, is the adopting the universal resolution designating the county administrator, assistant county administrator as part of the agents for grants received through the California Office of Emergency part of these? Can I comment on that now?
Yes.
Okay, so my concern at first glance is, can you explain what adopting a universal resolution means exactly? To me, it appears as there's a lot of power being given to a couple of county administrators to receive grants for 3 consecutive years from, among other agencies, Homeland Security, in other words, FEMA, in which some people have referred to be the most powerful agency of the federal government. It is not an elected body. It does not involve itself in public disclosures. This agency has the power to suspend laws, move entire populations, arrest and detain citizens without a warrant, and hold them without trial. It can seize property, food supplies, transportation systems through executive orders that are already in place. Why would we want to have more strings attached to an increasingly tyrannical and corrupt federal government that is more concerned with controlling and taking our freedom away than protecting us from a natural disaster or some other crisis? It is obvious that the infrastructure is being set up for the next lockdown. It is called the climate lockdown, which has been in the works by the World Economic Forum and the UN for a while now. And just yesterday, Oxfordshire County in England, in the UK, announced that the residents would not be allowed to go outside of the designated district, and they will have to ask their city council for permission to get out of the district. The so-called 15-minute city initiative is not starting just in Oxford, but also in Bogota, Brisbane, Melbourne, Barcelona, Paris, and Buenos Aires. We already know that the president passed the Climate Emergency Act of 2021. I asked the board to not partner with any of these federal agencies and to push back against manipulating government strings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Maria. Is there any other public comment on Zoom? No. Okay. All right. I did ask. So let's vote on the consent calendar excluding item number 4. So I will look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
First by Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 And passes 5-0. Okay, Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 4 real quick?
You love to hear me read.
Huh? Yeah.
You love to hear me read. Item number 4, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to add Chapter 8.14 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding hazardous vegetation management and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Sections 15301, 15304, 15307, 15308, and 15269 B and C.
And no need to present. So I'm very cognizant that we have a very full agenda. We have a 9:30 that we're already late for. So when I called for any item to be pulled and nobody wanted 4 as well, I assume I'm in the minority, but I have to give it one last ditch effort. So the vegetation ordinance in a nutshell has come a long way. I haven't been able to sit on it like Supervisor Campbell and some others, which I really appreciate because it's been a lot. You guys have spent a lot of time. But over the course of the discussion, it's changed quite a bit. And at the last meeting, I think the final straw that I heard that a lot of people were very contentious about was this idea that we might be pitting neighbors against neighbors to do vegetation work for that defensible space. So at the last meeting, I want to make it really clear. At the last meeting, I requested that we take a liability piece out of property owners, meaning if property owner wanted to come onto my property and they wanted to do the vegetation portion, the clearance, that I would not be liable and vice versa. That was something I requested and something that it sounded like we might come up with some sort of document, but it wasn't part of the ordinance. But post that meeting, gave it more thought, spoke with some people, and something that I brought up to county council and OES was this idea of a right of entry legal agreement, which is different from the previous idea. But what the right of legal entry agreement, from my understanding, is if, and I'm just going to give you this example so that it's clear as mud as far as what I'm requesting. If you own a piece of property, 20 acres, and you got 10 homes that butt up against that 20-acre piece of property, and you have property owners who basically need to get that extra 10, 20, 30, 40 feet to get that defensible space for the 100 feet from their structure. Instead of me being required to create that vegetation clearance, it would, the right of entry legal agreement would give the neighbor the ability to come onto my property and do the clearance. If they chose not to, then I, as a property owner, would be exempt from the ordinance because I have given them the ability to do that defensible space on their own. If they choose not to do that, if I've given them that option, if they're pushing for it and they've been given that option and they don't choose it, then again, I'm exempt. So hopefully I'm clear as to what I'm asking. Basically, this takes away the idea that neighbors can be against neighbors, because if you want your defensible space and I don't think it's reasonable, then this gives you the option to come on my property and do it. And if not, then the ordinance doesn't apply to me. So hopefully I'm clear. It would require a change to the ordinance. It would require a new first reading. But as we've been through this discussion, I think it would potentially be a lot easier to do this up front than to maybe, I think there's gonna be a bunch of neighbors against neighbors, and then I do think that this might come back at a future date. So I'm just trying to get ahead of it. That's where my mind's at. If there's support for that idea, then that's why I'm bringing it up. If there's not, again, we can have a discussion, but hopefully my example's clear. If anybody else, if legal wants to clarify anything I'm saying. But if there's support for it, then that's what I would request. If there's not, then so be it. But I wanted to give it one last ditch effort to remove that issue. So.
One question that I have, Supervisor Kirk, I guess it's a question for staff, is, and thank you for the idea. We did talk about this in the last discussion, and so I just wanted to go over again to staff. Is there anything about the ordinance as it stands now that prevents us from developing a document like that? So we can still do what you're talking about without having to change the ordinance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The county would still have the option to do that. We obviously want to be careful in how we develop that, any potential agreement for public use, and that would be separate from the ordinance. It would be a completely optional, voluntary thing that public property owners could do. Okay. The ordinance as written doesn't have any specific language or reference to any agreement between neighbors.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that this would not be something that we would ordinarily put in an ordinance code. So it would be a separate document anyway. Is my understanding correct?
Correct. It's nothing we've seen in any other order.
Right. Okay.
I just wanted to voice support for that. I think generally we have a similar concern, as the people that benefit should be the ones that are paying for it or doing that. And we talked about similar things. Can we just allow them to enter the property? Didn't want to pull it because we had done a vote, second reading. I wanted to ask the staff, as far as having a form like that, I know that was just discussion, but to clear up, was direction received from the board that that's something we would like to have? I know we discussed at the board specifically not just the encroachment, the right to entry, but also the indemnification, and having a default contract that people can be able to fill out. We could use Civic Plus or whatever to make it as easy and legally permissible as possible.
There are other counties that are using agreements that they just simply give as a template between the property owners. They don't engage, they don't manage it, they aren't responsible for the agreement. It's not in the ordinance, they simply give it as an example to use, and that's what other counties have been doing.
So I guess what would clear up is if direction was received and that is going to be implemented with it, it's fine.
After the ordinance is approved.
I understand it doesn't need to be in the ordinance there, but that's just the reaffirmation I needed to, the affirmation I needed to hear on that.
And I do want to be clear, I don't want there to be any misconceptions that we still need to, there are some aspects of that we would still need to explore. So we're not, at this point, committing to providing a county-developed template, but it's something that staff is committing to continue to explore.
So I'll just weigh in as well. Yeah, I believe we gave pretty clear direction during the last discussions we had here. I'm not against developing up this form by any means. I think it could resolve some concerns, between the neighbors. Especially they're worried about liabilities, right? If somebody comes on to you, you say, yeah, you can come on my property and cut, and somebody, slices a chainsaw into their leg, they don't want to be, held accountable to that. So, but it was also my clear understanding that we were going to do this outside of the ordinance.
Just on Cody's comments there, because it sounds like, yes, we have direction, we're going to do it, but also we might not.
We have direction to explore the possibility. What I'm trying to articulate is that we don't know exactly what that might look like, and we don't know. We have to coordinate with the risk manager. County Counsel's office would continue to look at that.
Could we say that it would come back as an item before the board then of the findings on that then, if and then we can review that recommendation?
If it were required to come to the board, at the previous meeting, we discussed that this would be an item that staff would work on and would not need to come back to the board.
Right.
But we would work with the county administrator's office and kind of.
I just don't want it to be something that gets passed and then in a few months it's explored, but it doesn't necessarily come back to kind of review that, and so it dies a quiet death as an idea, right?
Yes, and your board could exercise its procedures to request that this item come back before the board, and we could address it that way if it's taking longer than any particular supervisor might like.
All right, I will say my last comment until public comment. Is there any public comment real quick on this item?
Okay, so I talked a little bit about this vegetation ordinance before, and I would just like to reiterate that it's completely unethical. It goes against our constitutional rights. It's attack against homeowners' rights, property rights, and that's a fundamental right enshrined to us by God. And I think it's pretty wrong that you're even considering voting for a vegetation ordinance, basically where you can dictate to somebody whether or not they have to cut their grass or not. And do you look at the implications too for people who can't afford a lawnmower or basic equipment, or can't afford somebody to go and pay and cut their grass for them? Because if they're not able to pay these fines, then the property reverts to the county, usually because you put a lien on the property. So I find this to be wrong. It's morally wrong, and I think you all need to vote 5-0 against it. Unfortunately, I think you guys will probably vote 5-0 in favor of it. And I don't think you guys should change it, because I don't think these changes are really going to change the actual document itself. I think you just need to vote 5-0 against this, because it's just, you really start losing your fundamental rights when the government can dictate, whether you need to cut your grass or not. And then there's even people who can even come on your property to cut your grass. It used to be America where you could put a no trespassing sign and at least hope that nobody could come on your property. But now a nosy neighbor can come onto your property and cut your grass for you. So I think this is completely wrong. And I think this is also making our county into a bad HOA horror story. And the people who don't live in a HOA chose not to, because they bought that property. And in an HOA, basically your neighbors rat on you. They say, you need to do this. You need to paint your house green, or you need to paint it pink the next day. And then the HOA can do really bad things to you. So the people who didn't choose to live in an HOA community in this county, I think, should have the right to not be part of this. I don't think this ordinance is legal. I think it should be stopped right now. Because if it's not, it's really just, affront to our basic human rights. So that's all I want to say. And another thing, one last thing I want to say is that your vegetation ordinance doesn't apply to county-owned land. So, okay, so us, the little people, the regular people, we have to be fined and forced to cut our grass, but then the county doesn't have to. Isn't that the very definition of an oxymoron? At least if you pass something, you'd think you'd make it for you guys as well. But apparently, that basic logic does not happen anymore in this county with our Board of Supervisors. But I think it should. It's basic logic in that alone. So that's what I wanted to do as my ending note. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment there? We got one in the room too.
Good morning, Barry Rudolph. I missed part of the comments, but I think I got the gist of it. I fully support what you're trying to do here. This is exactly what needs to be done, which will prevent neighbors from being pitting against each other. It will incentivize the process, puts the cost exactly where it needs to be. And I think you'll find that you'll accomplish a lot more clearance and compliance through this process than previous. So I encourage the county council to produce the forms and bring them forward to the board so you can look at them and act on them. And this is very consistent with what we did during my employment, is to resolve these problems case by case, but also successfully. So hats off to wherever that came from. I missed the first part of it, but I think I got the gist of it. Thank you.
Hello again. It's John Flynn, your political watchdog. To comment with Alex, you got a little upset there, and you're trying to. People should clear out their property on the vegetation, but a lot of people don't have the monies for that, and I think you should contract out Alley Tree Service or Nate's Tree Service or Carruthers Tree Service up in Groveland, and give the money to them, and then they'll contract it out and do free clearing and clear it out for all the property owners, seniors, and anybody else on a fixed income, and cut the trees down. But give the money to them, not government getting involved too much. And so anyways, to Alex, I just want to say there's a, in regarding, it's a U.S. Supreme Court ruling, 1983, in regarding Self versus Ray, 61, it's just part of the 1983. The common law is the real law. The codes, rules, regulations, policies, and statutes are not the law. They are the law of government for internal regulations, not the law of man in his separate but equal station and natural state, a sovereign, foreign with respect to government. Free Americans are not subject to corporate law. Then you have Clearfield Trust Company versus United States, 318 U.S. 363-371, 1942, could be 43 as well. Clearfield Doctrine. Government descends to the level of mere private corporation and take on the characteristics of a mere private citizen, where private corporation, commercial paper, Federal Reserve notes, and securities checks is concerned for the purpose of suits, such as corporations and individuals are regarded as entities entirely separate from government. Government is telling you they are a corporation, but they are really a municipal corporation. They cannot go against the people. They can only go after the entities of businesses that are doing business with them. They cannot go after private citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Baker from Columbia. I brought my dead horse to beat it some more. 4291 says that the building owner is responsible for clearing for their property. It can be extended by the county onto the neighbor's property, and they cannot enter to their neighbor's property without permission. if your neighbor gives you permission to go on their property and clear it, it appears that the state law says you are responsible to do so, just as you're responsible for doing it on your own property. For the county to not look at that as a gift, that structure of the state law that says, here's what you guys should do it, seems short-sighted to me. The process that you're doing is taking something that is compliance with state law and putting it into county ordinance as kind of a funnel towards code compliance. Code compliance is not something that the county wants to encourage. Code compliance is expensive. It's a difficult job for the people that do it, and it winds up going to the attorneys. And the county attorneys are not something you want to create work for. It's just the wrong way to approach it. I had another point, it's gone. Anyway, take what you're given, work with it, create this agreement so that the neighboring property owner gives them permission to come on the property. They can go do so. You could make it nuanced to the point of, I'm comfortable with you mowing on my property. I'm not comfortable with you using a chainsaw on my property. These are the permissions that you have to come onto my property and maintain your defensible space. I'll do the rest. But anything that isn't granted permission certainly can go into a county ordinance and be something that the neighbor is required to do. They're not allowing the building owner onto their property to do it. So I've never understood why that's a difficult thing. The other thing I wanted to point out was way back in this process, it was the idea of building owners on adjacent properties was removed from this. So my question is, if you create this more amenable process, can you bring the adjacent building owners into this, create your GIS coverage of where this applies, and make your ordinance more effective at actually creating the space that you want? I'm not sure if that's completely clear, but now it only applies to a building owner and a vacant property.
Sorry, sir. 3 minutes up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. Any other in the room? One more.
Hello, Craig Conklin. In my career with CAL FIRE, I probably administered, either myself or administered hundreds of defensible space inspections when I was working. Generally, I have to acknowledge that there was a problem sometimes with setback, homes that were located too close to a neighbor's property. But in almost all of those cases where the owner was concerned, they would offer, I'd do the clearing myself if I could just do it. If they just let me, if I could just do the clearing. That was very predominant. Almost every case where the landowner was serious about clearing his land, they'd make that offer. But we couldn't do anything about it. We don't have that right to do that. BLM did have an agreement to enter on their land, so the landowner could actually clear federal lands. The other case that we would encounter is the one that Anaya described earlier, where that landowner really didn't care about clearing. He just wanted revenge on that neighbor for some reason or another. And you get out there and do the inspection, and you get the story from them. Oh, well, they parked their cars out there, or they've let their land be a mess, or their fence is in the wrong place. And then you've got that neighbor against neighbor. The ones who are serious about it would be willing to clear the land on their adjacent property, if they had that vehicle. So I urge the board to consider that. That could avoid a lot of problems later on with neighbor versus neighbor. Thank you.
Hello, Bill Selden, Columbia. I swore I wouldn't get up here and do this again, but I guess I need to. So Ms. Half wrote a great document with regards to the state of California trying to oppose their directions on the counties for turnarounds, wide roads, all that sort of thing. And it was in reference, Ms. Half's document from what I read, development, it's going to kill development. Well, I would hope the direction would go straight to the to the planning department that no one will build any development next to a piece of property that some big landowner has to take care of because somebody put a development next to his land. So I hope you would kill that until you can get that figured out. And by the way, I bought a chainsaw from Mr. Goldenberg. He probably doesn't remember me, but I remember him saying he doesn't need it anymore because he lives in an HOA and somebody else takes care of his problem for him. So this is kind of mixed up. Spend a little more time on it, I hope. Thanks.
I'll just correct that. I still have my chainsaw. So,
So I would just like to say that, that based on your own interaction today, that this thing is clearly not ready for the light of day. So just the discussions that you were having show that it's not, all the details aren't worked out yet. So how can you vote on it today saying that, oh, well, we'll just fix it all later? Because there's no guarantee that that's gonna happen. So I would suggest that let's either put this off or vote no on it today. And secondly, it just seems like it's opening a big can of worms. The one gentleman who came up and was talking about like code compliance and enforcement. I think it opens the county to liability. If you're going out there trying to enforce something that doesn't have all the details worked out, can't you be sued for allowing one person to go on another person's property and potentially damaging that property if they don't do it? I mean, are these details worked out where, okay, you're gonna be allowed to come on my property and, you know, trim the trees 6 feet up, weed eat, and do some brush clearing, versus some guy who decides he's gonna go out there with a bulldozer and just clear a big old swath? You know, there's a lot of details and a lot of back and forth that's gonna have to take place between the two individual landowners to make sure that, that both of them are being accommodated. And I don't know, maybe there is some of that accommodation in the document that you were referring to, but if not, there needs to be, because that's, again, you got all kinds of problems between landowners then as to how this is gonna actually take place. Not to mention that, you know, fire clearance isn't just a one-time thing. It's not like they're just gonna go out there, you know, 1 year and then it's done. No, it's just like an ongoing, every year you've got to be engaged in your property and the appropriate amount of clearance. And so are the neighboring people going to engage in that every year? Do we need a new agreement every year between each of those people? Or is this agreement, you know, some sort of paperwork that we've arranged gonna apply towards every year? I mean, these are details that I would think need to be worked out. Otherwise, the county is gonna end up in litigation, I would think, if they make this an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any on Zoom? Yeah. One on Zoom and then we'll return to the board.
Thank you. Yes, I totally agree with the gentleman who just spoke and the one before that. First of all, this ordinance should have never passed to begin with. It does not make any sense. There's no common sense why a vacant lot owner should have to provide at his or her expense 100 feet fire clearance around a neighbor's home or structure. It's another attack against property rights, and it would be also creating, like the other gentleman just talked about, more disputes among neighbors. There's already, you know, I work in the real estate field, and I see how people always have disagreements on property boundaries and easements. It's very common in Tuolumne County. These will just add more fuel to the fire, and you know, we're all going to be on the hook with when the litigations start coming up because of this. Taxpayers are going to have to pay for that litigation that the county is going to be involved. So it really needs to, you guys need to go back to the table and really rethink this whole thing. I wasn't even aware that, I mean, I know it's unconstitutional, but it even goes against state law, according to the other guy that just spoke. So anyway, I really, really hope that you can finally have some common sense, at least on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. I'm gonna lead real quick. I wanna make it clear, like I said at the beginning, the last veg meeting, we were talking about an exemption of liability form. What I'm suggesting is a right of entry legal agreement form. In the details, I'm just gonna read this, and my motion would be to return the vegetation ordinance to include a right of entry legal agreement, and we can change the words, but this is the gist of it. The county creates a right of entry legal agreement. Once signed, allows a homeowner to enter a neighboring vacant lot and clear vegetation or to hire a contractor to do so. The agreement is only good for clearing vegetation according to CAL FIRE standards. Maybe there will be some restrictions like, not cutting a tree that's more than 6 feet in diameter unless explicitly called out. The agreement does not allow entry for any other reason. The vacant lot hold is held harmless from any liability when the neighbor or contractor is working on the vacant lot. There's a specific time window basically to avoid clearing during peak fire season. If there are any improvements to the vacant lot, such as fences, the homeowner's neighbor is liable for any damage. And then finally, this is the heart of it, and it does cover liability, but the heart of it is the vacant lot owners are not required to offer this to their neighbor. If the lot owner does not offer it, then the responsibility stays with the vacant lot owner. If the lot owner offers it to the neighbor, then responsibility transfers automatically to the neighboring homeowner. So that's it in a nutshell. That would be my motion. So I will look for a second.
I'll second.
So first by,
I'd like to make a comment before we vote on that.
sure.
All that you list is great. However, it's procedural. We don't put procedures in ordinance codes. So
Okay.
I suggest we continue to approve the ordinance code. We won't establish any kind of enforcement because we're going to do, for at least the first year, if not the first 2 years, we're going to do education. We're going to go out with the code folks and educate people on what it looks like. We're going to have brochures that are not part of the ordinance code. So all this will be worked out after the fact. We won't start enforcement until long after all of these details are worked out. So in principle, I agree with you, but
Well, then,
it doesn't need to
change it a
be
little
in
bit,
the ordinance
because I
code.
did give some, what was the word you used? Procedural.
Procedural.
So the procedural was an example. My motion would be to include a right of entry legal agreement, which also includes exemption of liability.
So that's procedural also.
No, because like we heard today, we don't even know that form that we're possibly potentially discussing that might come back at a future date was about liability. This is about right of entry.
Yes, and that's still procedural. You wouldn't put that in an ordinance code.
So say many of these things may not be common practice currently to add to operations, but it absolutely could be within an ordinance code if that's something you wanted to have more firm than a kind of standing policy.
Hold on, and I do have, this is from legal. It is possible to modify the ordinance to allow a neighbor to request access to the vacant lot to perform hazardous vegetation removal and or have the vacant lot owner ask the neighbor to perform work and then show evidence that the neighbor refused to do so. So it is possible to put in an ordinance. So that's my request.
I would just say possible doesn't necessarily mean right. Or
Doesn't mean right, doesn't mean you have
practice.
to.
I would say that what you're talking about, I would agree with Supervisor Half that it is procedural. Okay. And the problem there is that if there are changes to state law, state contracting code, anything related to community development, we would then have to revise the entire ordinance rather than leave it up to the agencies enforcing it. For example, I wouldn't want to include any kind of contract in there without the fire chief having a say in it. And I think that will come. But I think the issue's been a little bit confused. What we're looking at with the ordinance right now is whether or not we believe that our county would benefit from having a vegetation ordinance similar to what already exists with state law for 4291, Public Resources Code, to extend something like that to unimproved parcels and rights of way on driveways and that kind of thing. And to me, that's what we're voting on. That's what we're deciding. The details about how to do that and how to negotiate between property owners, I think needs to be left to the fire chief, county council, OES, the people that are professional at this. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on TV sometimes. And I don't feel, I wouldn't feel comfortable here on the dais developing that document to include in the actual ordinance, because those types of rules change constantly. And so there needs to be a level of flexibility in that. Now, I think everybody on the board and agrees with the concept that you're talking about. And to me, that is more than enough to say that county council and staff are going to take that to heart and actually do something about it, and then come back to us with the
Chairman.
ideas.
So,
Can
hold on, I haven't had a
Okay.
chance to weigh in here, right? Everybody else has. So, we've been working on this a long time. Supervisor Half made some very good points. Supervisor Campbell, just reinforced that. We're looking to county council to, work on this. And I don't think that any of us are in disagreement that we do not want this type of right of entry form. But it's not the place to do it within the ordinance. And so we can have further discussion, we can call for a vote, or I'll make a counter motion.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to speak to is I guess further reducing it today. We are approving or not approving the second reading. We can either vote to approve it, or we can send it back to committee with recommendations for that. We could discuss this at length. I don't think it's that we haven't discussed it. It's that we don't all agree, and it is a product of compromise. So I wanted you pulled the item.
Sure.
If you want to make a motion, we do a vote,
So
and we'll see how it goes.
And I did do a motion in without all the, what's the word?
Okay,
you
so
said?
I'll make a,
The comments. I would make a motion that we return the item with a right of entry legal agreement, which also includes exemption of liability, and return it for first reading with that
That's the
verbiage.
same one you made before.
Yes, that's my motion.
And you seconded that.
Yeah, is that a fine?
I'd like to
motion?
make a counter motion that we accept the ordinance as written, and that the statements that we all pretty much agreed to here about the procedures be worked on, and we, as a board, get some notice about how that ends up. We don't want to be left in the dark regarding the procedural aspects, both of them that Anaya mentioned.
and I'll
I just
second the
wanna-
counter motion.
I want to make sure that you add to that motion that you're waiving the second reading.
We are
because
waiving the
that's
second
left out
reading.
of the recommendation.
Thank you.
And
And
correct,
so-
and I'll second that.
So I have a first by Half, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any abstain?
Abstain.
Abstain. So it passes 3-0, or 3-0 with Supervisor Brandon and Kirk abstaining. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry to have done that to you. Sometimes you don't get it right the first once or two times, but I appreciate you guys having the conversation, and I look forward to seeing something return later. Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break, 6-minute break. We'll return at 10:40 for our 9 o'clock appointment. Thank you guys for being patient.
I don't have to read the resolution. We can maybe skip.
Which one is that? That one's Very motherly.
Okay. Item number 17, consideration of adopting resolution 128-22, recognizing December 6, 2022 as Miners Day in Tuolumne County.
And I should have waited for Supervisor Brandon because this is his item. Brandon. He's coming. I thought he was in the crowd. Sorry, Brandon. Sorry.
Hard for us to walk the hallways.
All right. All right. Yeah, take it away. She just read it.
Great, thank you. Apologies for the delay. I was saying it sometimes hard to walk through hallways with a lot of people that want to talk about a lot of important issues today. One thing I wanted to be able to present today is something that many folks know, but special to, I think, in particular District 5 and the Columbia area, has been the history of mining within the county. Miners Day is recognized by Senate Resolution, Federal Government 337, as December 6th of the year. Recognizing the history and economic value today of what the mining industry brings in. And many of you know, of course, we have Blue Mountain Mineral in the audience as well, a huge employer that offers great career jobs and has been steadfast to the Columbia community and the county for a long time. Many of you probably driven on all the roads, all the road base there is going to be coming out, and very proud producer of high quality limestone and dolomite products. But also, even today, and not just in our history of gold mining and prospecting that helped to establish much of the communities that we know today and love, we today also have the Tuolumne Mining District, and there are many hundreds of various mining claims and active miners within the community that carry on that tradition. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud to serve on the Board of Mining District. I want to invite really quick, and I did promise it'd be very quick, if you'd like George, if you wanted to come up to the podium. And I want to introduce, thank you, George Van Buskirk. He is the president, I think that's the appropriate title, right? Yes. President of the Tuolumne Mining District. We have a resolution here with other things, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about what it is and maybe a minute on that as well, since we're a little behind.
Yeah, so the mining district has always been in existence. Only after World War II did the mining district go unstaffed. So 7 years ago, we reactivated the mining district. I represent 468 gold miners, and that equals about the number of claims that are still in Tuolumne County. Right now, we do mostly deal with issues that miners have with each other, which is they're still claim jumping and filing over the top of each other, and we're trying to put an end to all that. Our biggest problem now with all our mining claims is people trespassing, breaking into the mines, stealing our equipment, and dumping trash everywhere. On my claim alone, BLM came and cleaned it up. They took 5 dump truck loads of garbage out of there. And we closed down a meth lab too that was there. So that's what the mining district does. And we continue to grow, and I'm really happy with it.
I appreciate that. And some background too, many of these issues are places that don't necessarily have another home to be resolved. They're highly technical. They're sometimes conflicting different systems. And I appreciate the work that you do and also the work that Blue Mountain Mineral does. I'm going to say if anybody does a lobby visit down to the state capitol or goes and stays in some of the historic Bay Area and Sacramento buildings, many of that marble that is in those structures actually came from Columbia and was shipped out to build that. Much of the material and the gold obviously came out of this area as well. So since 1994, Blue Mountain Minerals has been an amazing community partner, and since reestablishment, Tuolumne Mining District has been hugely helpful in, I think, organizing independent miners and continuing that tradition, that history that helped found this area.
So this is the most common gold found in Tuolumne County. You want to guess what it is?
Pyrite?
Fool's gold.
So with that, Mr. Chairman,
Awesome.
I'd like to return it to you.
All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment if there's any on this item. Not seeing any. Oh, we got one. Come on up.
I'm John Sokowski with Blue Mountain Minerals, and we mine the other gold, the white gold. And we supply industries all over the whole state, all the way up and down the valley. Our product goes into soil additives, goes into the poultry industry, goes into the beef industry, it goes into the glass industry, it goes into building industries. And we're just proud that you're being recognizing. And this year we had a Miner of the Year election at our plant. And it was an anonymous one, and it was very interesting. It was a three-way tie. One gentleman from the maintenance department has been with us 35 years. Another individual has been from the quarry or the pit, has been with us 29 years. And then a youngster from the production department has been with us 17 years. So we're a large employer, and we're proud of our employees. And when they usually come, they don't leave. So we have people, 3 people are retiring in January. I'm losing 81 years of experience. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Any other public comment? Any on Zoom? Okay, go ahead on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Yes. Well, I think that's right. You guys are recognizing Miners Day. I think it's a tradition that deserves to be remembered. And Blue Mountain Minerals obviously is an employer, but I think you guys need to set your priorities straight. Having resolutions on remembering everything that might not be the best use of your time, because there's a lot of things at stake that we are dealing with at the moment that you guys are really missing the ball and need to be working on. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments before we look for a motion. Any comments over here? Comments over here?
Just a brief comment. It's obviously, historically, mining's been an incredibly important part of the history in Tuolumne County. So I'm glad to see the resolution and support it fully.
All right, and I'll just say publicly to John, a lot of folks may not know, but the Tuolumne Safe project that we worked on a few years ago with Mount Provo Road to make that entire community completely fire safe, they owe a debt of gratitude to John and Blue Mountain Minerals because they donated all that rock. So they are a huge community partner. And if Ponderosa went up in flames, I'm sure the community would like to hear that brought before the board and be thankful that we provided an escape route. So thank you, John. Thank you, Blue Mountain Minerals. With that being said, I will look for a motion.
So with that, I'd like to motion to approve of resolution. Oh, got to pull up the number there. A motion to approve of the resolution.
All right, first by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second.
And a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And resolution passes 5-0. Thank you, Blue Mountain Minerals, and thank you guys for being here today. Appreciate it. All right, now at 10:52, take it away for your 9 o'clock appointment after we read the 9 a.m. appointment.
9:30 a.m.
sorry.
Public Health Tobacco Presentation.
All right, Dr. Kim,
Good morning. Can you hear us?
try again.
The green light's on. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Maybe we do need to move it a little bit. All right. Good morning. We're going to present this morning, myself, Kim Freeman, your health officer, and Katie Johnson, our public health program supervisor, is going to present about tobacco in Tuolumne County. We're going to tell you a little bit about the health effects of tobacco, the program that we lead in Tuolumne County, and the next steps. So tobacco products contain nicotine, even if labeled tobacco-free, listed here. Cigarettes and cigars, that's pretty easy. E-cigarettes and vapes, we get that too. Smokeless and chew, yep. And then flavors as well. Those can be cross-country cutting, and a lot of things can be flavored and labeled tobacco-free, even though they can have within them the nicotine, which is the addictive substance. Unfortunately, tobacco remains the leading cause of preventable disease and death in the United States. In 2020, worldwide, over 8 million people died of tobacco-related diseases. This includes 1.2 million due to secondhand smoke. In the United States, we had almost 500,000 deaths that year, about 20% of all deaths related to tobacco diseases. Unfortunately, many of the deaths are in disadvantaged populations. Tobacco versus other causes of disease, just to put this in some perspective. We've spent a lot of time in the last few years on COVID. In almost 3 years, COVID has killed 6.6 million people. 8 million people die annually due to tobacco worldwide. In the United States in 2020, the top killer was cardiovascular disease, second cancer, and third was COVID, with the numbers you see there. If tobacco had gotten its own label in the CDC deaths, it would have been number 3 at 480,000.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what our local rates are and what they look like. So for adults, we have these estimates presented here from a variety of sources. And what they have in common across all product types is that they are higher than the state average. So while California overall tends to have lower rates than many places in the country, we in Tuolumne County unfortunately do not. So about 15 up to 15% by some estimates of adults do still smoke in the county. It's probably around 6.1% on vaping. And we know for all tobacco product types altogether, which would include chew, the rate's more like 18.3% in our region. So these rates are very high for adults, and that is concerning. But also what we in our program are particularly concerned with are the youth rates that we see locally. We know that approximately 1,600 youth try their first tobacco product every day. Many of them do become addicted very quickly and are then addicted for life. In our region, we do find again that about 11.2% of youth use some form of tobacco product. So that'd be smoking, vaping, all of those product types. For smoking in particular, and this is some of our most reliable data we have on this is from the California Healthy Kids Survey. We can see Tuolumne County is the lighter bars here, and California as a whole is the darker bars. We start out with low smoking rates. This is only 2% 7th grade, 4% 9th grade, 5% 11th grade. It's still too high in my opinion, but relatively low percentage-wise. When we get into vaping, the rates do go up, and by 11th grade, about 21% of youth are vaping. What's concerning is if you look at these trends across ages, across years, across product types, across many of these indicators, we're on most indicators almost twice as high as the state average. So when we talk about youth vulnerability, some of the issues our local youth face, as I know has been of particular concern to this board, I really think we can't have that conversation without also talking about this huge addiction that many of our youth are facing. Often we are hearing more and more about the colliding crisis of youth mental health and vaping. And they do collide because we know that there are solid links between brain development, mental health, and nicotine use. So there are some really impactful statistics here. The one I really want to highlight is that using nicotine in adolescence may also increase risk for future addiction to other drugs. The changes that a nicotine addiction can have on an adolescent's developing brain can lead to addiction to substances more generally. They also can potentially exacerbate or increase risk for depression, anxiety. And in fact, studies show that quitting nicotine may have as strong an impact on mental health as taking a prescription antidepressant.
So what does this all mean for disease burden? A smoker's health risks include a 200 to 400% increase in stroke risk and cardiovascular disease. If you remember my second slide, cardiovascular disease is the leading killer in the United States. Lung cancer risks increase 25 times in smokers. 90% of all lung cancer deaths are caused by smoking. Smoking causes 80% of COPD deaths, and 1/3 of all cancer deaths across all systems in the body would be eliminated if users quit tobacco. Interestingly, diabetes type 2, which is a significant factor in health and wellness, is increased 30 to 40% just by smoking with no other cause. Some things you might not be aware of is smoking does cause problems with infertility, both in male and female, can affect the sperm, causes pregnancy problems and birth defects, brittle bones, and so therefore more fractures, blindness, gum disease, oral cancer, and tooth loss, inflammatory diseases, and poor immune function. This picture here is an ad in Britain, I think, that is trying to discourage smoking. Secondhand smoke, so people who didn't choose to be smokers, also is very impactful to health. Heart disease, nearly 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease each year, which are caused by secondhand smoke. The risk of heart disease increased 25 to 30% in those who are near smokers and chose not to smoke themselves. Stroke also increased 20 to 30%, more than 8,000 stroke deaths a year due to being a secondhand smoker. And lung cancer increases 20 to 30%. On infants and young children, so people who have really no ability to protect themselves, pregnant smoking during pregnancy, causes 1,000 infant deaths annually nationwide. There's increased risk of low birth weight, increased risk of other health complications, and the brain's regulation of infant breathing is affected by the smoke that they're exposed to, which increases the risk for SIDS. The children who die of SIDS, if they look at the ones who were from smoke homes and the ones that weren't, nicotine is detected at higher levels in the blood of the children who die of SIDS in smoke homes. Other impacts include lots of emergency department visits and sick days from school for bronchitis, pneumonia, ear infections, which usually or often does cause them to need surgeries, which can be very painful and impactful to the children. And there's more asthma in children exposed to smoke, including life-threatening attacks that end up in the emergency department.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more about our program and what we do at Public Health to try to prevent these ultimate outcomes in our county. We are the tobacco control program at the state, and then we're the local branch of that here in the county. Our funding does come from the taxes on tobacco products. So while most of those taxes do not trickle back down, a small portion of them do come back down to prevent tobacco use. So we are trying to work ourselves out of a job effectively in tobacco control. We do not receive direct support from tobacco companies or other commercial interests, and I also want to note that when we speak about tobacco in this presentation and generally, we are always referring to commercial tobacco products which exist to make profit for companies. That is their sole purpose. They harm when used as intended. We are not speaking of the ceremonial or traditional use of the tobacco plant. That is an entirely separate issue. So our program has identified a few key local issues that we focus on quite a bit within our work plan. They include high rates of tobacco use and a youth vaping epidemic, high availability of tobacco products, including flavored products up to this point, environmental impacts, and limited tobacco cessation resources for those who would like to quit. So we did recently, relating to the availability issue, we were tasked with conducting a survey of all of our local tobacco retailers in the county. So this is any stores that sell tobacco. There was just under 60, 57 was our ultimate sample. We did find that products are widely available. I'm not going to dwell on the data on these slides for time purposes, but you have them if you want to look and see what exactly is the most popular. Flavored products do tend to top the availability, menthol cigarettes and little cigarillos, which are commonly flavored. And within those flavors, menthol, mint, fruit, sweet flavors, and then this other category, which is fusion flavors or concept flavors. Those are flavors that are things like jazz. And those we're likely going to see more and more of because they may or may not circumvent restrictions on flavored tobacco products that are likely coming at the state level. Because is a product flavored if it is jazz or not? So. a little bit harder to tell. We also conducted surveys on tobacco signage and waste, so the trash and the cigarette butts that were left in our county parks and sidewalks. We did identify fairly limited signage, and lots of tobacco waste was really ubiquitous, including around the school areas that we surveyed. And we're concerned particularly with this for the environmental impacts. Cigarette butts are the most commonly littered item in the world. They are a source of microplastics. They are not paper, they are plastic. When they decompose, they create microplastic waste that enters our waterways.
So what more could we do? We would advocate for increasing smoke-free zones for community members, especially children, in shared public spaces. Consideration of a tobacco retailer licensing process, which would include, or even separately, merchant education, especially near youth-sensitive areas like the high school. And then increasing investment in our community education and local youth leadership and resiliency training. And Katie's going to talk about EPIC, which is amazing.
Yeah, so on this last bullet, that we are always working to increase our community education and partnerships. In particular, as it relates to youth, we are one of multiple agencies partnering to run the EPIC Youth Coalition, which stands for Empower Peers, Inspire Community. We run it with CNVC, ATCA Yes Partnership, and Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools Office. And we really hope to amplify youth voices and to help create youth leaders that can resist these products, be peer leaders in their communities, and stand up to peer pressure and just generally be models. We also, in our program, aim to provide cessation resources and fill that gap as much as possible. We are limited in terms of what we can offer just with our time and scope, but we do have available always free to the public quick kits to help stop using tobacco and also support oral health and hygiene while doing it. We have printed educational materials for individuals, organizations. We try to distribute them to medical and dental partners. And we host events like Quit Tobacco Day recently downtown. We partnered with Blue Zones for that. And all of these referrals currently go to our free state resource, which is called Kick It California. And it is available as free telephone counseling, text programs, chat programs, really any way a user might want to interface. They can access free research-based cessation services. And then finally, community education is a huge part of what we do. I have some pictures here from community education, including our recent Red Ribbon Week activities in schools. We helped organize and partner with many local agencies. Particular shout out to CHP, was a wonderful law enforcement partner for Red Ribbon Week this year, as well as Blue Zones, Superintendent of Schools, Matheson Memorial Clinic, and CNVC. We all came together to provide comprehensive substance use prevention education to the large majority of ninth graders in the county, and then in a lesser way to many of the middle schoolers as well. One last note, we're always available for presentations. If anyone listening would like more information on this topic, community groups, schools, parents, I'm happy to come speak.
So in summary, tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death, and so therefore something public health should be working on. There is no safe level of smoke, and unfortunately second and third hand smoke, especially the victims that are children, causes serious disease. Our tobacco program with Tuolumne County is preventing the starting of the smoking, but also helping start quitting, very important. Other steps that can improve local health, more smoke-free spaces, and possibly a TRL to help with smoking cessation and law enforcement. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Doctor, for that presentation. I'm going to do something a little different just based on time. I'm going to open it up to public comment first, and I'll bring it back to the board for any questions and comments. So is there any public comment on this item? All right, not seeing any. Is there any Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back. Is there any questions and comments? I'll start with Supervisor Brandon.
I don't have any questions. Just thank you. I think everybody shares the desire to ensure, especially for youth, that they're not getting access to tobacco products. With that, I know that there's, Assembly Bill 793 and the proposition on the ballot it's controversial when it comes to an adult using. Same point, everybody deserves to make an informed decision on that, and keeping it out of the hands of kids is exceptionally important. So thank you for all the work that you're doing with it, and I appreciate it.
Supervisor Huff?
Hi, yeah, no, I don't have any questions, just thank you for the presentation. I hope, I'm sorry that so many people have had to stay to hear their agenda item, but by the same token, I'm really glad that so many people are here to hear your message. So thank you for providing it. I was going to have a comment about, I didn't hear blue zones, but at the end of the presentation, you did mention them. And I think it's the blending of all of the different organizations that are interested in pushing this forward that's going to do the trick. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, and ditto those comments. I was kind of thinking the same thing. I was like, geez, I'm glad everybody's here to hear this. But yeah, I remember, going back 25 years or more, this effort to get kids to stop smoking. And it seemed like as soon as that effort started to be successful, the tobacco industry found new ways to get to kids. And so now we're kind of adjusting to that. And so it just shows that this is kind of a never-ending whack-a-mole kind of process. And so the fact that you're staying on top of it and that we are getting that information out there, I think is really important, because, there's always going to be something. So thank you.
Thanks.
So I'll make a couple of comments here. I was a long-term smoker, 20 years. I quit for 5 years and then started again. And I was in between, there was a number of years, and then I quit again for 3 years. And then I finally quit 2006, so 16 years ago. And I've been tobacco-free, since then. I look at our youth, and the vaping is obviously an attraction. What I see quite a bit of here in Tuolumne County is also chew. And unfortunately, I've seen cases where parents have not been discouraging the chew, at times. And that can have disastrous effects and mouth and throat cancers and, very ugly. So just, when I was smoking, I did it even while I was on the wildland fires. Go figure, right? I'm breathing a lot of smoke, and then I climb up a hill and light up a cigarette. How stupid was that? So anyways, appreciate your efforts. Keep working forward on our youth and educating them and getting them to make those decisions that they need to make themselves, right? These are young adults, and if we give them the right information, hopefully they'll make the right decisions. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question, a couple comments. My only question would be, I know this is specific to tobacco because there's tobacco funding, but cannabis is also a big part of the discussion. So maybe in the future have some info on cannabis someday. I don't know if we could tie it in with tobacco. What stood out to me real quick is the using nicotine in adolescents may also increase the use or the risk of future addiction to other drugs. It's pretty interesting because people say cannabis and smoking aren't gateway drugs, but the providers of those drugs don't say that, but the doctors and the research says they are gateway drugs and they do affect the brain. And it's so frustrating. I sat in on a CARES Act or on a CARES court thing last week, and a big part of the homeless situation is the mentally, the mental element of the homeless. And you talk about schizophrenia and other mental diseases, and it's crazy to me because if you track a lot of that back, like certain drug uses can create schizophrenia onsets. And it's like we're in California where we're pumping out drugs and we're pumping out this idea that we are creating problems here and then on the back end trying to solve problems that I believe you will never solve unless you do a 40-year plan starting with babies and moving forward. So don't get me started on that. And then I think, Oh, the other thing I highlight here, it says, what next steps? What more could we do? It says, consider tobacco retailer licensing. Can we do that? So why don't we do that? But I guess in theory, it'd make it harder, right, to sell tobacco? So
Yes.
I think that would be a good thing. Less tobacco on the streets, less kids smoking it, maybe. And then thank you guys for the education. One thing that I've learned from you guys and from other folks is how naive so many of our youth are when it comes to vaping, when it comes to tobacco. They have no idea the effects on the brain or their development and when they do, it's shocking. And I have a friend who's a teacher at Somerville, and it's like the kids are looking at, lights. Like, what? That's doing that to my body? And to your point, that the tobacco industry has figured out new ways to do this. Look at cannabis, look at vaping, look at all the pop products that are chewies and gummies, and I mean, so they have now found another door, and it's through that. So thank you for this information. Thank you for continuing to educate our kids, and if there's something we can do to help consider tobacco retailer licensing, I think that would be a good thing. We do that for cannabis products, so I think this is appropriate. And from my understanding, because people will say cannabis has some medical benefits, which I've seen from Israel studies and the way they dissect cannabis, according to the summary, there is no safe level of smoke. So we don't have that argument for cigarettes. So if we can make it a little harder in Tuolumne County to get it, then I would support that. All right.
Yeah, just brief
We already did
responses.
that.
Your board does have the ability to enact a TRL. Many jurisdictions in California have done so, and it is a key way that they have chosen to regulate tobacco sales in the county. It's quite common. If you are interested, we have model policies. There's a calculator to help establish it. There's lots of support out there for that.
I'll look to my left and right for thumbs if that's something we might want to entertain.
Maybe the details on that matter, man.
It's not on the agenda.
People should have the right to make an informed decision, but I'd have to know more details about that because at the end of the day,
More details.
free business makes more sense.
So I'm looking for more details, if you could bring that back for more details and have that conversation.
Sure.
Cool.
Absolutely.
And I'm big on, I don't like government regulating crap either, but if this is just killing people and it's worse than COVID and we're closing down your life and taking your business and shutting you down, let's have a conversation about something that's killing people way more every year, and I'd be fine with regulating that crap. So, all right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to jump into our first 10 a.m. A reminder, at 12 o'clock, we do have to break for our 20 closed session, so Clerk of the Board, please read our first 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Number 1, consideration of approving amendment number 3 to the CAL FIRE agreement in the amount of $2,258,029.
Okay, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. I am very excited about the item that we have before you today. This board's number one priority has been fire prevention and fire response. And today we are asking your board to approve a contract with CAL FIRE that would add additional stations. So you may remember earlier this year, your board took the action to add additional fire station in Groveland. Since that time, we found out that the SAFER grant that our county fire staff applied for was approved. And I do believe that, as I've said this before, but Congressman McClintock's office did help to push that over the line for us because we didn't think we were going to get it. The SAFER grant is an amazing thing. It's $9 million, 3 years, and will fund what it does is it fully funds the Groveland station, and then it fully funds Mono Vista. And I'm going to look in because I may need some help with others in the back. And then it also increases staffing for those 3 stations as well. And if you have any details about that, there are individuals here who are much well versed in fire operations than myself. So in the chart, I just want to bring to your attention the changes that have happened over the term of this 3-year contract. So every year we have a 3-year contract with CAL FIRE. This is a contract that is in place for decades now. And this year, the annual contract started out on July 1st with 11 firefighters and 7.5 support staff. The one before you today adds an additional 19 firefighters and for the SAFER grant, and then 6 more for the Columbia station. Your board is aware that we have, I've been working with Chief Herrera for a number of years now on addressing the concerns there, and then Supervisor Brandon, since he has come in as well. And you also are aware we had Supervisor Brandon and Kim Baker and others put together a community forum in Columbia where there were many in attendance who voiced their concern about the lack of fire services out there. Since that time, your board has taken the action to use $1.3 million of the local assistance tribal funds. That was a one-time allocation to fund fire in Columbia for 1 year. So what I want to make sure that you see when you look at this is the number of employees. We went from 11 full-time firefighters to 37 full-time firefighters within the term of a 3-year grant, and more specifically in the last 2 years. And that is a huge accomplishment. Like I said in here, I think we just need to take a moment and celebrate that because it's taken many, many years to see that increase in fire services. And I know our community has been asking for this. And your board has been able to make this happen in the absence of revenue measures being approved at that too. So a lot of work, a lot of strategy, and this will help us move forward. What you will see in here, the concern I have is while we have the while the county received the SAFER grant, we still have, I'm trying to, if I remember, we have Jamestown, we have the one in, I think it's Station 51 and East Sonora, and then we have Columbia that are totally and 100% funded by county funds, which means we get a little bit of property taxes, runs around between state and federal funds, we get about $5 million a year. It's not enough to sustain fire. We have annually been putting in just for operations an additional $750,000 per year. That does not include equipment, does not include the buildings that we need to address for barracks and for apparatus bay. Furthermore, we know just like we're in the middle of bargaining, so were they. And once they're finalized, we will feel the impacts of bargaining from CAL FIRE and the new contract that we will bring to your board for renewal for the July 1st term. So this is why you're feeling some of the angst from me, is in order to maintain and sustain these services into the future. We as a group, you and I, have to start working towards a financial plan to make that work. However, on this item, we have this funded through the end of this year, and we are so excited to see this increase. And I am asking that your board would consider approving this contract. And of course, you do have our fire staff, the unit chief, he is here, and a few others. I see Nick is here as well. If you have any questions or comments, they could provide any specific details that I may have missed.
All right, thank you, Tracy, for that. I don't think there's, I'm going to do what I did with the last time. I'm going to open up to public comment and then bring it back to the board for questions and comments. So is there any public comment?
I feel like there might be one.
Only one. No joking. People are excited about this item and the next.
Yeah. Excuse me. Peter Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District, and also representing Groveland Fire. And I'll tell you, we worked for a few years with the County Administrator's Office and your board in addressing some of the shortfalls in staffing in the Groveland area that's growing in its overall calls and population, which is the risk factor that can create additional calls. And this provides us a degree of certainty. This grant and this action provides us a degree of certainty that those folks will be around for the next couple of years, and that level of staffing in that Groveland station, which is a Groveland CSD station with a county fire engine in it now, so we're cooperating and collaborating to make that happen. So we've got the Groveland engine that always has 2 people on it, and then we have the county engine that has another 2 people on it. And to hear from the firefighters exactly what that means in their response. You know, you think about the engines going different directions, but what about when they go together on a structure fire or an emergency situation where they need people immediately in a bunch of performing a bunch of different tasks? Prior to this additional engine in Groveland, we had 2 people that could show up on an engine. We had the state engine when it was around, and when it was funded to be there. But there's not much that they could do with 2 people. And so this change is the world to Groveland Fire and to the community. So we strongly recommend your support.
Good morning, Mark Ferreira, Fire Chief at Columbia Fire Protection District. Also a longtime county fire resident. So when I started with Tuolumne County Fire back in May of 1995, when I was 12, we had probably about 150 volunteers in the county. And as I've continued my career, we've seen volunteerism drop off. That's not a shock to anyone. The main reason I got up today is I would just like to express my appreciation, not only for the board's consideration of this, specifically my supervisor in District 5, county staff who's been immensely helpful, the CAL FIRE Tuolumne County Fire staff, excuse me, who's been amazing at answering my phone calls for any little question that I might have. I appreciate that this board has taken that #1 priority that I've heard for 8 years of being fire chief at Columbia Fire Protection District and is actually starting to spend money on it and figure out a way that we can make this sustainable. If we go back to the Matrix report and even further back, starting in the late 80s, how we do business isn't sustainable. And I just appreciate that you have looked at multiple options of how we can switch the way we do business to make fire sustainable in this county. Thank you.
One more. Start doing the be-do.
Good morning, board, members of the public, county staff. Amy New, Fire Chief with the City of Sonora Fire Department, and I just want to say that this is going to bring so many more resources to the county as a whole in the fire service arena. City of Sonora thanks you because that's an extra staffed engine that's going to be able to come in and out and provide those services. And again, I think the big issue before us is how do we keep this and sustain it? So the city wants to commit to working with the county and county staff on trying to find ways to find funding to keep this sustainable and increase it over the years so that we're expanding that as well. So just want to say great job for the SAFER grant and the county finding resources to put out there and increase the service level in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? Any on Zoom? Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. I started over there last time, so Supervisor Goldenberg, if you have any questions, comments real quick.
So just some comments, if that's appropriate.
Yeah,
at this
questions,
time.
comments,
Okay,
take it away.
good. Public safety will always be paramount in my mind. No exceptions, right? We need to provide in our county both law enforcement and fire. And we as a board are working on that. These opportunities that came here, the SAFER grant, it's wonderful. It's 3 years. It provides expanded, funding, staffing. Bringing on a new station at Mona Vista is critically important. I'm not sure of the stats, but I believe that station was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 calls a year, and had a very low number of volunteers. Station 57, which is in the Crystal Falls area, had a high number of calls, no volunteers. So when we heard, some public speakers talk about volunteerism and not having enough volunteers, it comes about for many reasons. The training requirements are huge, right? Because the volunteers have to receive the same training that the paid staff do. We absolutely need to figure out how to provide for sustainable funding, for the fire service. We just don't have it now, and it's critical. I don't want to be sitting here 3 years from now when these grants are expiring and saying, oh, now what do? We don't have any money, so that's wrong. We need to and can do better. And in the case of Columbia, right, that funding came from some federal funds, and we've only got a year, and we agreed to do that as a board, and I pushed hard for that myself personally, you know, based on my own background with CAL FIRE, 35 years, this is very personal and strong for me. And I'm just going to keep pushing that, you know, we accept this, we do this agreement, but we figure out how to make it sustainable. Thank you.
And I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg. I just wanted to highlight also how long of a process this was to get here. I remember the first year I was a supervisor, I had a meeting up in Groveland, and the topic of the meeting is, what are we going to do about fire protection? And the long and short of it was, we have a good plan, we have good ideas, but there's no money to achieve them. And so I think it's just taken a long time, years, for the state and federal agencies to catch up and to, you know, it's sad that what made it clear that this was something necessary for communities like ours is that there were statewide catastrophes that kind of highlighted the need for this. And we've had some serious fires in our county, Rim Fire, Washington Fire, but there's still a lot to be saved and to be protected and to be cared for. And so going to Supervisor Goldenberg's comments about the funding, you know, when I think of, you can use the Jamestown station, for example. You know, that was funded through a grant initially, and then then the grant ended, and the county was just all of a sudden had to figure out a way to pay for it. And there wasn't a whole lot of planning that went into that. It was just sort of all of a sudden we had this additional cost. And so now we're at this point where there is funding temporarily, and we have some breathing room to figure out, okay, how are we going to make this sustainable into the future? And so that's a really important discussion that we need to have happen now, because, I mean, one of the things that I've complained, I mean, we all have our complaints about the county and things, but it's the, when we see a problem in the future that's down the road, we need to take the initiative to do something about it. And so we're on a really good footing here, a really good place to start, and we need to just project that on into the future so that we can maintain services in Groveland and Columbia, the two areas that, you know, frankly, if I was, you know, to single out two areas that are the most critical, would be right at the top of the list. And so I think the idea is really sound. I think the plan is good. I know that a lot of work into it, and I really applaud county staff and the districts for coming to the table and getting it done.
Supervisor Huff?
Yeah, I'll make my comment very brief because I really want to hear the next item, or at least get started with it, but not to diminish the importance of this item. You know, the first step in manifesting anything is setting a goal, putting it in writing, putting it in the physical. We did that. We made this a priority, and this is part of the outcome. And I think it's a tremendous accomplishment that we've been able to do this. And the next step is sustainability, like we've heard. And I just want to applaud all of the firefighters that are currently in the room. We hear you, and we support you. Thank you.
Brennan?
Thank you. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is a momentous occasion, right? So 1974, county decided to do a county fire department, and then Prop 13 happened. The revenue that had been kind of passed to be able to support that fell out, and county governments, local governments were going bankrupt or looking at bankruptcy. The state had to come bail them out. Basically, since that year, we really have been trying to manage it the best we can, but we haven't been able to realize and expand on that vision. And so in the last 2 years, and I'm just about to turn 31, so really my entire life, anybody under 40 in the room, there hasn't been as much progress made in those 40 as the last 2. And that, I think, is by the commitment of this board that we're putting our money where our mouth is. We've said that fire is the most important priority, or one of the top ones of what we have to think about. We can't risk catastrophic fire. We need to be ready. We need to have resources into it. And so one of the areas that's been a difficulty, as Chief Ferrer mentioned, has been with volunteer stations. formally covering long histories, going back, you know, over 100 years. But a system that's just not working anymore for a number of different reasons. And so to be here right now talking about expanding this service, realizing that vision, trying to get a paid station within Columbia, this is a really proud moment. I want to say that I wanted to comment on the strong process of how we got here. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of agreement on it. We all have our own different perspectives on this issue, but it started with us, both the new folks and I'm going to call you old folks, but you've only been 4 years, right? I mean, we're all relatively new to it. We came on, we identified issues that people told us on the campaigns, things we campaigned on. We put it into our priorities list. We studied it. We met with staff. We met with all partners, met with the districts. We then took that and, for example, with Columbia, taught the community, hey, this is why it is how it is. This is how this system works, and we have to understand it before we can fix it. Community support was organized behind that. People were brought together online and in person, and we're coming into this with, I think, a united direction. It doesn't say that we, or it doesn't, I think, surpass the fact that we do have to figure out funding issues. You know, thankfully, we've been in good times. I think a lot of that comes from the increase we've seen so far in sales tax, our COVID recovery, the TOT rate that's been going up. We're seeing a lot coming in from there. And I think making good on the promises on, for example, the 120 corridor to say that these burdens are coming in, they're helping to support these critical services, and we're using that to support those fire stations and those issues. So I just want to say, lastly on that, I wanted to just thank the partners. Thanks to Columbia for rising up, for being important, or being important, always important. Being a part of all these discussions, really showing up to these meetings, it did make a huge difference. And I want to thank CAL FIRE for being continuously engaged in this. This has been every year trying to make sure that this vision is still alive. Thanks to Chief Ferreira and to outgoing board member Stan Steiner and incoming board member Barry Rudolph, also Mary and Matt who have served on it, and everybody that's served with that district for a long time. I think this is not a replacement, it's an evolution of fire service in Columbia. And also, if Chief New is still somewhere in the room, I can't see her. There she is. All right. And thanks to the city too, because when we've struggled with service within the Columbia area, it's been Sonora in addition to other units. It's never just one, right? That's come to be the supporting partner and been the aid there. And that doesn't go unrecognized. The city of Sonora has had a great role in protecting the area of Columbia, and now I'm happy we're taking these steps preemptively of a vote. So thank you.
And I'll try and keep it real short and simple, which is when I came on the board, I had heard of basically the east side of Tuolumne County, how it wasn't really represented with fire. But the $1 million question was, where are we going to get the millions of dollars to fix it? So government's number one priority is safety and security of its people. So fire, law enforcement is definitely at the very top of that list. We are very fortunate as a board that we have had a lot of one-time monies the last year or two, and that's why this is happening. We have one-time monies, instead of blowing it or doing it on something else, we have put it towards fire. So we keep hearing about the ongoing conversation of sustainability. I usually wouldn't put my neck out there, but it's that much of an important topic that we do need to fund it. When I look at the projections of TOT coming in the next 5, 6, 7 years, I'm actually pretty confident that it's going to be tough, but I think we'll make it, and I think we won't go back. That's my hope. You don't know what the economy is going to do, though. Last thing I want to say is, I just look at my number 11. I think the big number that everybody needs to take away today, we went from 11 to 37 folks. So when we say making it a priority, it really is. Tuolumne County with all the districts and with CAL FIRE and with their air attack base, I'm pretty confident to say that we're not going to burn from within. If anything ever happens, it's going to come from the national forest, like rimfire, and come towards us. So I'm confident that we have really good services. And hell, if I was governor, I might even run for governor in a couple of years just based on the fire issue, because I have an idea. It's a brilliant idea, and it doesn't involve pumping money towards the counties, but it would solve the fire problem with probably $4 billion. And it ticks me off that we don't have leadership that really wants to address this issue and really put out fires. Maybe I'll do that in 2 years. But until then, I'm not telling you my plan. maybe I'll use it to get to that stage and then make it so public that he's forced to make it part of his plan, and then I can just hightail and get the hell out of there. So anyways, with that being said, Columbia is in your district. Brandon, I'm gonna let you, I'm gonna call for a vote, and I'm gonna give you the first shot.
Would love to make the motion. So, again, thanks to everybody, and this is a proud moment. So, on behalf of the board and myself and District 5, like to make the motion to approve amendment number 3 to the CAL FIRE agreement in the amount of $2,258,029 to get Columbia a new fire station and some other things.
Okay, first by Brandon, second by
Second.
Goldenberg. Seems fitting since you were firefighter. Second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And this agreement is passed 5-0. So cool, guys. Thanks for being here. All right. So we have a 12 o'clock, but we're going to jump right into the next appointment, and we might be able to do it in 20 minutes, and you're going to find out why in just a minute. So stay tuned. Clerk of the board, would you please read our 10 o'clock, number 2.
10 a.m. Item 2, consideration of approving an agreement with Visit Tuolumne for tourism promotion and marketing services and authorizing the use of a portion of transient occupancy tax, TOT, for these services.
Yeah. Okay, so why do I think we might be able to do it in 20 minutes? You guys ready for this? So during the weekend, when I was going through the agenda, looking at this item, I was asking for lots of numbers, lots of data, and it became apparent to me that, and this isn't a cop-out to get out of a meeting, because we've had a lot of emails, we've had a lot of phone calls. Obviously, this room is packed full of people. We absolutely want to hear your 2 cents on this item, and your 2 cents they're gonna be given. But it was apparent to me that for me to make really a truly informed decision, I want to know what the Visitors Bureau budget is. I want to know what their business plan is, because to me this is more of a business plan projection type decision. And I didn't have access to that, and I didn't have the time to review that before today's meeting. So for me, personally, I reached out to our CIO Riggs, and I just said, look, I would really like to have the Visitors Bureau come in, give a presentation, look at their budget, look at their business model. That is definitely going to inform the way I vote and I make decisions. So I asked our CIO Riggs what she thought on it. Because of the Brown Act, I don't get to call Brandon and Half and Campbell and Goldenberg and say, what do you think about this? But the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because if I don't, CIO Riggs is going to give her presentation. We're going to have hours of public comment, which we absolutely can still do today. We're going to hear all your public comment. And at the end of the day, I'm going to make this recommendation right now, which is that we basically, and I had Tracy wrote it out for me, but basically, and this is to the board, that we would approve the contract for the next 6 months with direction to have a work session with the Visitors Bureau basically in February. That's about the time, that's where we have the time to actually bring it back before the board. So I didn't want to waste everybody's time and then make that recommendation and then the board be like, yeah, that's a great idea. And then you all sat in here for hours, and then guess what? In February, you're going to come back and probably speak again. So hopefully I'm clear. My recommendation would be to this board that we have a work session with the Visitors Bureau. Again, budget, projections, business plan. Get that presented to us. I feel like I can make a much better informed decision moving forward. So if the board would agree to that, we would still have to amend the contract today and to move forward, because the contract ends December 31st. So
June 30th.
no,
Oh,
today.
yeah.
So we have to approve something today, otherwise the contract is over December 31st. So I'm sorry for throwing a wrench in everybody's schedule or thoughts or ideas. I had a lot of other things prepared to say if we need to, but I wanted to just start there.
So you're asking for our comments right now on that?
On that, before we do a presentation.
One thing, I think the clerk needs to read the item,
not?
or did
No,
you?
she did.
You did? Okay.
So I love the idea. I was a little worried about making a decision without having all the information, and this will provide all the information. My only suggestion is we do it in the early spring, say March even, to give plenty of time for us to get the whole goals and vision and budget and whatever else from Visit Tuolumne County, so we can make a really good decision about how to move forward. So I'm in support of this idea.
Yeah, and And I'd say I was actually thinking along the same lines as you. So it seems only fair that if we're going to look at, one organization and its contributions to the community, that we have a clearer picture of what that is. And I don't think I have that right now, and I don't think the community does. And so I think working through it publicly and saying, okay, how are these resources being utilized? What's the net contribution back into the community? I think that's a really important discussion to have before we just, make a big firm, decision.
I couldn't agree more with that. I did want to add one comment to it, and this is not to talk about with the contract itself, but this is the process in that extension of how we get to the next discussion of this. I think one issue has been that coming into this, there hasn't been trying to, I guess, find where we can collaboration. I don't think the communication has been very good. That's just my opinion of it, and I think it needs to improve, and I think it can improve. Recently, I got an email talking about the 3 C's of trying to handle tough decisions, right? One of them was clarity. We need to have an agreed set of facts, and I think that has to be something. There has to be trust in the facts so we can say per dollar invested, this is what we're getting back, right? We have to have that data, and if the reason is we don't trust between organizations where that's coming from, then maybe we need to hire something that's an independent analysis, but we have to have clarity on our intentions and openness in that communication. We do have to have context in the total budget picture. That is one part of the context, but also the context of how we got there with TOT, the arrangement, and the impacts on lodging. We need to understand those impacts and the unintended consequences of a major decision. And then lastly, choice. I don't want what's going to come back to the board to be either one, don't touch anything, there's nothing, we're not going to ask any questions. Obviously, there's concern with this. But then the other side being, let's cut it 70% and change what's been a 40-year agreement without adequate justification. I want to see choices, and I want to see that done between our staff, between Visit Tuolumne, and stakeholders. And I think that includes also members of the board who have been on there that have not been engaged in the conversations despite being the representative. So moving forward into that, I want this to come back, and even if everybody disagrees, I want it to be professional. I want there to be multiple ideas, and I want to be confident in the process we arrived at. Whether I vote yes or no on that, I want to know that it followed a strong process. It has not yet. It needs to change. So I agree with the comments, but we need better data, better communication, and a strong process.
So, yeah, I'm in favor of extending, the contract until June 30th, 2023. Gives us time. I'd like to meet sooner than not. Early February would be my desire to come together with Visit Tuolumne County. I too, just as Supervisor Campbell and Kirk said, I want to have a better understanding of the finances. I want to know how much money has been spent on advertising. I want to know how much money is being spent on staffing. I want to know how much money is in the bank. And I don't have any factual information, but I'm hearing there could be substantial funds that are in reserve account at this time, maybe as much as $2 million. And I don't know if that's correct or not. Well, but I haven't seen any balance sheets that have been presented to our board to make an informed decision. I do have concerns about, how much money we spend on advertising and, where that relates to in the amount of beds we have available, because most of this is tying back to TOT, of course, hotel motel owners. Anyways, I personally would like to see the county conduct a poll, putting it out to our citizens to get their feelings, for this. And we can take that up as a separate matter. Now's not the appropriate time to do so, but I'd like to see, because we've got a lot of people here that obviously were, here to speak on behalf of Visit Tuolumne County. We've got a lot of firefighters in the room, that are, looking for funding, just like we talked about on our previous agenda item, and how we get there. And I'd like to get a better feeling for what our citizens feel about this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm hearing consensus to bring this back, extend the contract. So I'm going to read this in a minute. I'm going to make a motion, but we do have to do public comment. But to Supervisor Goldenberg's point, that's kind of the point, is to do a budget review, see a business plan, have an opportunity to have a good conversation. I know our board all the time, we get contracts all the time that that come before us that we have to approve. Some of them I have lots of questions, some of them I don't, but I think the argument here is it's a big contract, it's very public facing, it's very public entwined with our community, which isn't usually the same with most of our contracts. So I'm fine with giving this one more light and involving the community. I did sit on that board a couple of years ago, and I was very, coming in as a new board member, checking all the numbers and kind of not trusting anybody, but I think about 8 months into it, I don't base my decisions on feelings, but I was confident in what I was seeing and confident in the staff and their competence. But that's not what this is about. This is about being a good steward with our money and making sure that there's a positive ROI, and we're just going to have a good conversation. So with that being said, so here's the pitch. We have 10 minutes until 12 o'clock, at which point we have to break for our closed session item, and then at 12:30 we break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. So I'm going to open up public comment. If you guys would like to comment, we're going to comment through till 12 o'clock, and then afterwards we'll reopen it if there's still public comment. But I just wanted to make it really clear. Yes, we could do that. We could take all day and do that, which is absolutely your opportunity. So we're going to give that to you. Or we could wait until February to really have more not thoughtful, that's the wrong word, to hear it again. So with that being said, I'm going to open up public comment for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Board. I won't take up much of your time. My name is Bruce Meissner. My family's owned and operated the 49er RV Ranch out on Italian Bar Road for, since 1980. We benefit greatly from the Visitor Bureau. Much of our business comes from tourists. We also want fire protection. So I understand the need to look at this, and I agree with the decision to get all the information to make an informed decision. Unless my math is wrong, back in 1983, the TOT tax put about $160,000 into the general fund. This year, it looks like they're going to put over $6 million into the general fund. So I don't want to kill the golden goose that's laying the golden egg for us. I'm hoping that we can keep the Visitor Bureau going with adequate funding and end up with more tax revenue that outsiders, visitors bring in and pay for the services that are desperately needed in Columbia and the county. So I just am in the position where I support both sides, but I'm hoping that we can look at this with the right information and make the best outcome for everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kirk and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. I too will make this quick. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to do a presentation for you, a formal presentation to give you more information and also the community as well, and just really show how we do drive those TOT dollars, and not to mention the travel spending. We can't forget about that, $241 million in 2021. So I'm really looking forward to some constructive and creative conversations with you all in the weeks ahead. While I'm up here, I just want to also go on record saying Visit Tuolumne County fully supports our sheriff and our firefighters, and we all wore red today to show our support, and I hope that you see that. I am also a Columbia girl. Bruce is a longtime friend. I got to reconnect with some of my friends here at the break, and so that was really great. But I also want to welcome anyone, public supervisors, county staff, that want to really see what we do, how we spend our funding. Call me up. Let's get together. Let's meet in our office. We are an open book. We are happy to share with you anything that you want to know. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Aaron Rasmussen. I probably am here to present the most objection, the most opposed to supporting Tuolumne Visitors Bureau. I've written some things and hopefully I can get enough through. In the Tuolumne Visitors Bureau, local nonprofit business mafia, funded with our tax dollars. Instead, use that money to fund our recreation, our services, our police officers, our firefighters. Those are the things you just said are the most important to our community. The Tuolumne Visitors Bureau is Tuolumne County's economic department agency scandal number 2.0. Okay. Remember the grand jury report of 2017 and the millions wasted. This is an extremely good scam. Give me money and I'll give you more money back in the form of tourism and taxes. This is impossible to prove, but you can certainly make any idea sound good, especially with $1.7 million. They can come up with all the facts and all the spreadsheets you want, but at the end of the day, it is a scam. $1 for $100 is outrageous claim. Too much credit is given to visitors visit Tuolumne. Consider our special community, our businesses, our wilderness that we are blessed with and we maintain, not them. This is literally money stolen from businesses. Again, TOT is a stealing from our businesses. And then you turn around and be like, well, we'll give you a little piece back by giving them free advertising. The Tuolumne Visitors Bureau has become a mafia, and a mafia in the sense, a mafia arm of local businesses. I've been on the campaign trail, all of you have been on the campaign trail, and to tell me that you don't know much about the Tuolumne County Visit Bureau, give me a break. Don't blow smoke up our butts. You guys know, these guys have contacted you, and you spoke with them, you've had the opportunity, you know how they work. But to sit here and say you need more time, no. This is not a government priority to advertise for businesses. Our number one priority is our community safety first and foremost. This money could easily fund our libraries 4 times over, not to mention everything else. It is businesses' responsibility to advertise, that they have the business of commerce of chamber and other means to do that. I bet our 2 casinos bring in more tourism and TOT than anything that can compare to what they do. All right? Please consider my arguments.
Thank you. And Aaron, just so you know, tribes don't give TOT to the county, they're their own nation.
Hello, my name is Robert Baker. I've lived in Columbia for 43 years. I own 3 parcels at Board of the State Park. I worked for TCFD as a firefighter at Station 74 from 1990 through 1995. I'm presently the safety officer of Engine Company Number 1. Station 74 has not been able to provide adequate coverage for literally years. The residents of Columbia deserve better than that. We need a station that is fully staffed 24/7. That can be accomplished by redirecting a portion of TOT. I'm asking the board to provide sustainable funding with TOT revenues so that the residents of Columbia area know that they have a fire department they can count on. The motto of every fire department is to save lives and protect property. I believe that should take priority before Visit Tuolumne County. Can I see a show of hands that would agree with me? Thank you for your time.
We're gonna do one more and then we got a break for our closed session, so.
I emailed last night a couple of slides that'll help this go faster. If you guys could pull those up like we've done before. You don't have them? Huh? Yeah. All right, I'll go. Good morning, my name's Terry Marshall, and I earn my living as the marketing director for Rush Creek Lodge and Spa and Evergreen Lodge at Yosemite, and volunteer on the boards for Visit Tuolumne County and the Tuolumne County Lodging Association. Today, I'm wearing red to show that I support both VTC and fire needs. There's no need to choose between the two. In fact, VTC has proven to be a long-term sustainable source of funding
for the county's never-ending need to fund essential services and infrastructure. All you have to do is leave the existing funding mechanism in place and you'll continue to see county revenue grow. Was going to show you how tourism marketing is already on track to add $1 million in county revenue next year. We don't have the visuals. Oh, next slide. So first, the low-hanging fruit. Last summer, we fell, 13% short of normal peak season occupancy. As a result, Tuolumne County missed out on at least $600,000 in tax revenue. With all of the tourism marketing momentum we currently have with VTC and partner investments and Yosemite entry reservations paused for a data reset, we're poised to regain that missing $600,000 in 2023. Next slide, off-peak growth potential. From October through March, lodging typically runs around 40% vacant. In 2019, off-peak TOT was about $2.5 million, and it was primarily the leisure drive market travel. With just a 20% increase in off-peak lodging, you'll see an additional $500,000 in TOT. VTC has marketed to leisure drive markets for years, and with growth in their budget, they've been able to diversify and reach out to the groups and meetings market, and this market is a pillar of growth that we are succeeding with. Next slide. Given time limits today, I'll use Evergreen and Rush Creek as an example. When we started attending regional trade shows several years ago, meeting planners had no idea who we were, where Tuolumne County was, or how to pronounce it. Our off-peak groups and meetings TOT was only about $20,000 in 2019. And after years of partnering with VTC on this market, our group sales team has booked enough business to generate $83,000 in off-peak groups TOT next year. That's a 315% growth, and there's still plenty in the pipeline. Also, next slide, let's be clear on who Tuolumne County's competitors are and how much they're spending on tourism marketing. Because at the end of the day, people go where they're invited, and if we're not inviting them, they will go elsewhere. Last slide. Let's leave funding where it is so we can continue to grow county revenue and not only help pay for essential services and infrastructure, but move on to excellence in destination management, like Yosemite Junction that currently says meth heads and squatters are welcome here, when it could say, welcome to Tuolumne County, home to the best of Yosemite, Gold Country, and the High Sierra. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have to break into closed session. So hold on, we have to break into closed session. Before we do that, I want to show of hands who wants to come back at 1:30 and continue public comment. Okay, so we will come back at 1:30. We'll continue public comment. I see 4 or 5 in the room that want to speak, so I want to give you that opportunity. Well, we're going to continue public comment, and then we'll do it then. Yeah. Okay, thank you guys. And we're going to read, sorry, if you guys real quick, we got to read our item 20. Go ahead, just read it.
Item 20, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Karen McGettigan, Deputy County Administrator. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Hey guys, can you please quiet down? I got to do public comment for item 20. So is there any public comment for item number 20? I do have 2 public comment. We'll just wait a second. 3. No, it's fine. All right. Huh? We're gonna come back at 1:30 and continue. So. All right. Hopefully they'll get out of the room real quick. No, we don't need, doesn't matter. We got a quorum, we'll keep going. They're just gonna have, oh, we'll ask them in a second. All right, Sheriff Pulley, come on. Yeah, we'll be in touch. Hey guys, I don't want to use my prison voice, but you got to keep it down because we have public comment for item 20, so please keep it down. Thank you. Bill, Sheriff Pulley. Quiet down, please, and thank you.
We are discussing the closed session item that we're going to go to next, and so we need the chambers to be cleared, please.
Thank you. Okay, Sheriff Pulley. Just public comment. Go ahead.
You have 2 more board members?
Where the heck? guys, public comment. Can't we just be adults and sit down?
Tonight, we have three of us.
Yeah, but he wants them to hear it. That's why he's here.
But we shouldn't.
Oh, here it is, right here.
The chamber, because this is public comment.
No, but you can't. We don't have to clear the chamber. Just if they're not going to, if they're not going to comment, then they need to be quiet. Supervisor Campbell, are you in the building?
Good enough for government.
Supervisor Campbell?
Go to the bathroom and grab him. There we go. No, no. Thought you were. Let me call him. This is.
Can somebody text him? I think
I'm calling him right now.
Well, wait. Well, he doesn't.
Pay attention.
There he is.
Ah, there you go. All right. We have public comment on number 20. So, Sheriff Pooley, take it away on public comment. Oh my gosh. I was very clear that at 12, I said it 5 times. We're going to do. Oh my Lord. We need that for public comment. People pay attention.
Are you on?
All right. Public comment, Sheriff Pooley, item 20, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Board. This has been a very chaotic little morning for all of you. I greatly, greatly appreciate moving the schedule around, accommodating this today. We're trying to thread a needle to get some stuff done, and to that fact, I appreciate the CAO's office, County Council, everyone here that's taken months to try to get to this spot. So it's not lost on me, all the work that's been done, so thank you. My comments. Since becoming sheriff 4 years ago, I've been sounding the alarm about our inability to recruit and retain deputies and staff within the sheriff's office. Since that time, we've continued to lose people at an alarming rate. We've been forced to close the narcotics division. Our ability to respond to fires and safely evacuate people has deteriorated. We're looking at closing our boat patrol division this next year. We've closed down our probation team. Our emergency response times are going up. They're 15 minutes for an emergency response now. That's lights and siren. We've been forced to close down half of our jail and house our inmates in Calaveras County. That has cost this county $158,000 since July, and we're going to have to continue to do that if we don't do something soon. Those just to name a few. Continually, our staff are working at minimum staffing, and they've been doing more with less. They've been filling extra shifts. They've been stepping up everywhere that this community has asked them to do. They continue to be one of the lowest paid agencies, or we continue to be one of the lowest paid agencies in our area. And to be quite honest, this is a totally unacceptable expectation of our staff. It's unreasonable. So, knowing this, 2 months ago, I came before this board and offered up 4 positions, 2 on patrol and 2 in the custody division, to try to bridge a gap between the county and the Deputy Sheriff's Association. Hoping that that would get it done, we kind of let it rest for a while, and then about 3 weeks ago, myself, the DA, and the probation chief learned that negotiations were stalling. So we immediately put down everything we had in front of us, and we tried to come up with a proposal to help bridge this gap. We provided that proposal to you, and we believe we are giving you the financial tools to bridge that gap and still be operationally, sustain our operations. So, when both the chief, probation chief Dan Hawks, and I have offered up more positions to freeze, and then also knowing this, I want to back up several months ago, your Community Corrections Partnership, which is a board which consists of the public defender, the probation chief, myself, the DA, the behavioral health director, the chief of police, and the presiding judge. We voted unanimously to put $300,000 of new revenue into bargaining. Am I on this timeline?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna look to my left and right. Do you guys want to let him finish up? It'd be the same.
It'll be brief.
My question to you would be, what are your final comments on that?
I think it's what's going to be proposed in the closed session, correct? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, my final comments, that if we don't do something today, we're gonna be at 50% of staffing in the jail and, 70% in patrol. All of our overtime is gonna continue up. We're gonna continue to house people in other counties' jails. We're gonna be unable to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. We're not gonna be able to evacuate people. Public safety is gonna suffer. And we're gonna continue to suffer over the next few months if we can't get something done today. Our job, as the 3 of us, is to keep this board informed. And I'm here to tell you, and I think I have their absolute agreement, we are at a tipping point. We need to get something done. The 3 of us represent the law enforcement leaders of your justice branch in this county. And the 3 of us are all recommending that you approve our proposal. I'm telling you, I'm willing to give up whatever positions are needed to get this done. I have 13 custody positions available to give. I have 8 in patrol. I have 11 more people out injured, which is not coming out of the general fund. It's gonna take me in the jail 7.5 years just to fill those positions. On the patrol side, to fill the 8 positions I have, it's gonna take us well over 4.5 years. These positions, these salary savings should be invested in our people, make us whole. Essentially, you're freezing positions anyway. Our benefit package is such that they're just frozen, they're out there. All we're getting is salary savings. Let's invest that in our people. So, I guess what I'm asking, and I know I have their support, is that you accept our proposal, get this done today so we can start rebuilding public safety in our county tomorrow. That's what I need to do. I can't be any more passionate about this in any way. This must be done today. To go on anymore puts our public in danger. I'm telling you that. I want to pound on this podium so that people will listen. This community is in trouble. You had 48% of our community said we want more public safety. Granted, we didn't win Measure X, but that's a whole lot of people. And so I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, your Tuolumne County District Attorney. 3 weeks ago, your Criminal Justice Enforcement Branch department heads and leaders, myself, the Chief Probation Officer, and the Sheriff, embarked on what I would like to call a quest. And it was a quest to see how we, as interested but uninvolved third parties in the negotiations process, could support the parties in getting to yes. We did that for a variety of reasons, not the least of which are the concerns that the Sheriff just described for you. I agree with him that we are at a tipping point. We're at risk of facing a catastrophic effect on our law enforcement community within Tuolumne County if we cannot reach an agreement as soon as possible. After speaking to all of the parties, including individual members of the board, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, amongst ourselves, in conjunction with the county administrator, I came to 3 conclusions. First, mediators don't get paid enough, that's for sure, or don't get credit enough. 2, the parties have the same goals and the same concerns, and that in evaluating where we were so close. And so, as Sheriff Pooley mentioned, we came together to try to bridge that gap. And we came up with and provided to you and to the CAO's office several options and recommendations on how to bridge that gap. We urge you today as a group to follow that recommendation. We are extremely concerned with the potential repercussions of not reaching an agreement by the end of this calendar year. And I recognize, and I think we all recognize at this point, that the board absolutely is dedicated to increasing and preserving public safety in Tuolumne County. Not one of your department heads comes before you today thinking anything else. You have made an incredible effort and an incredible stride, and I'm asking both sides, recognizing the concessions that have already made, to take a small step forward, because I think if we each take a small step forward, we will meet in the same spot and we will meet in the middle. Not reaching an agreement today will damage public safety in Tuolumne County. It will end up costing the county more, our employees more, and ultimately it'll cost our community in ways we can't even measure. So please know that your department heads are a support to you in reaching this agreement, and we'll do whatever is in our power to help you get to yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dan Haas, Chief Probation Officer. First off, I want to thank you all for how far you've come, and from what I've heard about the proposal that's out there and on the table, I think you guys should be commended because it's substantial and it really goes a long way to getting us where we need to be. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. And the other thing I want to mention is I know that you started this process back in July to expedite the process. And so I'm very, very concerned about us not going forward with the supposal or informal process that's now before us. I think that from what I understand, we are so close, and you guys have done a great job in listening and putting forward something that we all should be proud of and get behind. And for us to allow this to break down at this point, it would baffle all of us and would really damage relations and, potentially public safety in the community. But I'm hoping that in closed chambers, you guys can come to a reasonable decision, look at what's before you, know that your department heads stand behind you, that the CCP fully supports a way to get this together and make it happen. And so that's where we're at. I'm sure you guys will make the right decision, not allow little issues to prevent this from happening today. So please keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Dan, for the public's benefit who may be watching this, please define CCP.
It's not the Chinese
Right,
Central
but
Party.
we have some people in the community
It is,
who
yes,
think
it's
that.
the Community Corrections Partnership. And Bill mentioned the executive members of the board, but essentially we meet quarterly at the very least. And as Bill mentioned, we did set aside some money, $300,000 worth of funds that we received in funding that we weren't expecting to receive this year to help bridge this gap or find a way to be a service for negotiation. So, thank you.
All right, and I'm being told there may be public comment on Zoom. Possibly, it might be from the last item. Let's click on it then. Hello, you're on with the board. Saw Hernandez, if there's a Hernandez. And you're muted, Hernandez. Please unmute.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, like you're on loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I just stepped back in. I thought you guys were out to lunch, so my apologies there. So I've heard all the presentations and the comments as they relate to the Visitors Bureau and.
Oh, sir, Mr. Hernandez. So we are pausing the Visitors Bureau conversation. We're going to be back at 1:30. Right now we're discussing, we're about to go into a closed item number 20 for bargaining. Do you have any comments on that item?
No, I apologize. I'll wait till
No.
1:30.
It's fine. I know we had a lot of people in the room and we weren't expecting to do what we did. So we'll be back at 1:30 for that item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to break into closed session. Are we going to be in here? Riggs? Okay, so if everybody in the room, if you could turn the mics and the computers off and we'll do closed session. Thank you. Back, it is 1:32. We're gonna pick up, actually, do we need to report out on the closed session? No? Okay. We're gonna pick back up with our second 10:30 appointment. Sorry, 10. Would you please read it again, just to remind the community?
My pleasure. 10 a.m. Item 2, consideration of approving an agreement with Visit Tuolumne for tourism promotion and marketing services and authorizing the use of a portion of transient occupancy tax, TOT, for these services.
Okay, and excuse me, because we just broke for lunch, so I might chew while I'm up here, sorry. We ended with public comment, so I want to reopen it back up to public comment. I know there were some folks that stuck around for it, so at this point, is there any public comment in the room? If there is, please come on up, and we will continue. Do we have any on Zoom right now? that you know of? Okay. Oh, let me get you on the speaker. There you go for
I
it.
talk real loud anyways, so it's okay. Hello, Chairman Kirk, members of the board. I'm Katie Kirkland, the Sales and Marketing Director for Visit Tuolumne County, and I wanted to come before you and just clarify a few key points. Destinations International reports that most visitors bureau with a budget of 1 to 2 million, on average budget 45% to marketing and 39% to payroll, whereas VTC's budget is 76% marketing and 18% payroll. I look forward to sharing more of our robust marketing budget and transparent results with you in the near future. Concerning our budget, we create an annual budget that is thoroughly reviewed by our Visit Tuolumne County Board and presented to both the city and county. We are also provided with monthly balance sheets that is also reviewed and approved by our VTC board. We run a mid-year budget review and adjust as needed, and furthermore, as a best practice, we go through an audit every year. Yes, we do have reserves, as any responsible business should, which is enough to fulfill our contracts, but not enough to sustain a marketing plan. Again, I look forward to providing you with more information on this topic. And just to echo our CEO and President Lisa Mayo, we are always open to sharing our hard work, marketing initiatives, plan, and community involvement with members of the board or community. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm here as a member of the community only, not from the nonprofit that I have been associated with for many, many years. I agree with Tracy Riggs, your CAO. I agree with her assessment totally. The report that she came out that showed how much money is spent in 8 adjoining, well, maybe not adjoining, but surrounding counties, how much they spend on the Visitors Bureau in comparison to what we spend. I want to say outrageous, but I do understand why you don't want to cut their budget. I think that you feel that the Visitors Bureau makes a lot of money for this community, and I know that you want to look into that and see if you can figure out how much do they really help us? And I know that our TOT dollars have really increased. But we, as you have said, we never have any money. Well, but we have 1.75 million to give to one agency. That's a lot of money. That's my only point. That considering what Placer County spends, $540,000, we need to spend 3 times that almost. I just don't think that we do. I think it needs to be cut back, and I thought that Tracy's plan was a really good one, and I have nothing against the Visitors Bureau or anyone else. I simply think we have so many needs in this community that that money should be spread out. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Carl Baker from Columbia. We need it, fire department. We also need, tourism promotion. So we have competing interests. I appreciate all of your approach that we don't have, this isn't ripe. We don't have the information we need to make a decision. So I agree with your approach to put this off and deal with it later. And when this came up, my first thing was, I need to educate myself. What is Visit Tuolumne's budget? I did some Googling. I got the annual report, which is an appropriate annual report, but it's not fiscal. It's not about how they use their budget. So I went looking some more. The only thing I found that was of any value was the scope of work from the contract, which was included with the agenda item. In that, number 4, VTC shall be responsible for preparing 2-year marketing plans with key initiatives, measurable objectives, and detailed milestones, and align its annual budget consistent with those plans. And that's sensible. Submit drafts of its 2-year marketing plans and budgets to the county for review and comment no later than April of each year. VTC shall consider county comments when adopting final plans. And then C, VTC shall provide annual reports to the CAO's office regarding delivery and accomplishment of its marketing plan and essentially how it spent its budget. In talking about the information you're asking for, could we get 5 or 10 years of that back and forth? Those things that were submitted to the county and the county's responses to those. My point is you don't grow a fruit tree by piling manure on it all the time and then come back in 10 years and cutting all the branches off. You have to participate in the process. You have to prune it every year, a little here, a little there. You pinch off some of the fruit so it fares well. And if the process is gone off the track where we're spending too much money and we don't know what we're getting, it's because we're not looking at the scope of work and doing our homework. So that's my request to you is get this information out to us before that February meeting so that the public can understand, number one, that VTC is complying with the scope of work, and that number 2, the county is taking its responsibility seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey.
Good afternoon, Board, not morning anymore. So my name's Len Otley. I've been managing lodging properties for 25 years and recently retired as the Assistant GM at Evergreen Lodge. I'm president of the Tuolumne County Lodging Association and also own 2 short-term rentals in Pine Mountain Lake. Tuolumne County needs to compete for every tourist dollar. We compete not only with neighboring counties, but also with other major tourist destinations who are significantly better funded than VTC. The thinking by staff behind the proposed reduction in funding of VTC is that they will make up the $1.2 million cut by forming a T-bid. That's an additional tax on top of TOT that is charged on lodging. That would require an additional 2% tax, and that would take away our competitive edge with other markets. A T-bid has to be approved by 51% of lodging establishments. And has the board contemplated that in a county that just voted down Measure X, what would happen if a T-bid is voted down by the lodging industry? It would decimate TOT and sales tax revenues. And that would mean more cuts in services yet again. Also, it seems to be patently unfair to expect the lodging industry to be the main source of funding for tourism marketing and destination management when it benefits so many other business sectors in the county besides just lodging. With new properties coming online, we will need to continue to increase the number of tourists coming to Tuolumne County, which is the only way to increase TOT and therefore sales tax and therefore general fund revenue. We can add more hotels and lodging all you want, but if those beds are not filled with additional tourists, then TOT will remain flat. Also, we still have a lot of work to do to fill our off-season beds in the county, which is something that Terry pointed out. Keeping VTC funding as it currently is will allow Tuolumne County to stay competitive in the region and continue to increase revenue to the general fund, which is beneficial to all residents in the county. We were just talking about the need for sustainable funding for fire. Well, the only way to do that is to increase tourism and therefore increase the tax base. And for that, you need VTC to be funded adequately. So I look forward to working with all of you over the next month or two, and let's try and work out a way that we can be sure that Tuolumne County still has a good marketing plan.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Kirk and members of the board. I am Katie Dunn. I am the board chair for Visit Tuolumne County. I also own and manage 3 short-term rentals. First of all, we are not the enemy, we are the solution. VTC is entirely funded by taxes collected from our visitors. It is not a local tax. So there's some misinformation out there that I wanted to clear up. Earlier this year, the subject of an RFP was mentioned by CAO Riggs. We were asked to provide a sole source statement to CAO Riggs. And so Visit Tuolumne County is a sole source service provider with unique qualifications to provide destination marketing and management to Tuolumne County. No for-profit agency can compete with a nonprofit mutual benefit 501c6 corporation whose sole focus and purpose is to market Tuolumne County and create a better destination for visitors and residents. Their unique attributes are as follows. VTC has had a successful 39-year partnership agreement with the County of Tuolumne, which has seen tourism spending growth outpace California's year after year. VTC is governed by a 13-member board, all representing different facets and districts of Tuolumne County's tourism industry. VTC has the Distinguished Destination Marketing Accreditation Program certificate from Destinations International. VTC operates 1 full-time and 1 part-time visitor center. VTC has developed countless industry relationships throughout the years that had helped to grow Tuolumne County's visitor economy. VTC has invested $150,000 in the 2022-23 budget dedicated to public art, stewardship and sustainability, trail development, and community event sponsorships. VTC is active with numerous professional industry organizations that provide opportunities for outreach, collaboration, and education. VTC also serves as the county's film commission, acting as a liaison between film scouts and producers and the municipalities in which they would like to film. VTC has received incredible support through the last few weeks upon hearing about funding cut proposals. As you may have heard, one of our board members started a petition, and as of an hour ago, we had 765 signatures of support, 236 shares, and 16,480 views. I hope you see the value, expertise, and wisdom that Visit Tuolumne County provides as a destination marketing and management organization. Please let them continue to be as successful as they can and keep their contract at the 25% of the 10% county TOT for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Kirk and members of the board. Nancy Sykes, former executive director of the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, and as you probably guessed, a forever friend and supporter of Visit Tuolumne County. For me, and for many of us here today, it's been a very somber week. None of us, I guess, in the Tuolumne County tourism industry ever dreamed in a million years that, and after 4 decades of being your partner, that our county would propose a massive 50% cut to our marketing fund contract and a capping of our longstanding 25 or 20%, whatever it happens to be, None of us ever imagined a proposed cap on our destination marketing organization would seek to devalue our number one private sector growth industry, or that it would be devalued not just once, but again and again and again and again and again. Slashing our marketing budget not just once, but every year for the next 5 years. In my experience, whether it's government or the private sector, top producers are generally rewarded and not punished. I do feel kind of like Alice in Wonderland, down the rabbit hole. Up is up, down is down, and, right is wrong and wrong is right. The VTC allocation only goes up when they produce results and increase revenues. And they have been increasing revenues drastically over the last few years. In fact, over the last decade. That's why historically so many members and past members of the Board of Supervisors have called it the magic formula. I'm remembering times when the Visitors Bureau stepped up to help our county when you were experiencing a budget shortfall. We took back the Tuolumne County Film Commission. We assumed all financial responsibility for their programs and marketing, the film industry fees, the film commissioner's salary. A few years later, more budget woes. We took back all expenses for the county exhibit at California State Fair. Several $1,000s, including staff time for 2 weeks. And I hope we made you proud. We came back with gold ribbons every year for more than 10 years. A few years later, I was talking with a previous county administrator. They were telling us that major event producers were coming to you for funding. So we set up a community fund matching dollar for dollar on ads and promotions for our Sheriff's Posse, the Roundup, the Celtic Fair, and so much more.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Remember,
63
don't
minutes.
kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mark Ferreira, Fire Chief, Columbia Fire Protection District, who has seen the increase here in Tuolumne County as a 16-year-old living in the Rawhide Valley, knowing it was easier to go the Columbia way on any given weekend here in Tuolumne County, long before there were ever any stoplights besides the one at the Bank of America downtown stoplight. With the increase in visitors that we have, which is amazing, which brings a ton of revenue into this county, which we couldn't live without, we also see an increase year in and year out of incident response. Typically, there's a long-standing joke that there's two natural disasters in Tuolumne County, summer and winter, because of the large influx of people and the demand that it places on services. I have nothing against the Visitors Bureau. I have nothing against the visitors that bring lots of money into this county. I agree that you need to see all of the information. I ask that you do that as efficiently and rapidly as we can. I'd like to see it before the February board meeting. And please keep in the forefront as well that as we increase in tourism and increase in the number of people we bring into the county, we also increase the demand on the services that law enforcement, EMS, and fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Myrna Doring from Jamestown. I'd like to first of all commend the board on taking a hard look at our budget items. 1.7 million seems like an awful lot. I think the Tourism Bureau does bring value to the county, but I'm not sure it's that big a reward. So thank you very much for taking a look at this and giving it a good study. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any, are there any other people besides Dory in the room? Okay.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Dory Beecher, Office of Emergency Services. Just as your Office of Emergency Services, I wanted to make sure I know the board is aware of the issues and publicly thank Visit Tuolumne County for some of the work that we've done in the Wildfire Toolkit, but I want to reiterate that We do receive a lot of phone calls this past 2 years while I've been here from residents that are very upset with the number of visitors and the impacts that it gives. And also that there should be a strike of balance. And definitely while we bring funding in businesses and money then through TOT to support those programs, we have a huge impact on our services. Our roads, our fire, our ability to evacuate individuals. No real big plan to educate our visitors who can change every year or day to day. The amount of funding that we have to set aside to really educate that group, have a go bag, know where your routes are, know what our resources are, is taking a lot of our time within OES to provide that assistance and educate. And so there is a balance, I think, that can happen and a responsibility that we have as a government to provide that so that we can continue. If we don't put more money into fire services and we happen to suffer a catastrophic wildfire like our other communities in the state have, it's going to take a long time for us to recover. And our visitors won't come here because of that, as other counties have seen. So I just ask from emergency services side of it that we truly look at that balance and figure out a way that we can support both. Thank you.
Hi there. I wasn't going to speak today, but I guess I will. My name is Lori Livingston. I'm the Executive Director of Tuolumne County Arts. I'm not really here for that, though. I'm really here to be very nervous. And I want to ask for balance. That's what I want to ask for, is balance. I think we all need to tighten our belts. And I think that the amount of money that the Tourist Bureau gets is a lot. And I think that needs to be in better balance. Having been one of the people that was evacuated last year, I'm pretty sensitive to what this portends for our future in terms of fire. And I have to say, it's just an ongoing conundrum in terms of this county's needs. We have so many needs. Tuolumne County Arts has really made a huge movement forward in terms of trying to figure out where we fit in, what we can do, how we serve. And one of the decisions that I've made is to really make sure that we are solvent. We can pay our way on our own. We're trying to find ways to make money and to serve our county. And again, we've had to tighten the belt. This is time to tighten the belt. And although I see the value, we must have a visitors bureau, but they need to tighten their belt. And right now, having been pretty conflicted when I had to leave my home, not knowing whether I was going to have a home when I came back, if I were to choose between fire safety and the Visitors Bureau, I would choose fire safety. Because, I hate to say it, but we won't be wandering freely if our most precious cultural resources are burnt to the ground. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other, yep. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kim Baker. I moved here 20 years ago to be the supervising ranger at Columbia State Historic Park. I retired from state parks 5 years ago, but I also worked at Railtown 1897 State Historic Park for many years as a superintendent. And I worked with the Visitors Bureau during all of that time, and I do really respect Lisa and Nancy and their staff and everything they do there. I think we're very lucky to have them as professionals. And I am happy that you are taking a closer look at and a deeper look, I think is deserving, and it'll help make more informed decisions. I am also standing here today as a member of a newly formed group in Columbia called the Columbia Citizens for Fire and Safety. Most of our members were here earlier today. And that's just what I want to point out, is the citizens of Columbia are very engaged, whether this is a solution or we come up with another solution. but Columbia has had a long deferred gap in fire coverage that needs to be addressed. And we as citizens can look forward to continuing to work with you. And I think you'll note many of the folks who were in the room earlier who are not back after lunch have jobs. Several of them are sole caretakers for people in their family who need help and things like that. And so it's understandable that they felt they'll be able to come back in February. But I would like to say a lot of those folks, a lot of people here had never been to a Board of Supervisors meeting before. I had a large number of people ask me, where is the Board of Supervisors meeting room? And I had at least as many people as who were here contact me and say, either I have to work or I have other engagements, I can't make it, but I really want to stay engaged. So for you as the board, I really hope you recognize that and the significance of this level of involvement and agreement on an issue in Columbia, which is not always easy to agree on. So thank you for your time on this issue, and I look forward to working with you more as well as our committee.
Thank you. Funny story, I didn't know what a board member was until I ran for one, so I had to find the place too. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Okay. 3 people on Zoom. Going once, going twice, Zoom.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on with the board.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, so I manage a few Airbnbs in Tuolumne County and other counties in California and out of state. I can tell you that the demand for short-term rentals is declining right now. Of course, due to the inflation and high, prices of gasoline and basically the economic issues that we're facing. I see a possible solution in order to help increase the amount of people who will choose our county instead of another county in our area. Would be to something you might not like, but would be to cut TOT taxes. Right now is 12%. If we can have 8%, I think it would be more attractive. Our county would be a more attractive destination than another county. So that would be a way to attract more tourism and stimulate economic growth in light of all the issues that we're facing with our economy. Also, I do believe that the rise in the amount of money that the county has been able to raise from TUT, short-term rentals, has been driven from the real estate boom. So we need to keep that in mind and know that now the real estate market is in a decline and people don't have as much disposable income to travel. So I'm not sure who should be on the chopping block, but I know that of course, fire is a priority, fire protection, but I also see tourism helps our economy, and something that we need to think about will possibly be to focus on cutting spending and cutting taxes. When you guys have voted for $1 million for an elevator not too long ago, and thinking about $250,000 for a roof for a dilapidated building. Those are not a wise way to spend the money that's available now. So you guys need to cut spending and cut taxes, and I think we can get a lot more accomplished. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have 2 more.
Hello, this is Tom Hernandez. As has been mentioned several times, appreciate the board taking on this. A very, very tough challenge, financially for multiple counties, let alone ourselves. So I live in Pine Mountain Lake. I manage multiple Airbnbs, so I continue to see the growth on my end because I've got owners asking me to take over their homes. But my biggest concern is if I look at my priorities, safety has always been paramount to me, and that's been mentioned a couple of times. I see the value in the tourism. I see the value in what the county is doing as far as attracting folks. But at the same time, we've already got some results or resorts, excuse me, on the drawing board. So that's some 412 units, another roughly 1,000 cars. If we don't have the services to support it, we might as well kiss TOT and the Visitors Bureau goodbye. Because if we burn up, you've got nothing to come to. So I think it has to be, as mentioned before, there's got to be a tough balance. And to me, that might be the supervisor sitting down with, CAL FIRE, GCSD, and the board, the Visitors Bureau board, and sitting down and figure out what can we do collectively to get through this. It has to be a balance. We have to have fire. As most of you heard over the years or months, to get a fire department up towards the Yosemite area, the distance is just too far and it leaves the rest of Groveland and surrounding areas vulnerable. So I hope the board takes that into consideration, as we look at what we need to do. We have to have those fire services. I love the Bureau. I love the money they bring in. But again, if we don't have fire and police, those type of services, it's not going to do us any good. So I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you for calling in. And we do have one more.
Hello, board. This is Tom Crosby with the Tuolumne County Business Council, and we share your goal of supporting sensible economic development to address our range of fiscal challenges. Our local businesses that supply, serve, and sell with our visitors contribute $243 million in taxable revenue, and this is growing by roughly 12% every year. Obviously, there's been some ups and downs with COVID and some other things, but over the long haul, it's been pretty good growth for us. It also represents over 2,200 of our community employed in these businesses, and they are also generating sales and property tax. Economic development must be our focus, and leveraging existing business capacity should take precedence. The visitor-funded $1.5 million is by far our best economic development investment right now. This is the primary economic engine providing sustainable funding for all our critical services. If we leave the throttle in place and continue to be prudent with our county budget, we could begin to close the gap between county cost of services and tax revenues. The Tuolumne County Business Council membership are here to work with all our stakeholders to develop solutions. Our recommendation is to extend the current VTC contract and expand the conversation as to how best to navigate forward together. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, Tom. All right, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any closing comments or questions. And just remind the board where we were at was basically to bring it back probably sometime in February to have a budget discussion, workshop, business plan, look into the future. So with that being said, I saw you grab your mics. You want to go first?
Sure, happy to. So again, not trying to get into the contract discussions too much with that. I appreciate VT and everybody that was able to come speak about that, and certainly the public safety discussions as well. I think as mentioned, I don't view that as mutually exclusive. I think everybody up here is looking at how can we fund that. It's just maybe different perspectives. One thing that I wanted to bring up, and this is maybe just to get a temperature check on the board, is to ensure that when we take this time, we get that data to kind of come back, that we're using that to make the decision. And I know that sounds silly, but there is a lot of data. And let's say it's synthesized and it's put together. Maybe it's put together by Visit Tuolumne, maybe it's put together by our county admin. I think with some of the communication, there's been disagreement on, is it valid? Is it the whole picture of it, right? Is it unbiased completely? And what I wanted to suggest as an idea was we've got to start operating with a shared set of facts, and it needs to be something that we can all trust, whatever opinions we have on this. If there was support to do some type of independent analysis of this funding, and that way when we come back, we can, I think, more, instead of a series of campaigns, a series of contracts, say that the dollar invested in this on average yields this, and here might be the unintended consequences of this decision. It's not just data within VT, there's also our lodging partners. Some of that's confidential, some of that's otherwise available. It's looking at other areas that maybe have made those changes to know how that impacted it. And as mentioned, even right now in looking at what we have as comparable counties, right? We have from county staff a list of way smaller budgets for some of the smaller ones. We also have one from VT that I agree is comparing Mammoth and some of these other places we're being on the map that are also very different. And if we get that to come back again and that we're not able to sync up that data, I think we're going to be potentially at the same spot. And I would like us to have, I guess, an independent assessment of what's comparable, what's the risk, what's the reward, and look at that. So that was my only suggestion in it in the meantime.
All right. Well, I'm glad that we made the decision to move ahead with early next year. I heard February from Supervisor Goldenberg. I suggested March. I think we should be asking Visit Tuolumne County how long they need to prepare the documents that we want to see, and we need to tell them also what kind of information we would like to see. So whenever that comes together, that's when we should do it, but it should be the first part of the year in 2023 for sure. And then my next point was, I don't see a reason why we couldn't decide right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we all agree that Visit Tuolumne County is a sole source provider. If there's any dissension about that, I want to hear it, because I think we can vote on that today. So those are my comments.
Campbell, comments?
I'm kind of thinking about the last point that you made, Supervisor Half. I don't know that I would agree to that exactly, because I think the two are connected. I don't know. I'm still processing it, I guess, because I get the argument that yes, obviously it seems like there wouldn't be any other agency that would be able to provide the same kind of services that Visit Tuolumne have given their experience and what they've done in the past. But I guess I'd be looking for direction from staff. I mean, are the two, because it seems like the two are connected, what is the percent contribution of TOT, and what's the status of the sole source contract? Is that correct? Or
So if you amend the current contract and extend it for 6 months, you would not be able to take action on sole source today because it's not part of your agenda action. That would be something like I did with the agenda. Your recommendation, had you done the new contract, had that in there. So, nothing changes for 6 months. We come in, you can still make the finding for the sole source when we come back later, but it's not part of what you're doing now because you didn't move on the contract. You amended the current contract.
They are noted separately in the memo.
They are, but it was related to the contract that was attached to the memo. So I was trying to ask Chris, because my recommendation would be wait, and that you could take that action. It's not going to change anything today because the contract is what it is, but you could make that as we move forward when we come back with the Visitors Bureau, whether it be February, March. I just can't do January with the board workshop and everything.
Yeah, I just want to put it to rest, because I fielded lots of emails, people being aghast that we would go out to bid for something like this. And I like I said just a minute ago, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the will of the board is to keep Visit Tuolumne County as a sole source. And because I did see it as two separate actions in today's memo, I think we could go ahead and vote on it if we had the will to do so.
Can I ask for just clarification from council on that? So are we able today, with the item we have, to vote on directing a sole source arrangement?
The sole source issue is related to a new contract as a part of the board packet. To extend the current agreement, that's not a new agreement, that's just extending the status quo so you can take later action on what's in the board packet. So you don't need to have a sole source determination today. That's not necessary.
Okay. And that was kind of my I guess my sense about it. So yeah, I'm fine postponing the discussion to allow Visit Tuolumne and the county time to kind of work through some of these issues. I think that's good. I do want it to happen sooner rather than later, so I would agree with Supervisor Kirk that February would be a good time if possible to come back with something. Yeah. So.
Supervisor Goldberg?
Okay, so obviously I spoke to some areas earlier. Yeah, we're not here today, I don't believe, to discuss the sole source, though I would be in favor of that. Okay, so looking at the long-term relationship with Visit Tuolumne County and what they've done, and they've done tremendous work. And I've never said otherwise. I do want to see the full financial data earlier, better. I understood at one point at least that audits were conducted about the beginning of August, and full, the last sheets I saw were 2021. So I haven't seen an updated financial sheets since then. I do want info on reserves. I know I made a statement earlier and there was some hands raised. We don't have that amount of money. But I did hear, that there was fairly substantial funds that were being accumulated with the thought of perhaps doing another building. Visitor center used to be at, Yosemite Junction. I remember that in the past. But, I see people with their cell phones, with their tablets, with their computers. So I don't know how much we see, people walking in, but other than that, there's been discussions, about other counties, the relationship here in surrounding counties, spreading out further, to, the Bay Area, Monterey County and other areas. It should be understood, I've traveled to many areas and there's been multiple. Sometimes I'll see 4 or 5 different add-ons on my hotel bill. And so I don't think that it's uncommon to do that. And kind of speaking to the idea of the T-bid, and moving down the road towards that. I understand from, presentations that there might be a bit of a hard time getting 51% of the hotel motel owners. And I'll just point out, right, I'll just put it out there that when we went from 10% to 12%, when we had that decision and we put it out and we put it on the ballot, and that's where we landed, there was a lot of hotel motel owners in the county that weren't happy with that. But quite honestly, as soon as it went from 10 to 12%, there was people that had their hands out and said, we want more money, right? And I saw that personally, and I've got emails on that I've seen, where people were very resistive on some of the properties. And, they were concerned with the competition thing, right? If Tuolumne County is higher than an adjacent county, but Tuolumne County, Yosemite is our jaw, right? That's absolutely there. So I think the T-bid thing still needs to be explored. I think there should be some time allowed as we have discussions, and we'll get back to it early after the, beginning of the new year. But I just, Mariposa County, I think they were getting, was it 50,000 from the county, but they're raising, was it close to 2 million on T-bid? So I think that needs to be looked at and looked at seriously, anyways, that's my thoughts, and quite willing to extend the contract until June 30th, and we'll get back into further discussions.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna close it up.
Yeah, and not to dispute, but just to add a little context to one statement there. I got similar emails. There were people certainly asking for the percentage of that increase in the TOT, the 2%. We'll say that just as the organization Visit Tuolumne, to my understanding, the confusion between the 20 and 25% was because they didn't request for that additional 2%, a portion of that to their current contract. And so that went direct to the county general fund. I think what was, in my view, kind of a concession to the need for some of these safety services. So yes, there were definitely people asking for it. I don't think VT was one of those organizations.
So the contract stood as a contract. It was based upon the 10% period.
All right, so I'm just gonna say my closing comments are, we're gonna have a session, we're gonna do the budget, I wanna see the business plan, but I think if we have very specific questions as board members, I would think it'd be just like I would reach out to Lisa, hey, what about this, what do you think about that? But what I wanna be careful is that we as a board don't dictate the direction of the conversation. We need to let staff, let Visit Tuolumne come up with their proposal, come up with their plans, bring it to the board. I was willing today, or ready today, to make a decision because as elected officials, we have to do our research, we have to do our investigating, we have to pull numbers, and we have to make our informed decisions. And sometimes the information is not always handed to us, and we have to dig. And so, but I wanted to give due diligence, due process to the process because I might discover something along the way. So I think we all have we have really good consensus as far as it coming back as early as possible. Business plans, contracts, or business plans and budgets are things that you should already have. So I don't think it's gonna take you guys long to get that data. If there's any specifics, I'll reach out to you. But I just want you to know that not one board member can dictate the conversation. So we have to be very aware of that. So because I know I can. Especially when I was talking to you, Lisa, about the KGAR and all these other things, that's more maybe up my alley than other people's alleys. So,
How would you suggest we do that then? If we do have specific things that we'd like to see presented, should we go through our county administrator?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go through.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to babysit anybody I just, it's going to come back quick. February is going to be here quick, and we need to make sure that they have the time and Tracy has the time to get what they need and not be piecemealing it together till last day. So I would suggest if you have very specific questions, get with Tracy. I have probably 3 that I'll get with you and just say, hey, I'm thinking about this. And I think that would help just give some guidance to get this thing landed in February. So if you guys are good with that.
As a process recommendation, so we have a motion recommendation for how to do it, all the discussion on that. I want to say that right now that is kind of the current plan, that it will be directly VT staff working with our administrative office, and then we will hopefully all reach out individually and kind of do that. I want to say that there are more players than that. There's also the Visit Tuolumne board, in addition to not just the CEO, but the entire CEO staff and also department heads. I would recommend including the board there, and I think that we should have a supervisorial representative, not to pitch our opinion on the thing, but because the communication has been lacking so far. I think we need to have a hand on the steering wheel with these discussions.
I don't agree with that. I don't think the communication has been lacking.
That's what the point of today was.
It's kind of throwing our staff under the bus to say that. I think there's been a lot of communication for years about this. I remember sitting right here during a major budget crunch in 2020 looking at a similar option, and what we discussed at that time is that we didn't want to take action now, but we would be looking at it again in the future. And so now that moment has come, and I think that Tracy and her team and Visit Tuolumne have been doing a lot of communication. And I don't know what your role was in that, but we got to be careful how we refer to the people that work for us and the work that they're doing. I don't really see it's necessary to designate a board member to babysit this process. I think our CAO is perfectly capable of doing that. And if I have questions for Visit Tuolumne, I'm going to reach out to them, and the same with Tracy.
Sure. You certainly have the right to your opinion, but our staff do a lot of great work. And at the same point, you specifically called out my comment on that, to say that objectively, I don't think the communication is where it needs to be. And there has been a lot of public outcry. There's been a lot of interest in this. And to say that we can do better is not to say we're throwing the county under the bus. It's only to aspire to do better.
I think you're fanning the flames of that public outcry.
No.
With statements like that.
So hold on, let me jump in real quick. I think, Jaron, to help out with your point of view, and Campbell's is today, the conversation came before us the way it did. And what we're saying is we want to have better, more communication coming February. So that's what we are. I believe that's part of what we're addressing today. I don't want to, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, that's just the nature, in my opinion, of a lot of government business there's a lot of back and forth, and that's why sometimes you just got to get together and have a conversation like what we're doing today and give direction to staff and to Visitors Bureau who, would like to extend the contract, communicate, bring it back before the board, and I'm confident that process will take place.
And if that's
and
the
I
motion,
agree.
I'll second.
I just want to weigh in on Supervisor Campbell's comments individually. We as supervisors, we can reach out to Visit Tuolumne County.
No.
We should be providing our concerns about data to our CAO and staff and let them do their job.
So I didn't hear a formal motion made. We need to do that.
So then I will make a motion to extend the contract. Wait, she wrote it for me. Here we go.
Yeah, you guys,
Sticking
you're
to
gonna have
this?
to stay within the agenda language,
Within the
which is
agenda
what I
language.
gave him, allows him to stay
Okay,
within.
so
that
the motion
agenda
would be
language.
to move to extend the current contract with Visit Tuolumne for 6 months with a termination date of June 30th, 2023. Direct staff to work with Lisa Mayo, President and CAO of Visit Tuolumne, to return no later than February 2023 with a presentation of the marketing and business plan and most recent audited financials. And that would be my motion.
I'll second.
Oh, ladies go first. So first by Kirk, second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
Could we,
Aye.
hold on.
Whoops.
I forgot to tell you to delegate authority to me to sign that, so that.
And I delegate you authority to sign that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, to sign what?
The
The
6-month
contract,
agreement.
6-month agreement.
So do we call for the vote again?
So I will call for the vote again. First by Kirk. Second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
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 And it passes 5-0. So, yes, here's the verbiage. So thank you guys. Thank you, Lisa and your team and the community. And again, I'm sorry for throwing a wrench in people's time, but I really want to be, cognizant of people's time. So thank you for working through this with us. All right. Cool. All right, with that being said, what number are we on? We're on 18. Okay, Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 18?
Item number 18, presentation on ClearPoint strategy implementation and integration with the Board of Supervisors 2022 strategic plan.
Good afternoon, Board. Mark Fisher, County Administrator's Office. It's my pleasure today to come up and give you your first presentation on ClearPoint strategy and the integration of the 2022-23 strategic plan. I'm just going to go over briefly what ClearPoint strategy is and how the strategic plan relates to it. The deployment summary of the software, a demonstration of ClearPoint and how you guys can use it once you have access, and the future plans for ClearPoint as we move forward. So as you know, your board sets goals for each year at the board workshop, and this year you opted to create a 2-year strategic plan. And once you opted to develop that plan, the County Administrator's Office started looking into options for tracking and recording the progress on the work related to the plan, and ultimately we entered into a contract agreement with ClearPoint Strategy to do just that. ClearPoint is as I said, strategic planning software that we can use to organize and monitor and produce quarterly reports on the progress of the work related to the plan. It can manage projects at the individual project level. It can track things at the department level, and it can track things at the entire organizational level. In a nutshell, the system itself is extremely powerful and almost infinitely customizable. Everything that you're going to see when I demonstrate it to you was constructed and edited specifically for our needs and to reflect the way that you constructed the plan at the workshop. So for the deployment, mostly it was just I trained myself how to use the software through various trainings and supplementary materials. And then I took your strategic plan and I built it into the system so that it would, make sense once you logged in. It would seem familiar and be logical in the way that it flows. Then I established points of contact with county departments and determined which staff members would take on the responsibility of updating the action items. And then we met with all the departments that were considered lead departments for all of the A and B priority items. A lot of work went into that, and we haven't yet addressed or edited the C and D items, but I would imagine that we're going to get to that fairly soon. And then I trained the county staff to make the quarterly updates on the action items, and then I created the summary reports that you'll see in a moment. So I'm just going to go ahead and demonstrate to you what this looks like inside the system. Can you, well, once I can log back in. It can be a little bit slow. They made some changes to the front end coding to this, and it can be a little bit slow because of that sometimes.
So one quick question, just right up front here. I don't see anything in here that indicates cost of the software.
Cost. I believe the contract was.
This is a software that your board already approved and
Okay,
it's
so
been implemented. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so right here we have the welcome page. I integrated our vision, mission, values, code of ethics, and code of conduct. And this welcome page contains a summary report for each of the 5 main priority areas, as well as all of the objectives that they're related to and the action items themselves. So a little bit of how this is structured. So each of the 5 priority areas is structured into what's called a scorecard. And each of the objectives is sort of like you think of folders and subfolders. So there's the scorecards, and then there's objectives, and then there's your action items, sort of the way that they're structured here. So up here at the top, underneath employee excellence and organizational resilience, we have the first objective on that scorecard, which is county organizational fiscal stability and sustainability. And then all of the A and B priority action items that exist underneath that objective, you can see here. And you can see who is assigned to own this and make updates to it. You can see its priority level, estimated completion dates, what departments are involved, and more importantly, the milestones, which are an object within the system that was not part of this original version of the strategic plan, but it was developed by staff to represent real world benchmarks of the progress of the work that's being made on these items. So I'm going to go ahead and just open up one of these so you can see what it looks like. So this right here, this is an action item underneath this objective. And once again, it can be having an error. Sorry about that. Okay. So you can see that this one is owned by Eric and that it's connected to the objective that I said it was. And then there's areas here for making updates and plans and estimating a % complete. So I'm going to find one that you actually can see a little bit better, the work that's been done on it. I apologize for the time that it takes to load these. Having a lot of reports on one page kind of bogs the system down. They said they were going to fix that. Okay, so each action item has its own description, which is just sort of a bare bones explanation of like what the work is and why it's important. You can see the start date, completion date, and the updates for this period. So each time that a quarter ends, so the Q3 ended at the end of September, and so once that was complete, staff goes in and they make the updates for the work that was done for that quarter. So at the end of December, they'll go into the system and make the updates for Q4. You can see over here that all of the milestones that, again, the staff developed to go with these are over here. And if you click on these, you can see that these also have their own descriptions, updates, and plans, and estimation of % complete. And you can see at the top also, you can see this little downward facing red arrow. This is representative that the plan so far it's behind schedule. And that's a really nice thing to see, because if you look down at the bottom on the Gantt chart, you can tell really quickly which things are considered to be behind plan. And the explanation for why that's behind plan is usually found in the update section. So right now I'm going to show you the summary report. So it's nice to be able to look at all of these individually and click around and explore, but I get the impression that you're probably going to be more interested in a broad strokes approach, which is on these summary reports. So the summary reports show all of the descriptions, updates, and plans for every action item, and these appear in gray, and then all of their related milestones. And there's one of these that exists for every scorecard within the system. Staff have spent a lot of time and effort to make sure that these are as clear as they can be without being overwhelming and with having too much information on them. So in the future, what I'm going to do probably right after this is set up some meetings with department heads and staff to discuss ways to refine this platform a little bit more and make it even better. And then I want to establish contact with departments to allow them the capability to establish their own scorecards for internal tracking of their own projects and department-specific needs that are not necessarily connected to the board's strategic plan in general. And eventually we'll have the capability to make public-facing reports and dashboards so that people can log in and view the work that staff have been doing for all of this time. So I wanted to show you one last thing, and Supervisor Kirk, this was on your request. You wanted to see what this looks like from other jurisdictions. I found this really nice one from the city of Goldsboro, and this is part of their webpage. So this is just, you go to their own webpage, but down here at the bottom they have these buttons, and if you were to click on one of these, it redirects to an existing ClearPoint page. So, and you can tell that it is because they sort of have these same progress markers, although they're not arrows, but they mean the same thing. And so you can go into any one of these and open it, and you can see that they have their own definitions and the definition of the target that they want to reach with this initiative, and they track over time the progress that they've made towards reaching those goals. So in the last 3 years on this graph, they've managed to exceed their goal on pothole
Does that
repairs.
say pothole repairs?
It does.
Nice, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you'd like that.
Took me 4 years to get here. Here we are.
Yeah. And so this is much more streamlined than what I've been able to put together right now, but this is what we're eventually hoping to get to, is something that is simple and informative and nice looking, essentially. Right. So that is it, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Awesome. I do have a couple questions and comments, but since I'm chair, I get to go last, so I will open it up. David, do you have any questions, comments?
Actually, no, I forgot one more thing. So we have the option to embed the pages themselves onto our county website, or for those of you that might prefer a hard copy of the information, we can produce these PDFs. So this is just a PDF of that same report that I was showing you, and it has every A and B action item for every scorecard and every objective, every action item and milestone. Everything is in here.
Cool. Yeah. So thanks, Mark, for the presentation. Anytime you're getting into and this is a means, for the board to take a look. I think we all agreed during some of our strategic sessions that we're really looking for the higher level, information. Any project, as they move forward, budget and schedule are the main components that make or break success. And the only thing I would ask is, can we get potholes by district report?
I win. If we have the data, we can show that.
Kimball, any questions, comments?
So we're doing questions and comments?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, Mark, I remember coming into your office when you first started working on that and seeing the look of childlike excitement that you had when looking at this, and I shared that. This is really a cool tool, and it's something that I think we lack a lot. It's very difficult when you're making high-level decisions on the board to be able to follow up because there's always something new, and in having a tool that we as the board can look at, and also department heads and anybody that's interested in we talked about this 2 months ago, what's the status, what did we agree to, those types of things I think is really valuable. And I'm kind of a visual person, so the more visual type things I think the better for me to understand. So what's like the timeline here? Are you ready to I know you're going to roll it out kind of incrementally, but where are we going to start?
Can you clarify the question?
So
I'm not sure what you mean.
when should we start being able to use this?
Oh, I'm going to give all 5 of you access to browse the system today after I'm finished.
All right. And that's everything?
Yeah, everything that's in there. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, that was my question.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. How do we gain access and sign on? So that's great. You're going to give that to us. I look forward to using it. I look forward to seeing the evolution of it, how it's, how you grow it to get to this point or something similar. And I also look forward to this as being a tool that the board can use. So, frequently I have questions of department heads, where are we on this? And I won't have to do that. I won't have to have them stop what they're doing to answer my questions. I'll just go here. So it's brilliant. Thank you.
I see the Gantt chart. Very excited. That's what I was wanting for a long time, to kind of lay out a timeline. This looks really great. I agree with the comments. I'm pretty visual. I like to be able to see the updates. It is hard. We have to ask on every single issue and email, and I'm sure that's frustrating for staff too, because you have to take time to do it. And having this integrated into our processes to get a check on the accountability there, how are things going, to know what to ask, and also hopefully not have to email as much. I think that's really going to be great. I did want to ask of how this is going to be integrated into existing processes, and how are we training our staff to ensure that this is updated and it's a routine process?
So I'm actually really looking forward to the opportunity to integrate this directly into the next board workshop. And I'm strategizing on how that's going to work right now. But specifically for making updates, the system is designed to have owners and collaborators of every single object within it.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the action items and all of the milestones are owned by various staff that are the most knowledgeable about the work involved. And at the end of each quarter, there's an automated email that gets sent out to the owners of every single object saying it's time to log into the system and make your updates. So as soon as January 1st hits, staff will get that email and they'll know exactly which items they own and specifically what updates they should make.
Okay, good to know. I know, especially implementing IT stuff, and folks have been doing it for a while in a certain path. We just want to make sure that we're putting the resources and giving the flexibility for time to learn the software. And so just to be cognizant that if we're rolling it out, we're doing the updates, but we haven't maybe said, hey, take a couple hours, go through this training, pause your other work to make sure that everybody really understands this well. And if we haven't maybe solicited feedback anonymously, even of just whatever concerns are, I really want to make sure that this comes really natural. Everybody feels comfortable with it. And it's not kind of like, oh, here's this chore, I have another task to do. it's really put part of that. One other suggestion on it, I think seeing from when we set the goal all the way to when the goal is either completed or we reevaluate, if there's a section to, I assume that they have a life beyond their use. So if we wanted to go review the goals from 2 years ago when we have the system, we could, right?
Yeah, you can scroll back through the system to previous quarters and view whatever updates were made at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there some type of review or evaluation on these goals? So say we complete one and we've got 1 year goals. Are we coming back to say, here's the comments on how it went? That way we can look back and do an autopsy just on how it went. And I think more that may be building forward. If somebody looks back 5 years to learn about the issue, we kind of not only know what we did and what timeline, but what impacts it actually had. If that information can be noted, I think that could be really helpful.
I'm writing it down right now. Thank you.
Great. Other than that, Mark, great job with this. I'm really excited to see it and use it.
And if I can make one brief comment to City of Goldsboro, as Supervisor Campbell said, visuals are nice. They're helpful. So when I see green being on target, yellow close to target, red needs improvement, blue target pending. I like the idea of doing something similar. Maybe that's not the exact way to go, but if there's a way to bring that in, and I think you're already headed there.
I did go through it fairly quickly, but yes, the markers right here you can see on these 3 milestones were updated by Quincy to reflect the challenges that went into getting the work done on this particular item.
Just as thoughts moving forward is all.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
And Mark, this is going to be your baby moving forward?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. They already asked the question when it went live. One question I do have is, there was discussion about dependency factors. I'm not sure if the other county in blue, if that was similar, but you know, if in order for CDD to do their job, it has to go through council first. Is there a way to kind of track that as far as dependency factors within getting an item completed?
I want to make sure that I understand you correctly. So you're saying that certain parts of work are dependent on the completion of other parts of work, and is there a way to track that?
Right. Dependency.
Not
It would be in your
other
your
than
milestone.
the staff knowing
Milestones?
themselves.
Maybe it's through milestones.
Milestones you have in
Okay.
there, so it will show the steps it takes to get to completion, and
Okay.
you have those built in.
Well, yes, they are built in, but sometimes multiple milestones can operate concurrently, and sometimes they are dependent on the completion of previous milestones. But as for a way specifically to tell the difference between those two,
And I guess a way to track
I could look
that is-
into a way to
Well,
track that.
Yeah, it'll be in the wording I'm hearing, but also I guess that quarterly update will give everybody their cue to go check it out and see where they're at. But no, I'm beyond. If staff are listening, and of course CIO and department heads are listening, so this is how we're basically project managing or governing within our organization. So this, to me, this tool right here, there's nothing worse working for the state than when you get handed another audit and say, do this or create that. And then you spend all this time and energy and effort with your team, and then you make it, and then it's like, we're not really gonna look at it, or we're not gonna update it. So the point I'm making is, to me, this is a tool that's gonna help us run our organization better. So to me, this is like the #1 priority, to be done accurately, to be done correctly. I want staff to know that when they input that stuff, we do appreciate the time and effort and all that stuff that it takes into putting this information in there and keeping it up to date, because I think this is going to resolve a lot of problems that we don't even understand really exist, or communication errors, or constant emails, or constant updates, or this is going to be the one-stop shop, and this is going to really help us project manage and govern better. So for me, this is a huge accomplishment for the board, and thank you for getting this up and running. And it sounds like we got a little bit of work to do as far as fine-tuning, but I'm really excited. And I'm not really a dork, but my glasses make me look like it. But this is like the only really dorky thing that I really like when it comes to technology. So this and biz. Sorry, that was a little bit of too much. Okay, so unless there's this is just a presentation. Okay, so this is just a presentation. So Mark, thank you. And thank you department heads for working with you, and staff for inputting this data. We're really looking forward to using it.
You're welcome.
Cool.
Were you going, I don't think you completed public comment.
Did I not do public? I thought
I
I did.
think you cut it short.
Oh, public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Not seeing any on Zoom? Okay, thank you. Thank you, attorney. Okay, we are going to jump into, we're going to take a short break. Let's come back at 2:55 because we do have one of our supervisors has to get to an important meeting outside of here. So 2:55, we'll do item 19. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Okay, welcome back. We are going to jump into item 19. Clerk of the board, would you please read that?
Item 19, staff presentation, board direction, and approval on the Board of Supervisors committees, organizations, partnership handbook, and rules revision.
Okay.
Take it away.
So, before you, you have Tracy Riggs, Christina Cunha, and Heather Ryan with the County Administrator's Office. And so you have your board clerk, your deputy board clerk, and your senior board clerk sitting here for you. So in the workshop last year, your board, we had a discussion about committees and commissions, and your board had directed staff to come back. It's taken some time for that to happen, as I want you to look at these two binders. You can't see all of the Post-it notes from this black one, but Christina and Heather have systematically worked through every single committee and commission. First, what I'd ask them to do was make sure that committees and commissions were operating as the current resolution and the way they were formed by the board. If they're not, then we need to ask your board to take action. We're not going to do that part today. Today, what we're going to go through first are the rules and for policy and operational type committees and commissions. If you approve these rules, then they will move into the process of completing the final board committee manual for your adoption in January. However, as part of that, we also have a list of your board committees and commissions. And there's some that Christine and Heather found that, like, say, the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, that's not even in here, or maybe the Homeless Committee, but then they need to be added. There's others we are saying maybe modify and others to eliminate. I do want you to know that this has not just been the three of us. This has also been work with department heads and county council as well. So what we want to do is Christine and Heather are going to take you through parts of the memo just to make sure you understand that. You can give us direction, and then we'll go through the matrix. The goal of the meeting today is to try and finalize these board rules and then also get a approval for the committees and commissions that your board will use for assignments for the January 3rd board meeting. We have had some direction from some of, as we've been talking about assignments, as you know, the process is we work with the board chair and then we work with you guys. What do you want to do? And what we've received back is, if we're going to have this conversation, why are we talking about assignments now? Let's do this conversation, and then we'll tell you what we want to be assigned to. So that's why we want to do this today. When you guys give us your final, we will then take this and we'll begin working with each of you. And I say we, probably Heather and Christina. I like to say we. They will begin working with you, each of you, to get those assignment requests, and then working with the board chair to prep the item for the January 3rd board meeting so that you'll have your new assignments for the next calendar year. And with that, I'm going to shift over to Christina Cunha.
Good afternoon, board. Thanks for having us here. We have been, this has been a journey of, I would hope it was a journey of love, but not really. A journey of a mission, and a mission is, actually Alicia Jamar, our retired board clerk, started this project 2.5 years ago prior to her leaving. And so I wanted you to know that she did a lot of the work on this. Along with a team of folks, I'd like to mention obviously Tracy Riggs, Heather Ryan, Sarah Carrillo, County Council, and Quincy Yaley, and Dory Beats, and let me look at my notes to make sure I'm, Liz Peterson, Tammy Mariscow, and a whole bunch of other department heads who gave us insight into, when they run committees, the importance of certain things and how certain things play out. So obviously the mission for the team, and I know your mission, is for efficiencies. And to simplify this process so that the citizens can look at one source document and understand how our committees run in the county. Now, there are some exceptions. We have mandated committees that require us to have certain things. And throughout this document, you'll see some of those requirements. For instance, behavioral health, I believe, in a government code requires us to have bylaws. And so what we're speaking of today are things that you as a board have control over in your committees, okay? So just to focus on that and be very clear of that. The first, we have an A and B in your staff memo, and the A is to present the list of committees currently and what our recommendations might be. And then you have the opportunity to talk about that, and we'll take your direction But really what we need today, as Tracy Riggs said, we need your approval to move forward with whatever committees you so choose to be in your handbook for 2023. We need that vote today, okay? The next piece of it would be B, which is where we'd like to review with you, have a little workshop, just a quick workshop here about the rules, authorities of those committees. And we don't necessarily need an approval on that today, on your rules. However, we would like some direction so that in January we can come back to you with a nicely packed handbook that looks a little bit different than what's on our table here right now. With your red, strikeouts and things like that, which is what you're used to seeing in a handbook, your strikeouts, what the department heads have told us we need to update and those kinds of things. So today really the focus is on so that we can get your assignments to you in a timely manner. We would like to focus first on what you think of this matrix that we're presenting today with the committee list. Yes. So you'll see my little notes here in color. So we're recommending insertion of the obvious committee or commissions that were not in the 2018 handbook, and those were added. And for instance, fire safe. I'm not going to read the memo. I mean, you are excellent readers, so I think you can do that. So, is there any discussion?
Can we have Christina present for all departments? Thank you.
Is there, with regards to insertion of committees into the handbook, is there any discussion or questions or concerns about what we're requesting to insert?
Questions?
Yeah, Cece, can you, I guess, define what specific section we're talking about right now?
So on the staff memo, page 2.
Oh, just item 1 of those.
Item 1, yes.
Not all 4 items.
Correct. Item 1, the insertion, which is in the red. Is there any discussion, concerns that you'd like to talk about, or can we, does this all make sense?
I just have one addition. Well, not addition, but you had Sierra Broadband Utility Zone. It's Central Sierra.
Excellent, thank you.
So a question on the insertion part. We have with the Tuolumne County Water Agency.
Yes.
There is a water policy committee, and also to my understanding, the water agency has its own separate rules that are not state mandated.
Correct.
Right, and so how does that kind of reconcile? Will those rules be replaced, and this is now the new water policy committee?
So what we're recommending is that currently there is a water agency handbook, committee handbook. We would like to fold that into this handbook and call it the Tuolumne County Water Agency. It would be its own page, and it would have the same or similar layout as each individual page in the handbook.
Okay, not a question, just I guess a point of concern on that. To review that handbook specifically, if we're going to be adding a whole set of policies regarding water that's not current with the other boards, committees, and commissions and how they function, I think that probably should be a separate item in reestablishing this.
Sorry, what's the request?
Can we get, I just want to make sure we have just the majority on the supervisor right around here is you would like to keep it separate or deal with it separately?
Sure, let me clarify.
Yeah.
We're re-establishing the water agency. It did have its own operating procedures before, but it hasn't been an active organization for quite a while. So looking at that, it would follow the normal board, committee, and commission rules until we basically adopt a new set of them. Just to say that if we start that meeting and those procedures come up as just it's restarting, we have to bring back the handbook again to basically amend that. I think we should just have that as a separate item we deal with later. I'm not very familiar with what the water agency handbook says. It may no longer be relevant to what we're talking about.
We are going to be bringing next week water agency policies, authorities, and another, it's a short version of what was enacted in legislation in 1969. because it is under state legislation. It's an actual act
Oh, it is mandated.
that formed
Okay.
it, yeah. So I don't think we have to worry about that.
One other recommendation under there, we do have RCRC, and I think that makes sense. I would recommend, though CSAC does it a little differently, that we would include those policy committee areas. And the recommendation being if we can try to get everybody on one of them, that's another very valuable space.
Supervisor Brandon, the RCRC is in the handbook currently, but what was not in the handbook are the four underneath that we need to insert.
These are just ads.
And those are just ads, but the CSAC, all of the CSACs are currently in the handbook.
Oh, I see. Okay, I
Yes.
misinterpreted
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
No
And
worries.
I'm sorry, I have one other thing about the Central Sierra Broadband Utility Zone Consortium. Oh, never mind. You have Golden State Connect Authority under RCRC. Never mind.
And can I provide some clarification that I did not at the beginning? I want to make sure that you understand that from here on out, we'll be bringing this to you on an annual basis as we have in the past. This was just a longer review process. So what we've done in the past, unless there's different direction this time, is anything that's added throughout the year. So for instance, you add, I'll just say another committee, then we would add that at the next year, the beginning of the next year, handbook time. So just know that we're not going to be bringing this to you with every committee you add in throughout the year. It'll come annually at the beginning of each year.
So I'll make just a couple of brief comments. Appreciate Supervisor Half talking about the water agency. This is coming up. Both yourself and Supervisor Kirk are well involved there, and the one change on this here broadband to specify central, and yeah, so I'm good with everything in that section.
Good. Good.
Yeah, no questions.
Excellent. So the only thing we're adding to that would be the add central Sierra, the word central in front of the Sierra Broadband Utility Zone. Excellent, thank you. Number 2, any concerns about moving solid waste committee to the operations section? It currently is in a different section, and it doesn't seem right to be in that section, so we are suggesting that move.
So I'm on that committee with Supervisor Goldenberg, and it never made sense to me why it was in the location it was, and so I think that's a good move.
And I concur, being the other, well, at least now, the other member.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those.
Our assignments are coming up still.
It's one of those, we always did it that way kind of things that isn't necessarily right. So thank you for not always doing it the same way.
So Cece, I want to ask, and this does relate to a later item about the elimination of the Transportation Committee, kind of the redundancy with TCTC. Of course, there's TCTC issues countywide, and then there's what just the county is potentially doing. As far as the Solid Waste Committee under that, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no committee proposed in this that covers transportation for the county, not TCTC. For Public Works Department in that.
Correct.
Okay. So related to solid waste, one thought that I had on that, I don't know if that is a mandated to be separate committee. Obviously, the waste management contract was a huge haul. In between, I don't know if that alone, if there may be an efficiency to find that combined with an infrastructure committee.
So my understanding with our review of this is I don't know to that extent, but I do know that the Solid Waste Committee, as we see it today, requires to meet every 5 years. So.
Once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's why we are not recommending moving that, removing that.
At least once every.
At least, thank you.
It meets much more often than that, but.
At least.
So I should say not to remove it, but that they may, seems like it'd be a joint function potentially with Public Works that also deals with code compliance and illegal dumping and that type of stuff, for the fact that there is not a transportation or public works committee within this.
Well, I'm sorry, I guess I'll have to disagree. Solid waste has huge impacts. There's other areas that we're wanting to move forward in besides the waste management contracts, which took up a substantial amount of time. But there's a lot of other things that we're looking at. You know, whether they be green waste pickup, the options within the contract which, you know, Supervisor Brandon, you're well aware of, you know, the areas where they agreed to providing X amount, 1,000 yards of, you know, pickup. So I think it needs to be its own item still.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, are we clear with item number 2?
Thank you. Number 3, direction to remove the following committees currently in the handbook. And the staff memo just spells it out, which committees in the actual, the item up on the screen will give you some explanation for the purpose of the recommendation. And so I'm sure that your board will want to discuss these.
Okay. So you're specifically, item 3 is specifically covering, for reference, pages 1 through 4, correct?
With regards to,
Yeah, so, okay, so planning committee, okay, yep.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's also referenced here in this.
Yes.
These lined out, okay.
So I'm happy to read it out for the public because some public may only be hearing this
Sure,
versus
if you want to just
seeing
read
it.
the ones that we're talking
Sure,
about.
direction to remove the following committees currently in the handbook: Planning Committee, Transportation Committee, Housing Policy Committee, Airport Advisory Committee, Small Business Revolving Loan Review, Emergency Medical Care Committee, Sustainable Forest Action Coalition, and Tuolumne County Arts Alliance.
Okay, and just for clarification, for example, Tuolumne County Arts Alliance is on this list. This isn't saying that that committee is dissolving. It exists in its own right.
Right, and our purpose for that removal is they're a nonprofit, and even though we have a board member who sits on that, that is not an assignment necessarily, and is not a board committee.
Okay, so for example, if I served on like another nonprofit organization, like Give Someone a Chance or something like that, is that equivalent to what this is? That
Not on the committee handbook.
yeah, it would. That's the rationale for it not being on the committee handbook. Okay.
It's not board created. That's what we're looking at too.
Yeah, because I've served on that committee before, and then I know Supervisor Goldenberg does now. I can agree with removing it from the committee handbook, but I'd like to say, you know, I applaud Supervisor Goldenberg for the time he's dedicated to it, and I'd like to make a commitment that if you can't attend those meetings, I'd be willing to do that as well.
Yeah, so.
I just don't want the Arts Alliance to think that we're dropping them and
Ditching them.
yeah.
Exactly, you know, and.
I get rationally why it's here. I just don't want it to look like we're losing interest.
Yeah, so I would speak to that one as well. We've had discussions about the, you know, economic impacts, you know, that the arts community can bring to the county, and I think they're substantial. I'd personally like to still see it in the handbook, you know, for that reason, especially. The other one that I want to call out is the EMCC, Emergency Medical Care, and I see we've got Steve and Katie in, you know, as staff here. They, that committee deals with some, at times, not all the time, but definitely comes up, specific policy issues that the county needs to address. Some of them having pretty strong implications that our health officer would be concerned about as well. And I don't know, Steve, if you want to speak to this.
Yeah, so Steve, we definitely have Steve or Katie come up, but they were drafting a separate item to bring to a future board meeting to do this separately from this. That's why we incorporated it. So maybe if Steve or Katie could come up and explain why you were going to be bringing that future board item, so the board understands why it would be changing or be eliminated.
I'm definitely open to suggestions. I just don't want to see the efforts be.
Microphone.
Gotcha.
There we go. Now I'm on. Steve Boyack, Human Services Agency, Health and Human Services Agency. So at the last EMCC meeting, we had a dialogue over the options your board has pursuant to the state law that allows your board to create the MCC, but it is not a mandate. And so we had that discussion. We had that discussion as to if we make that change, what does that mean to the group of folks that have been meeting for years as the EMCC, from not only a policy direction point of view, but from really an information point of view as well, because a lot of folks that attend the EMCC aren't necessarily voting members. They're there to get information about how our emergency system works. So the statute that allows your board to create the MCC is not a mandate. And so the discussion at the EMCC revolved around, well, if we do rescind the EMCC, which is what was the direction coming out of the EMCC that we bring to your board, then what? And I would rather have Katie talk to you about then what and who would participate, and the fact that we do have a system in place right now from a EMS perspective that allows our EMS medical director, who is also our health officer, to still maintain a level of control over that system via policy, and ensuring that the policies that are developed and issued through her efforts and Katie's efforts as the EMS coordinator are consistent with state law, and that they would be implemented properly pursuant to our emergency management system. So maybe Katie, you can talk to where we're going to go from here.
No, and I'll just put out there,
All right.
I was unable to make the last meeting. There's been a conflict, with our Fire Safety Advisory Committee meetings, trying to balance, both of those. So I didn't attend the last meeting, but if you guys are, on board with it and looking at, Kim as our health officer, being able to manage that, I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't taking something away that needed to be there because of policy concerns.
Nope, we're planning on what's next.
Okay, so I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We have that all drafted in the staff report
Yeah.
that we'll bring before your board.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, wanted to bring up a couple of items under Section 3 for remove. Obviously, housing is a huge, important issue to me in particular. I think it would make sense, and we've had discussions about trying to find a combined way to do it more efficiently. There's been a few that were, for example, airport land use, housing policy, planning, that I think could find the same home and has been similar kind of spheres with that. I wanted to just go through the 4 points very quickly of why I think we should reinstitute a housing and planning committee as well. So one is it directly tied to the board's strategic goals. Our strategic goals mention housing 14 times, and it's one of the few committees that are mentioned by name on multiple occasions, including with the housing coordinator position. Housing is also, I believe, has 2 separate sections under community health and prosperity. I think this board did make housing a priority. It's not mandated. However, going into the general plan updates for the housing element, the 6th annual update, stakeholder feedback is required. And that's one of the main purposes this committee serves, is feedback in that process. So certainly some form of that feedback is mandated. It does meet on a regular basis, and it has produced valuable information, including input onto the PLHA grant, the REAP grant, numerous comments in Title 17, and no, not just from me, as well as looking at a few other specific items within those in more depth, for example, the minimum lot size. Lastly, is a board member assigned and regularly attending this committee meeting? Yes to both counts. It's been meeting almost every month, has items on the discussion, and board members do attend. So I think by this, a fair standard would say we should have a housing and planning committee. If we don't, that means effectively most of the policies related to development, building, housing, land use, and those things housed within community development will not have a committee space to be worked on. And as we know, those tend to be fairly complicated, detailed things that not always do we want to hash out 100 discussions up here before having a draft. So I would recommend not removing the Housing Policy Committee and instead having that as an insert for a Housing and Planning Committee.
I'm gonna go because I need to leave in about 7 minutes. I like the memo and the direction that the memo presents as written. So I'm all for voting when the voting comes, because it'll be after I leave, for voting for this just as it stands. I wanted to make a comment to Supervisor Brandon. When we do hire a housing coordinator, there's nothing that's going to stop the housing coordinator from finding their own advisors from the community and calling those meetings as necessary to make recommendations to the board. And then it comes to the board. And we don't have to have an official committee for that. So those are my thoughts just on what's been stated so far, and I'll stay for another 6 minutes.
And I'm glad you mentioned the new hire, because I was just going to ask about that, as we move forward. So that is an important consideration.
Kimmel, any comments?
Yeah, just to weigh in on it. I mean, looking at these other things, this is a personal issue. This is an important space. We have a solid waste committee that the same rules could be applied to. The director, when that position is filled, could pull together at any moment needed a discussion around that issue instead of having monthly meetings. We're talking about the Commission on Aging, which is certainly some overlap with Area 12 at JPA that we serve on, an issue we talked about. But I know that's a beloved group that we really like. It just feels that the application of the standards set out in this are targeting a committee that, for unknown reasons, for some reason is on the chopping block. And there's two important spaces. Yeah, I should say that one of the things in coming into this job and identifying the issue and trying to learn on it, that's an incredibly important space for our own education and discussion, to sit with builders and realtors and senior representatives and community service representatives and nonprofit home builders to be able to discuss these issues. We certainly have a staff committee that does work on these grants and pulls it together. And that's really great. Those discussions all happen all the time. We don't necessarily have a public forum where people can engage in that, or a forum where we're participatory to help, I guess, learn and have our input in. I will not support this at all if there is not something that is within the planning space for community development. And I also think it's a mistake to not have within the county a transportation committee as well. Not to make it duplicative with TCTC, but there are other issues there. I want to make sure that this is, I guess, coming from the department heads there, but we're realizing our role in a board. If we close some of these important spaces, we're limiting our own access to comment on the policy and don't, perhaps we're not on the same page for some of the things I may have suggested. Don't think of it in terms of me. I might not be on that committee next year. It's all of us where we have these issues. We should protect that space to work with our stakeholders, understand it, not put it into a black box where we give direction, it comes back after a while, and then we vote on it. Those are the best spaces to have these discussions to avoid sometimes dysfunction and inefficiency at these meetings.
I wanted to make a comment on transportation. Public Works does attend TCTC meetings, and we do bring up sometimes county-only issues during TCTC time. We bring up city-only issues. It's a time to do that at that particular type meeting, and I think we could cover anything that needed to be handled. No, I'm seeing no. So
No, so I just wanted, that's why, I'm sorry, I've been going back and forth with Kim. She would actually like to keep her transportation committee. She's okay with the airport one, but she has decided that they would like to keep the transportation planning committee.
Kim, do you want to come up and?
Yeah, not planning, transportation committee.
I mean, the role of the Transportation Committee is quite different from TCTC. It's more of a planning meeting in TCTC, and for transportation, if you guys remember, we brought to you at that committee the Dig Once policy. We were planning on doing a Rule 20A update, so I think it's a good way to sort of update a smaller group before we bring it to the board.
Okay, we just don't meet very often.
We don't.
So, yeah.
We don't want to meet unnecessarily, but when we do have something, we'll bring it to you, like speed bumps or so.
Okay.
Is it something, sorry, Kim, it's something that we could do ad hoc? I mean,
Yes.
if there's an ongoing issue that requires interaction between board members and public works that's outside the scope of TCTC, TCTA, we could just set up ad hoc transportation committee, you know, rather than have it on the books as an established committee that just doesn't meet, you know, more than once a year.
I mean, it's up to you how you want to do. I'm just explaining that it's not duplicative from TCTC.
Okay.
And it is an important.
I think
Good
ad
to know.
hoc might be a limited purpose for a limited time, as usually an exception to the Brown Act.
So are you saying that it's a good idea or that it's a bad idea?
Well, just throwing information out there. If you do use it, it should be for probably a limited purpose.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah, that was my understanding. Ad hoc would be formed for a specific purpose and have an ending date once that purpose was achieved, basically.
We can change the language in the board manual that just is as needed, as Kim said, so that it may, like, you know, it's one of the things we were talking about, it's only met twice in the last year. And they may only need once, and you may have 5 times in another year. So if you're okay, we can put on an as-needed basis, and then her and her staff will schedule it as they need that access to that committee for some feedback on whatever they're working on. And if I could just clarify with Supervisor Brandon, you're wanting to take the planning committee and the housing policy committee and merge them, so you don't have 2, you'd have 1. Do I
Yeah.
understand that correctly?
Yeah, and this is just in some planning. I think there was clear direction to increase efficiency, reduce redundancies. So in looking at that, and a lot of them have fallen on CDD, there seem to be a lot of them that very much could be one group: airport land use planning, housing. So it's important to have one, but we might not need to have multiple. I think based on the priorities, that could be a group that meets quarterly. It could be a group that meets monthly. Certainly for next year with the housing element, which is a big slog, big process. That's something that probably should have a little more time, and in between that and after Title 17, maybe it goes to quarterly. But if there's no space, then there is no input in that capacity to CDD.
Well, so some of those things you mentioned, like the housing element, do those go before the planning commission at any point?
Brian says yes, he believes that they will.
Okay.
So you could have duplication there, possibly. I don't know.
I would point out the membership is very different, though. Of course, the Planning Commission, representing all districts, housing policies, more about the stakeholders within that process. At least in conversations with Director Yaley, we're looking for the housing specialist. That's one of the big reasons I think that's a good idea to hire that right now, is the housing element. We're going to have to work with a consultant to meet the fairly aggressive timelines. My understanding is last time we did this 5 years ago, we barely made it. So in that, having that type of regular feedback with kind of a policy group versus what the Planning Commission is, which currently is much more focused on projects specifically, that would require a lot of different training for that group. And you'd still have to reach out to all those stakeholders like the realtors, the builders, Habitat, et cetera.
I mean, I'd say, I don't know that the housing policy, or housing policy committee, do they get any training? I know the planning commission does receive training, and it's generally there's generally more public engagement with the planning commission than there is housing policy committee. In fact, I'll bet if you asked most people, they're not even aware that we have a housing policy committee. So one of the things that I looked at, I guess I'm waxing philosophical now, but are these committees functioning and open and known to the community and doing work that is advancing a board goal? And I would kind of categorize Housing Policy Committee as one of the ones that's not well known. To my recollection, it wasn't utilized at all in the county until the accessory dwelling unit legislation came up from the state. And so the county was then tasked with developing our own ADU ordinance, something like 2019. I forget when the process began, and that's kind of what activated the Housing Policy Committee. but beyond that, I don't know that it existed before or that it was utilized before. And I know that after that, it wasn't particularly utilized. So I'm just, all that just to say that there was a purpose for using it in the past, but I just don't see that that's still,
And
it still has that level of.
Can I,
so
can I
I'll
provide
weigh
some
back in.
clarification? I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Go ahead.
Just for clarification purposes, there are 2 Planning Commission members who sit on the Planning Committee.
Correct.
If that's
Yeah.
helpful.
And I was just going to weigh in on the housing policy. We're all aware we've got a huge problem with housing in the county, and we're struggling in many different ways, whether it be affordable housing, just new projects as a whole, things that intertwine with homelessness, and not having that position hired yet. I guess I would suggest at this point that we just kind of table this one and give it a little bit more thought, because we need to have some dedicated housing guidance, going forward. So I'm just putting that out there.
If you'd like, I could provide an update on that. We'll be bringing an item to the board soon about the housing specialist. We did meet with, a few of us met with Quincy and Michael, and we had Brian in there with us. And this is news to you right now because we just had this meeting, but it is Quincy's opinion that this position is 2 to 3 years too soon. And part of it is what Supervisor Brandon just said, is she'd like to work through the housing element before we bring in a staff member to start doing some of this stuff. And what she'd rather do is use the money from the housing element, the housing specialist, to use towards a consultant to help work through the housing element, and then hire someone to come in and start helping to implement that. But we will be bringing that to you sometime in the future. So I just want to make sure you kind of know where we went that day in that conversation. I talked to you about, I was wondering if there was duplication between homelessness coordinator and the housing he's going after and the housing, and I got feedback from all of you. We decided that is not the case. They're completely and totally different roads that they're both going down. But based on Quincy's feedback, not only are we not getting we're not getting the qualified or fit for the applicants coming in, but she does feel like it's too soon. So,
Okay.
so just to kind of give you some background there, we'll bring
Yeah.
that to you soon for further conversation from all of you. But that just is
Yeah,
background
no,
for these two. Do you want to merge them? What would you like to do? Yeah.
Sure. And the housing element is a huge thing. We need to, get that updated, just like other elements, right? The safety element is another one I think that is upcoming. I'm not sure what date might be on that, but anyways, if we redirect some funds temporarily to make those efforts go through, I'd be okay with that. Just looking to solidify housing, in the county. We need to put a lot of emphasis there.
Supervisor Campbell, you said you had one more.
It's a different topic, so, but I was looking at, I'd like some clarity on the chairmanships for some of these committees that are not board-directed advisory roles, but state by statute, like the Commission on Aging and Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. Each of those has a member of the community as the chair, vice chair, I believe chair and vice chair. And it's been that way for a long time. And I know that there are some very dedicated people that have put time into these committees and into leadership roles. And one could interpret by the way the language is stated here that it would need to be a board member that would need to be the chair of all committees, even those by state statute. Is that correct? And I guess could we still have the language as it is, but choose not to enforce it on those committees that have the state statute?
So my understanding is anything that is state or federal regulated, we have to go by that. So when we speak about our rules or your board rules for the running of the committees, we're only speaking about the board committees that that the board makes assignments to or runs, yeah.
So-
We can override, I mean, is that what you're asking? Am I
Well,
hearing?
so we make assignments to the Commission on Aging, for example, or a Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. But the board member is assigned to that committee, but they serve in a subservient role to the chair, which is usually selected from the public. And I get that, you know, all of the board-directed advisory committees like solid waste, things that are directly done with county interests in mind, you would want a board member to be the chair of those committees, but I'm talking about the ones that exist by state statutes. I guess what I'm asking is that rule, does that apply to everything, or can it be applied to just the committees that are directed by the board?
So we're going to come back to you in January with that final, and it's our second item today, but yes, we can, we are not.
And that, you know, that was
we are
the,
not
I should have
asking-
started there.
Yeah,
Is
we
this
are
the time
not
to ask that question?
we're not asking you to override anything.
Okay.
If the board rules that you're going to look at today and review today, the recommendations, if the board rules, they will only affect your board committees that are not under state or federal statute.
Okay.
Okay?
That answers the question. Thank you.
Yes. So right now, we're at the number 3.
I apologize for
No,
jumping the gun.
you're fine. We're gonna get to talk about that later.
I wasn't sure where I could get that in, and I thought I missed my chance. but-
So would it be helpful if I tell you what I'm hearing?
Kim,
From-
I'm gonna chime in real
Yes,
quick.
yes.
I'm hearing there's consensus for everything, other than there's some questions regarding the planning committee and the housing policy committee. My question, because sorry, I just drew a blank. No, in the back. Brian, thank you. Sorry, Brian. I was just talking to him in the bathroom a minute ago. Brian, sorry, TMI. My question is, he had mentioned something, he had mentioned that, I don't know if he was saying the planning committee or the planning commission. If there was something that came up, would we need the planning committee, or was it the planning commission that you had? The commission, thank you. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're
Your
not
planning
potentially.
commission is required by
Right,
law.
okay.
Your planning committee is created by board.
And I
so
know it's a
that's
dumb question. I
difference,
just
yeah.
want to
Nope,
clarify,
it's okay.
because otherwise why would we be chopping it? Okay, so that I'm hearing that. I guess my question would be, and I don't know if Brian would have the answer. Have we had anything come out of the planning committee or housing policy committee in the last year or two? Have we had any policy direction come out of there, or anything that we've discussed as a board that have come from that? Because I know we have meetings, but has anything, I'm trying to remember if anything policy-wise has come up before this board.
Good afternoon, Brian Bell, Community Development Department. I cannot speak directly to those committee meetings themselves. I do not attend them. There has been various conversation regarding housing and various programs. Again, the housing coordinator position was one of those things that bear fruit from that committee itself in discussion. So the various discussions are ongoing. I don't know if there's been anything that has been provided for board direction or board action at this time. So to speak directly to, has there been board-related matters derived from that committee? None that I'm directly aware of at this time.
Yeah. All right. And the reason why I asked that is honestly because I didn't know, but also because I don't think there has been. And the point that I make with that is, when we have our priorities and these things that we're trying to accomplish, I'm very sincere when I say I want to look, and this has been a long process. I want to look at the things that are contributing to it and the things that aren't. It's one thing to have a conversation and to have good ideas, but it's another thing to actually get some things done. So housing is a big deal, or the lack thereof within our community. So my question is as more housing conversations come up, maybe we get that housing position, or as issues come up, I still assume they're going to come before the board. It's just what we're eliminating is maybe that first step. And I think there will be more time saved by bringing it directly to the board and getting, even if it takes a meeting or two, to hash some things out or get some direction, then to potentially have a year or 2 or 3 or 5 years of meetings and conversations that have really good substantive information and conversations. But we all know that it's pointless unless they go somewhere, and unless you have the capacity, unless you have the time. Like we've had some really good discussions in housing regarding short-term housing rentals. We've had other discussions as far as lot size and whatnot. those are just two examples. But like something that we keep pushing off is Title 17, and that's going to affect a lot of the things that we do. So I'm trying to be cognizant that housing is a priority, but I want things that are going to bear more substantive fruit as far as staff time and resources, and our time and our resources. Because at the end of the day, we all sit on lots of committees and commissions, and if I can turn back and say what has been beneficial and what hasn't, there's been way more that have not been beneficial, that have been sucking the life out of me, and that's not what this is about. But if it's happening to me, it's happening to you guys, and it's happening to our staff and to the volunteers. So, with that being said, I would support what is being recommended here. I know half says she is. Obviously, she won't be a vote here.
So, if I could circle back briefly, I think we resolved the EMCC question. Based on staff coming up.
Well, hold on. I don't want to regurgitate everything. I think we all agree on
I need
but
to
the
speak
two.
to one other one because
One other one.
we
Okay.
had discussion about Tuolumne County Arts. They're an independent organization. They're working on, yes, we gave them some funding. They're getting other funding.
I'm sorry, but didn't we already speak about arts? That's why I'm asking why we're talking about this again.
Yes, we did. And at the time, I was making a suggestion that we keep it. And so now
I got you.
I'm trying to state that I don't believe it needs to be a formed committee within the county structure because they're an independent organization. And I'll gladly serve as being a rep, with that group. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Sure. Okay. Is there any other? Do we do public comment? Oh wait, we're not. Do we need to? This is the last major item, right? These three things, or is there more of the presentation that we need to vote on?
Yeah, item 4.
Am I losing track?
To answer though, Supervisor Kirk, you mentioned a couple of things, specifically whether items have come up, any work's been done within that committee to the board, right?
Sorry, say it again.
You're speaking to, I believe, housing, probably planning as well.
Mm-hmm.
What work has it done that's come to the board for any decisions, any items, right?
Okay.
So Title 17, the delay on that was due to the climate action plan, but there was extensive discussions, as you know, and a lot of comments added from that into an ongoing work product. There's also been, actually it was scheduled for today, the minimum lot size discussion that, I'd like to remind you, would not be at the board level, would not have gotten here had we not had a space to be able to discuss what would be a general plan change in that. We did talk about a number of other items. One of them was the Builders Council that used to exist. There's discussions, and actually I'd say agreement between Director Yaley and many of the members conceptually to reestablish that group as a forum. Hasn't happened yet. I think we're talking beginning of the year. It's not as much a board forum, but that's also something I'd say is a tangible outcome. And that's really in a year of reestablishing it. That's the last time I'm going to bring it up. I will only say that this to me is very important. I think it sends the wrong message to the community, and the message I take away with is that housing is not a priority, or we think that that discussion with housing partners is not very valuable because it meets the other requirements. And with that, it's a red line issue for me. The rest of it, there's a lot of good amendments in here, but I can't support it if it does not have a space for that.
Let me push back just a little bit because I'll give you an example with the minimum lot size. When Ron and some realtors reached out to me, the direction was to bring it up in the Housing Policy Committee. So we go there and we go round and round for months and we bring it up and then it's going to come before the board. If I believe in the minimum lot size conversation and I have one other board member, we have a process to bring that before the board. So we can actually speed some things up as far as issues that we want to address and maybe not get them not drowned, but maybe not get them caught up in the housing policy, conversation arena. I mean, like, so if you have something that's near and dear to you as far as housing, and I believe in it as well, or one other board member believes in it as well, we're going to get it in front of the board sooner than later. And so I
you bring up a good point. So if we don't have that space and we do now have a process to amend it, I mean, that will be any item that may have been in the housing arena. Of course, I have ideas, there's things I want to discuss. That will become a much more regular thing because there's not an outlet to vet it. I would challenge back that the minimum lot size stuff we've seen is fairly complicated in it, right? It'd be very difficult to fit that into a 5-minute item to explain if nobody else is working on that, right, why that's important.
Sure.
And one of the things too is the accountability on, I think part of the challenge, maybe it was personality, is that it didn't necessarily align with the recommendation of staff at the time. And that Title 17, which started it, required us to first amend the general plan. Again, all of that would be very hard to present directly to the board in the 5 minutes. And so this was an avenue to be able to, and we both supported bringing that here, have that discussion. And I don't think it would have been able to happen before. So if we're ready to then seriously consider those and have that, this be the venue for, and I don't want to say every housing issue, but every potential housing related issue, it can be. I don't necessarily think that's more efficient. I would like it to be a little more drafted before it comes here.
I agree, but I'm also open for trying new things, and I know with the lot size thing, sure it's complicated, but the idea is actually really simple, and if you explain it, I think it can be explained in 5 minutes. So I think we should try some things different, is what I'm suggesting, and that's what I'm hearing. So anyways, I know we're going back and forth, continue the conversation. If we do scratch the Housing Policy Committee, then if you have something near and dear, run
And
it by
housing specialists.
Housing specialists. If you have something that's near and dear that you think, that you believe in, that you think really will help, I don't think there's anybody on this board who doesn't want to help the housing market, then get one of us to support it and let's give it a go. Maybe it will happen quicker than, 2 years worth of conversations. So, are we clear for item 3? It sounds like there's a majority for all those bullet points.
So basically, you're approving removing everything except the Transportation Committee?
Yes. That's what
And
I'm
I
hearing.
had one question on item 4 still.
'Cause I think you wanted transportation in there as well.
We're on
We're
3.
done with 3, moving on to 4, is that?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, did you guys need to talk about item 4 first? Is there anything you needed? Or you don't need to read it for us, I'm sorry.
Right, basically, we're removing, under number 3, board direction is that we would remove everything except the Transportation Committee, which is off the table at this
Correct.
point. Okay.
Okay, and then we'll now move on to item 4.
Number 4, name change. So we're recommending name change for consistency purposes, but most importantly, I'd like to, the very first one, the discussion, if there is a discussion needed, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Committee Handbook, if we can just simplify the name of the handbook rather than it go on and on with the title, right, correct. And then in the next bullets section, we would speak to changing everything that is commissioned into committee, as there is no difference between committee and commission. That would be simplifying it for us and for our citizens.
And I'm fine with all the items here. The only one I just don't have the knowledge with the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, previously Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County. Where
Supervisor,
does
that's
that
already
live?
been changed. That is their change. It just hasn't been put
Okay.
into our
So
handbook. Correct.
we're doing a cleanup.
Correct, similar
Okay.
to Visit Tuolumne County.
Sure.
and
So I'm good with all items in number 4.
Yeah, and I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg. I think, like Visit Tuolumne County, for example, they don't call themselves a Visitors Bureau, so it doesn't really make sense that we would in the handbook, and same with Cable 8. And I don't want to speak for Supervisor Half, but I know that we've lamented the fact that it's called Access Tuolumne, but then in our official references to it from the Board of Supervisors, we call it Cable 8, but it's really much more than a cable channel now. So I think those are all these changes are long overdue.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan?
One recommendation on this, in line with shortening the title, just calling it the Tuolumne County Committee Handbook. One thing that has been a bit frustrating, and there's just not really a list of everything. There's a lot of other committees that are not board committees within the county. And so if we may have an item that we may want to send to them, even if we're not on there, because it's not in the appointments list, I may be unaware of it until it comes up as an agenda item. And so having this also include, so we have the policy, we have operations, the JPAs and that, it'd be great to have, for example, a staff committee that may be on there and just make this the Tuolumne County Committee Handbook.
I guess my only comment on that would be the board chair makes assignments, so it is Board of Supervisors.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm sorry, I feel like I'm contradicting everything you're suggesting today, and
It does feel like that,
I
doesn't
don't
it?
mean to do that. But what I was thinking is that it might be confusing to the public to call it Tuolumne County Committee Handbook, because there are many committees, as you know, in the community in Tuolumne County, not as an agency, but as a location. And it might be confusing for people that if they're looking for, you know, like the Arts Council or Give Someone a Chance, or a committee that's not something that is a board assignment, that they'd be looking to the handbook to find that and then not finding it and giving up. I think I see this as a committee handbook for the board assignments, so that our constituents and people in the community know what their board members are working on and how to access us and access the county as an agency about an issue that's important to them. Not so much that it's a comprehensive list of all committees in the community. So again, it's not a life or death thing for me, but I feel sorry that I'm pushing back on everything.
Well, to use an example, so AB 109 is one of the most important things in criminal justice, right? And there is a Community Corrections Partnership Committee that meets to make recommendations to the board and the budget of how to spend that. Now, if I was a member of the public going to the board, which of course we're the face of a lot of that stuff, requesting what does it do, when does it meet, what are the previous documents from it, not to say it has to be a public meeting, but maybe the previous year's recommendations. Correct me if I'm wrong, the only real way right now would be through a Public Records Act request. And so I would hope they'd use context clues and find that that would have more information than currently exists. We have a number of those committees, including the Housing and Homelessness Staff Committee too, where there's not necessarily a staff point of contact or how to be able to contact. That, I mean, they have to go onto the website and search for its specific page, right? As opposed to the committee handbook.
So I can't think of any staff committee. We have a few work groups where we get together on an as-needed basis. But for example, if it were homelessness, they would go to Michael if it was a group. So I'm not being argumentative. I'm just not sure of any that's like a standing committee. And if you are, Supervisor Brennan, tell me a few of them so that I can think through those. I'm
No,
just
it's
not
fine.
sure.
It sounds like nobody agrees. So I'll move on to the next point. I wanted to bring up one other, was with the Committee on Aging, will this be removing the bylaws and some of the stuff that organization functions under?
We would have to review that, Supervisor, but I don't believe that their bylaws are required by state, but we need to review that and bring that back to you. But my understanding is that they are not required. Right. She's helping me. When we get to the rules section, I think that will provide some clarity also with regards
So
to that.
that brings a question, because this is something we talked about during our retreat. Bylaws. And it was my understanding that we would look at any of our now committees, right? We're, taking the commission portion away, that come up with a standardized set of bylaws, basically, not adopting any specific ones, whether they be homelessness, COA, or otherwise, but also recognizing and looking at what they had in place and trying to acknowledge.
Yes,
the
sir, and
work.
that is our next one. That's our
Right.
next item B. We're
Okay.
going to be addressing those.
Okay, thank you, because I think that's important to say, and I'm the board rep on COA, so it is important to me.
All right, item B.
Do we have consensus on 4? on item number 4 with the name change of everything? Did
Yeah.
everybody speak to that? We're all good with everything?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So B, what you'll see in B is we reviewed the purpose, authority, and rules for the advisory and mandated committees recommended. I have said, and I apologize for repeating it, but I think it's important that when we go through these rules that are in the attachment, attached recommendation advisory committee, it's at the top of that screen, the top of the paper. We will, I apologize. Make sure that anything that, and I've said it again, I will say it, mandated by the state or the federal government will not take, what you vote on today will not take over what the state and federal government with regards to the rules. So the Policy Advisory Committee, I don't know if you have packets in front of you, but this is the rules that the committee, our team, is recommending. And the reason there's no strike-throughs is because basically these are all new. There's very few rules in here that are different, that are the same as in the 2018 handbook. Did anybody know anything that was of concern to them with regards to these rules?
Well, I think the one that's been discussed is just the membership and their attendance. And I think that's been addressed. If they're missing meetings, then, to have a process that if they're not able to be there for whatever reason, right? It could be they just don't care, or they could have, other issues, and we could always welcome them back in the future. But there needs to be a process because we do run into, unfortunately, too often, and it's happened to me in a couple of different committees, that we can't get a quorum. So that's an issue. And we need
So
to
number
deal with
9
it.
under rules, Supervisor
Yeah.
Goldenberg, a member who is recorded as an excused absence for 3 consecutive meetings may be removed from the committee and their seat declared vacant by the chair of the committee.
Absolutely, and I know that's one that the COA had specifically in their own bylaws that they developed, so, thank you.
And my question is the one from before that I guess it's clear enough. I don't know, is your opinion that it's clear enough that we're not saying to COA or BH committees that it has to be a Board of Supervisors member as the chair, vice chair?
Clarify for me real quick, please. I apologize.
So right now, the chairman of the Commission on Aging and Behavioral Health Advisory Board, which are both state, by state level statute in existence, they have a member of their own committee who is the chair and or vice chair.
Understood.
And not appointed as a Board of Supervisors member.
Yes, we can research that when we come back.
Okay.
And have an answer for you when we bring back the full committee handbook.
Okay. My main, so you know, the main
Yes.
thing I'm worried about is that we're kicking somebody off that has a leadership role.
Sure.
And then putting a board member there that may not even necessarily have the time that it takes to dedicate
Yes.
to those committees.
That is not the intention by any means, and so we will definitely look into that.
Okay.
And the board member in that case provides support and guidance, and including our staff members, that are assigned, right? They do tremendous amount of work. So I'm with Supervisor Campbell on this, that we not just arbitrarily insert that it's going to be a board member that's going to be the chair.
So on COA, just a question, is that mandated, as I see within the handbook? It seems to have been established by a resolution in 1982.
So yes, that would be board resolution.
So it's not a mandated entity and it has separate bylaws.
It's not mandated by the state, however, not your board, but a previous board approved a resolution for this committee, yes.
So if it's not mandated, then the rules we're applying to all boards, committees, and commissions would apply, so it would strip the bylaws from it.
Correct. If you so
And-
choose to.
And make the supervisor the chair and or vice chair.
Well,
Right?
it depends on what direction you give us today.
Well,
Now, there is an
because
Area
there's the
12
Commission on
requirement.
Aging and then there's Area 12.
Yeah, and I was just going to speak to that because I'm not sure that the Commission on Aging is a
Yes.
state mandate.
Yeah, so I think you're right, and your board you could tell us which ones would not be subject to those rules of bylaws, and the bylaws, their Behavioral Health Advisory Board is different. There's different rules for them, and we'll be working with Chris because he's their attorney for that. But this one being different, you could make a statement in here, in your rules, that maybe the Commission on Aging, or the Committee on Aging would not be subject to the same rules of the bylaws, like you would allow them to create their own bylaws as approved by the Board of Supervisors. And you could also allow them to choose their own chair amongst the committee by vote, as they currently do. So you have full ability within your authority to decide how you want your committees and commissions. If you want all other committees to have a board member as your chair, then we leave it, but we could call out that the following committees are not subject to this rule. And then we just, if it's Commission on Aging, we just list Commission on Aging. So it's really how you want to handle it.
And certainly we don't and should not, as a county entity, we can't dictate what Area 12 does, what ATCA does as far as their own,
Yep.
you know, we've had discussions about quorums and other issues. Yeah, understand that, but we don't tell them how to formulate and conduct business.
Yeah, these would just be for the board committees themselves.
Correct.
And then that's where you have the full authority, how you want to allow them to choose who their president or chair is, however, whatever they're calling them, that is within your authority to decide.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the makeup of of Area 12 is the same as the Commission on Aging? It's the same?
No, it's not.
It's different, okay. Well then, never mind.
There's usually a member from the area, the Area 12 Agency on Aging, usually a member, at least when I was a staff member, that there was a member of that, of the Area 12 Agency on Aging on the Commission on Aging as a representative. That used to
Area
have
12 is multi-county,
Yes.
multiple
It's
supervisors.
like a JPA of sorts, yeah.
Yeah, it's a JPA, just as is, you know, the other ones that we have listed.
Right, and as a JPA or the others, they are separate entities, so therefore they create their own bylaws and the way that they're going to govern.
So a critique on the consistency, and I'm frustrated with this, and but I'm trying to remain professional and just kind of drawing a comparison. So the Commission on Aging, which I think is a really great group, is a non-mandated entity that is redundant somewhat with Area 12. But we're talking about exempting them from the bylaw requirements so that they can have their own, which is not an argument that was available to the Commission on Homelessness, which we said we want to have one consistent set of bylaws. It's too difficult. And I know that the Commission on Aging updates them almost every single year, which requires, I would say, some legal counsel time, right?
I believe you're incorrect here. We are not stating that the COA will have their own bylaws any further, just like in other groups that are county formed. That's where we're coming up with the standardization. And so, you know, just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Sure, and that would remove that point if the bylaws are changed and it's consistent.
Exactly.
But look, you know, there's 4 points set out. I would love to see specifically where that's mentioned, and it may be in there and I just haven't checked detailed, what the exact purpose is mentioned within the strategic goals. It's not mandated. It does meet on a regular basis, but correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure outside of an annual presentation of items generated there that have come to the board here. So I'm seeing a consistency issue where one of these does meet that, but we're saying it's not important. And here's one that its own bylaws, and because it's well-liked, is not having that same standard. And that to me is frustrating with this. And we brought that up a little bit before, you know, it's.
So Supervisor Brandon, I don't see where there's an inconsistency here. If it's something that's like a JPA, that's separate. It's not our board that formed that committee, and we set the guidelines on how we're going to operate that committee.
You
So
mean
I don't-
Area 12?
Area 12 is a JPA.
Oh, it
It's
was our
totally
board
separate.
that set the Commission on Aging.
Totally separate.
Right.
We look at the board-formed committees, and we looked at the other ones that are outside of the purview of our board. And so there's no inconsistencies that I'm seeing here. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, maybe a question to staff. What board goal, strategic priority does this go to?
Yeah, we were just sitting here, we actually agree with your summation of this, is that this actually would have fit into one that does not meet a board goal or priority. So we agree with what you're saying. There is a lack of consistency in this, other than they are definitely, as you said, not about the liked part. We know they're liked, but they are very active and they are consistent and they always have a quorum. I mean, the people, but you're right. It does not have the same nexus to a board priority or goal as the others do.
Okay, do we have, who's assigned to that by curiosity?
Is it David? Who's on this committee on aging? Is that you?
Couldn't we just
Yeah,
say we could,
I'm assigned to
couldn't we just still
COA.
assign, couldn't a supervisor still voluntarily assign for it? We just wouldn't direct staff?
It's an actual board-created committee, is Supervisor Brandon's point, so that's what he's asking you.
Okay,
about the
I'm pretty black and
consistency.
white. If it doesn't support our priorities, then.
We need to have consistency throughout this new handbook, especially, and really only for any board-created committees, right? The other ones, our board chair makes assignments, board members do, but we don't tell them how to do their business.
No, but I think what we're discussing potentially is adding this to the list of the blue strikeout, to the blue strikeouts, because it doesn't support our committees and commissions. I mean, our priorities, objective items, interaction items. So if it doesn't in any area, then, I mean, this isn't necessarily a fun process, but
So
this is the
are
process.
you suggesting that the COA be removed then? I'm not clear.
Yes, Commission on Aging, yeah. If it's not supporting our priorities.
We have youth up on here, but we do not have seniors up on the list here. So that's what I was looking at to double check to see if I was missing something.
Would it fall under health or
That's what I was
community?
looking. You have ACEs and health and youth, but there's
ACEs
nothing
and
about our senior population, which probably is a bit of
Which
an
is a
oversight
big- which is-
considering that we have such a large population
is
of
a
those over
majority, yeah.
60, yeah, or 70, whichever
I would
number you
say
want to pick.
It goes without saying that, I mean, everything we're doing
Yeah.
relates to the
No, I know.
senior population.
Well,
You know.
the COA works very closely with Area 12, no doubt. And they interact and they work with the senior center, and there's a lot of different things that go on. And they're one of the most active committees that I've ever seen.
Sure.
you
Let me
know, within
ask
the
this a
county
different way. Is there another area for that group to still meet and still bring up issues and community engagement? Is there any other area or space for that conversation? Area 12? Do they have any?
No, we have Area 12, but they are a separate JPA.
Right.
We could talk with them about folding the committee under maybe them, I'm not sure, and it not being a board committee. Or you table this one and you suspend it until now and you wait until you do, well, we're not, the board goals, priorities, and objectives or action items are not supposed to change when we do an next board shop. Your board
Right.
said that it was a 2-year, so that would mean, do you suspend it? That's the other thing we talked about, was you could not only terminate something, but you could suspend something until such time the committee is needed, so you don't have to go through
I'll ask the
reforming
same
it.
question as I did. Has anything come from that commission or committee in the last couple of years? Because I know there's great engagement. I know there's
There
great
is, yeah.
conversation. I know there's.
So
I
community
can't think of anything.
We've had presentations,
Mhm.
from the chairs. Kathy Peacock recently did one regarding aging homelessness people. We're working on other things that don't become a part of Area 12, such as recognizing our seniors that are 95, 100, or over 100. So it's, they're doing, they work with Meals on Wheels. They work with transportation issues. And yes, they do interact with Area 12, but they're doing a lot of work, you know, themselves. So I would be, you know, I just don't see removing that committee, quite honestly, because they're doing a lot of good work.
I'm just trying to be, I'm trying to be firm, fair, and consistent, because just like Jaren has, you know, housing is near and dear to him. I'm trying to look at this through an objective lens, which is even if it's near and dear to us, at the end of the day, if we're involving staff time and resources and our time and resources, what is the end product, and does that end product impact our priorities? And that's kind of where I'm at.
If I can suggest, you know, generally, some of the things laid out that were the filters through this make a lot of sense. But at the end of the day, we make the decision through that of what's worthwhile for our time and what's not. And so we're either being strict and fair, or we're also giving each other some credence on what's maybe something that's of special importance to us. We put a lot of time into it. We think it's valuable to the community, and not being as strict in that. And I think either of those are fine. The problem is when we start looking at, I like this, and it's more popular, and that one's less liked for whatever reason, but they may not objectively have much difference. So.
Okay. We don't have half, so that puts us in a little bit of a pickle. There's 4 of us. So would we, since it does not support a priority, do we want to continue to have that as part of our commission or one of our committees in the handbook moving forward? I need a.
Yeah, I want to keep it.
You want to keep
Commission
it?
on Aging.
Okay. Goldberg, you want to keep it? And do you want to keep it?
I'm abstaining.
You're abstaining? I'm trying to be fair with the process, so I will be abstaining. I think what I would maybe like to do, if it's okay with you guys, is wait till we get half back for this specific. Because if we have 2 abstains, then we don't have a majority, so we have to bring specifically this committee back for another conversation.
Now that means we have to bring this back up for another item for the handbook, right? To amend a new resolution for the Commission on Aging.
If you're going to eliminate it, we would come back, that's why we'll work with county council about which require us to come back with a resolution that would rescind any board-created committees. The only thing you might have is, unless you just leave it how it is we're looking for the list that you all will vote for committee assignments on 1-3. So if you table this.
Can we bring it back next week? For the next meeting?
Yeah, you could.
Let me put out an idea. The consistency is the problem for me. I like the Commission on Aging, and I think it's a good use of people's time. I like that they have advocacy and input on a lot of stuff. But the consistency is important. There should be a Housing and Planning Committee. And if that is the standard we're applying, I'll be frustrated, but I will apply it fairly. If we're talking about that, and the same with transportation, which I don't sit on, but I think is important, even though it's not mandated, my openness would be, I would support continuing this group and the work that they do. But we have to have a Housing and Planning Committee. Otherwise, we're not being consistent.
So, and again, we're going on and on here. I'm going to speak to it in 2 different ways here. One, when we take a vote, when somebody abstains, it's usually because there's a reason to abstain. If you don't like it, vote no. Don't abstain, right? Just say, I don't want this, and vote no, because abstaining sends a different message. And also, I spoke strongly in favor of trying to do stuff with housing. So I'm just putting that out there.
Okay, can we move, is it okay, I'm gonna look to council, can we approve everything except that committee and bring it back for discussion on the following meeting? Okay,
That's fine if it's clear.
all right, and is there any,
I mean, it sounds like,
well, hold on, I wanna give an opportunity real quick for public comment, and then we'll bring it back for a final discussion. Is there any public comment in the room before I forget? Okay, is there any on Zoom? Okay, so I'll let you make one last comment, and then I'm gonna make a motion to
Zach,
approve.
I just
everything with
not
that
hear majority direction to keep it there.
Well, that's why I'm gonna put forth the motion that we, and we'll see if there's a majority, put forth the motion to approve everything we've discussed, excluding that specific committee, and have that returned, as well as the handbook, and then have that returned at the next committee.
I'll
the next
second.
meeting.
Point of clarity, just with staff. Are we talking about section 4, or this is B, the rules and authorities and stuff?
This is everything.
I think
It
we're-
would be the entire,
Yeah.
the entire motion.
Okay.
Everything that we've talked about today.
Okay.
With the exception, we would bring back the Commission on Aging discussion next week.
Sure.
And the full committee handbook in January.
I wanted to quickly just summarize why I think there's a couple more points. There's a lot of language in the rules and authorities. It's not redlined, and so that's very hard to tell what's actually changed. There's a couple things, for example, nobody can be appointed to a group without having attended 2 meetings beforehand. Some of these groups don't meet except, there's just a few things in there that I think could be trip-ups. I know we were talking about this specific issue for a while, but we didn't really get into anything about the rules and authorities section, except that one. So just my recommendation, I know that there's a motion on the table, but that there might be a couple important things.
Okay.
So if I may, if you need more time, the reason the item wasn't redlined is because it's basically completely different than the 2018. It sounds like perhaps the board would like a little bit more time to review the rules section.
I'm fine.
I don't need more time.
I have a
There's a
motion.
motion and a
Okay.
second. I'm ready to vote.
All right, so motion by Kirk, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and any no votes?
No.
A no by Brandon, and Supervisor Half is absent. So this portion passes 3 with Kirk, Goldenberg, and Campbell, and a no by Brandon, and Half not present. Okay, thank you guys for your work, and we'll see that item back next week. Okay. Yep. Okay, we are doing, where's my agenda? Did 19, are we just doing closed session next? Oh no, we have 22. Let's knock out 22 real quick, and then we'll take a bathroom break and then jump into closed session. So clerk of the board, item number 22.
Item 22, consideration of accepting a board request to be placed on the December 13th, 2022 agenda for approval of a $1,000 budget transfer to the waste management contract to cover Mill Villa Community solid waste removal costs.
Okay, who's presenting this? Brandon, Supervisor Brandon, okay.
Thank you. I wanted to use this 5 minutes to, so where we're at, 4:19. I'll try and keep it really short. We've approved a new waste management contract that I think has a lot of additional service for nonprofits and folks doing cleanups, Conservation Corps, one pile at a time. Where this comes in between is this happened before that contract was really ratified, and at least to the group, there seems to have been a miscommunication where they had interpreted that in purchasing a trailer to rent to haul off what was probably, I think, 100 yards of waste. It was quite a big cleanup down there at the cost of about $1,000, that they would be able to turn in that receipt and be reimbursed by the county. The county then corrected and said, oh, well, we are not reimbursing that under the agreement, which meant that that nonprofit that had done a great public service, I think it's a public issue along that riverside, certainly within 100 feet, had done. So this item is to request, I guess, a more detailed presentation on allocating from the appropriate fund, what that may be within it, $1,000 to cover this kind of stopgap measure for an ongoing cleanup that was already happening until we have the discussion again about the waste management contract and percentage allocations or however we end up doing it to support these nonprofit groups. Again, many of them, a lot of volunteers, a lot of hours. To abate one of these sites would be tens of thousands of dollars, if not potentially more with some of them. And this is just kind of one that fell between the cracks there. For them, $1,000 is quite substantial. That goes right into the same money that they use to purchase all the bags and put gas in the car to run it and safety equipment and that type of stuff. I know the board has supported one pile at a time in the past. I think there's a compelling public reason, and I would ask for the board's support to hear a more detailed version of this item coming up. Okay, 2 minutes.
So I have a couple of questions. The memo says Saturday, September 17th, Sunday, September 18th. Was that this year? When it doesn't specify the year.
Oh, yes, that was this year, and it was a 2-day cleanup.
Okay, and Supervisor Campbell, maybe you can help me out, or staff can. When did we approve our contract with Waste Management?
I think that it was around that time. I believe it expired the end of September, possibly October, so don't hold me to it, but it was around, there was sort of a limbo time in there.
Yeah, I guess my point is I'm not sure exactly when because the contract specifically called for 1,000 yards of removal. And if that's the case, then it would be appropriate that Waste Management should have absorbed this cost under the contract.
So I'll just jump in and help out here.
Sure.
So unfortunately, we don't have our director, Jim McCargue, and it happened right around the time when Jim had departed. And as I understand it, Jim had agreed to pay this amount for a cleanup by one pile at a time out of our solid waste fund. And I do have some numbers. I believe last year we paid for $1,952 for one pile at a time abatement. And then roadside trash also falls around $2,000 each year. And so we cover it under solid waste.
Okay, I wasn't trying to avoid getting this paid for. It was just whether we as a county, paid for it out of our funds, or whether Waste Management incurred, that cost.
I should say too, and that was at least, and you know it better than I do with the waste management contract. That was the initial discussion, was beyond what the county gives one pile to kind of help with some of the stuff for this. It wasn't dump fees, it was the rental of the trailer. Whether the waste management contract would apply, the answer I had gotten was no, it wouldn't. This would have to be kind of a separate thing. Again, it on a couple of fronts seems like it fell through the cracks.
Okay.
The only other thing I would add, sorry,
No,
at the
please.
Solid Waste Committee meeting, we do plan to bring this item up, where we need to have a policy in place about how to use the 1,000 yards that Waste Management has built into their contract, because there should be a process in place.
Sure.
And right now, we don't have that.
Oh, okay.
So this, again, is one of those ones that fell through the...
I think I'm starting to understand. Solid waste has a X amount that you can drop off specifically for one pile at a time? Is that
No.
what this is? Or?
So Waste Management has in their agreement, and Cody's here if I get this wrong, but I believe it's 1,000 cubic yards that was built in where we could cover certain abatement
Okay.
projects. And we have to develop a process on how you would apply to use that. This one pile at a time, Jim has given them reimbursement dollars for their pickup, their transfers in the past. And I think this is the one where we weren't really sure because Jim wasn't here, and it's $1,000.
So was there communication before the work to get reimbursed, or is there the assumption or something?
No, I believe there had been communication, but unfortunately Jim wasn't here, so
And-
we thought it might be wise to bring it to the board.
And again, the memo, the last paragraph in the memo's Supervisor Brandon, this request is for an item to move $1,000 to cover the waste disposal fees. It doesn't say rentals about ATVs or other areas. I'm not against that, right? If we have funding, but the memo, which led me to believe that maybe this should have been covered under our contract. That's where I came from, and this isn't stating that.
It's an understandable confusion. I would have specified dump fees if it was those, but I think that was just in typing this up. I was thinking waste disposal. Well, the trailer is waste disposal, but it's not the fees you pay at Waste Management. So that's on me. To my understanding, it was the trailer. I'm going, of course, secondhand from the conversation between one pile at a time and Jim and what they had relayed of their conversations about that.
So Kim,
Do we ever
I
receive?
don't
it
handle
sounds
the
like
finances of it.
we have funds to deal with this?
We do.
And
Obviously,
we need to formalize. Do we have our next meeting next week, is it?
Mhm.
Right. So we should get that on the agenda for the Solid Waste Committee and deal with it there?
And was going to be my question. Why is this coming to the board? Isn't this something within your capacity, I mean, if you think that this is an appropriate use of funds, is this something within your capacity to approve or disapprove?
I'm not really sure if it is within my capacity.
The attorney's standing up.
Come on in, Cody.
I was just going to weigh in. I think it's really a gift of public funds issue. If we're going to be giving public funds to one particular group for a project that they've done, the board would need to make a finding, a public benefit finding. So all this is.
But that
today.
issue remains. I mean, whether it's Public Works that gives the money or the Board of Supervisors, there's still that issue of gift of public funds, right?
And that's a finding that your board would need to make.
Wouldn't it come under the allowable abatement that we have to take care of situations?
I could add
You know,
a little bit of context too, because this also came as a question for co-compliance, whether or not the co-compliance trust fund could pay this. It's not public property as I understood it. And there was a co-compliance case at the site, but it was closed at the time this happened. So unfortunately, the co-compliance trust fund could not pay it. That would be a gift of public funds, but the board could approve this. It is closely associated with that closed case, but technically that fund cannot pay it. So I believe it came before the board as a request to just put it on the agenda.
Correct.
And this is the procedure to do that under the board's governance manual. To determine whether to put it on a future agenda for the board to determine whether or not to approve essentially what could be a gift of funds. But so the board knows it is closely associated with a closed case.
Okay, so
Can I weigh
where,
in real quick?
where would the funds come
Yeah,
from?
so-
Do we have the $1,000 to pay for this someplace?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. First, the way that, I mean, and I could be wrong, but Sarah has explained to me in the past, when the board finds that there's a public benefit, then it does not, but you have to make the finding for it to be a public benefit, then it's not a gift of public funds. So that comes with any item that we bring to you. The other one is I misunderstood this because I was watching it go back and forth. I did not realize that in the past that money has been given to this group on a consistent basis, but it's also not dump fees, it's rental of equipment. So I think Kim's saying she has the money, she can pay it. I think the bigger question is that you guys all need to consider is, what if you get other requests from other groups who are doing things? Do you then want that to be a precedent that you're setting for other groups? And I'm not saying it would be bad. If other groups want to go out there and pick up trash everywhere and do cleanup, it might not be a bad thing. But at what point does it become unaffordable or difficult for Kim to manage too? So I think you need to look at this in a totality of it. But you could make the finding that it's a public benefit, and it sounds like that it was, and you could direct Kim to pay it out of her solid waste fund.
If I can chime in on three super quick things. One of them, it's a little bit vague because that's to leave room to what's going to be appropriate for that as well within what fund. And I wanted to leave that up to Kim. Two, the item itself, again, is just to have the discussion at a future item. So we're not having to necessarily do the whole thing. And then three, just to Tracy's point and to Kim's point as well, we will have a process for this. We just don't. And that's why this is somewhat of a unique situation. I don't expect to probably come back. So.
Yeah, so it's $1,000 for rental of a trailer, right?
And again, the item today is to decide whether
For
or not
multiple
to put this on a future agenda.
Okay,
Make that decision.
I'd rather hear it at Solid Waste Committee meeting before bringing it to the full Board of Supervisors. Can we take it there and still accomplish the same thing? Okay. And it'd be on consent or something.
I mean, yeah, wouldn't we have to bring that to the next, as our process is set up, the next board meeting, the board would then rule to send it to solid waste. Solid waste would then review it, and if approved, send it back to the board to finalize?
Honestly, I'd rather just, if it's within your authority to do it, just approve it if you think it's worth approving. Otherwise, we're spending so much time talking about $1,000.
We're running
There's got to be
into
a better
this gifting
process to do this.
issue.
This is an
Yes.
extremely cumbersome way to deal with this type of thing, and I think it sets a bad precedent. I don't want to be sitting here, every single month talking about different groups and what they want reimbursed for. I don't understand why this is before us today, frankly.
Well,
Well,
Supervisor
it-
Campbell, I think the
I
issue
wanna
is-
tag on.
I mean,
real
I
quick
see
on
that your
You-
name's on it and that you want this, but I think it really is a bad precedent because this is a group that I know that you support a lot, and it really looks bad to have them do this work without being asked to by the community first, and then come back and ask for reimbursement for the money that it costs to do the work.
Well-
And while I think that they do great work in this type of thing, but it's like lots of groups do great work in the community, and are we gonna pay for those? Are we gonna be back here again?
I don't appreciate the suggestion of impropriety. I think I've explained why
I'm not
this is
suggesting it, I'm
different.
saying this looks like impropriety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Your
reason
board-
it's not going to
if I could-
solid waste is because there's not a process, and I brought this up before, except through this board, to bring an item up to solid waste, and the director of solid waste is no longer in that position. So
I
again, that
understand.
creates a
We-
gap.
We went through all this. I don't think this is the right way to approach it.
I have one more attorney wanting to say something.
I should just add for the board's benefit that our office actually advised Supervisor Brandon to bring this item and how to agendize it, because this comes from the governance manual that was just approved. That if a supervisor wants to put something before the full board, it comes as an item to determine whether or not to put it on the agenda. So the staff, you're actually hearing a lot more information than I think was anticipated. At this stage, when a supervisor wants to put something on a future agenda, staff wouldn't really have a lot of information to report. We actually did today, but really is a limited
So
discussion.
legal
today.
review is to not send it to the public solid waste committee, but to bring it to the board.
I'm sorry?
The recommendation was to bring it to the board and not to solid waste, to Supervisor Campbell's question. Okay.
And any supervisor can agendize an item.
No, but the point of today is do we want to put this on an agenda in the future to make a decision? So my question is, was advice given to not go through? At the end of the day, that was the advice given, right? So that's what we need to, I get your concerns. We need to decide, and it sounds like we should approve it to bring it back to the board because that was the recommendation from legal review, correct? To not go through solid waste.
If your board wants to hear this at a future agenda, staff will research it, prepare an item, bring it back.
Okay, well then to
Before
his
after.
point, I'd rather it go through solid waste and let them.
So at
That's
this
what
point,
we're
right,
getting at.
at this
So-
point, this is something that occurred like 3 months ago, this event. And, I think the caution needs to be in place that we need the process within the solid waste, committee and how we're going to approach, dealing with these types of situations in the future. But that aside, I would make a motion that we approve this $1,000 and be done with it.
Well, we don't
Yeah,
approve
you're
it today,
approving it
we
to come
put it on the
back.
agenda, that's right.
So I just want to
why-
make sure I clarify. I did
why does
hear
it have to
that
come back?
One Pile of Time did secure approval from Jim McCargill before they did the work, but he has left.
Right.
So the recommendation to Supervisor Brandon was to put it on under your governance.
We're just caught in
manual.
between
Yes.
But
miscommunication.
see,
If
none
the
of
issue
this
is
is
sending
in
it
the
to
board
solid
memo.
waste,
Let-
and I'm
please,
okay
may I
with that if
continue?
legal counsel's okay.
None
Hold
of this is in the board memo. There's no receipt, there's no agreement. There's nothing to stand on.
What the
to-
board memo
to-
states is a
Excuse me,
one-page memo
can you
on
stop
the
interrupting
item,
me?
5
There's nothing
minutes
to stand
requesting
on
an item.
to
Hold on,
want
hold
to put this on the agenda in the future. This is, all it says here is that there was a trailer rented and the county should reimburse a group for it. And that's a very poor standard to do these types of things. Now, I agree that it's justified and we should do something about it, but having it come to the board every time that something like this comes up, I think is really inappropriate.
How many times has it come up? Any item like this?
It's
with
setting a
board
precedent.
request?
It's setting a precedent that this could
The
come up.
precedent is in our governance manual. This is the process we laid out. There's no precedence. We can submit these things. Now,
It's never
if you
happened
would like it to
before
go
you
to
did
solid
this.
waste and council's fine, I'm okay with that.
We're spending too much time. Your last turn, and then I'm taking over, and we're gonna resolve this.
And I just need to remind the board that rather than following the memo, the agenda language is very limited, and that's to determine whether or not to put this on the 13th.
Okay.
Your agenda on the 13th. So we can't do anything other than what was
Okay.
agendized.
So, is there any public comment on the item? Oh, come on, you're not jumping out of your seats. Any on Zoom?
And thanks for that clarification, because I missed the specifically putting it to December 13th.
All right.
So,
Would you like to make a motion?
thank you,
Sure.
Chris.
I'll move to add the item to our December 13th meeting.
I'll second.
First by Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And any-
Opposed.
Okay, opposed by.
Boy, you are
Supervisor,
disagreeable today.
Campbell.
It's,
I think you
And-
shouldn't give me $20.
I don't think that's
Okay,
right.
so we got 3 in favor, Campbell opposed, half abstained because she's not present. And that is that, so thank you very much. We have closed session, correct? Yes, we have one closed session. Would you please read that item 21, please?
Item 21, closed session. Item 21, closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B, 1, Title Agricultural Commissioner, Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Controller, and Animal Control Director.
All right, do we expect to report out? All right. No, we can jump into closed session. Thank you, guys. That adjourns the public portion of the meeting. Enjoy your evening. Okay.